皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は260、65、5日、5日目です。Welcome back, folks. It is day 265. It's new vocab day for Japanese. Kind of a late start today. Had to do some background conversations, have some exciting things to do in the future, things like that. More will become apparent in the future. Alright, so it's new vocab day. It is our time to rotate another unit out. We're gonna get into our recall session as a review of our last two units, right? I think yesterday was a little bit shaky, I think, for unit 67. We'll see, right? さあ、始めましょう。制服、制服。背広、背広、背広。洋服、洋服。I don't need to. Fine. 上着、上着。上着。革。Maybe I should start with the same thing. 袖は袖。長袖。長袖。長い。短い。半袖。 Imono. Yukata. 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 Konbanwa, Maku-san. Ima tenki. Yeah, ima tenki wa samui. Samui desu kedo watashi wa hontou ni otoko no hito desu. But I'm really a man. Okay. Steaky. Steaky. Oh, steaky ga guriru. Oh, guriru o suruda. Suruda. So you ended up grilling. That's kind of funny. Yeah. Did you just double? Also, did you double pace? Oh, they're enchanting. So, wait. Good evening, right? Konbawa, Valentine. By the way, konbawa, Valentine-san. The weather is cold right now, but are you like? I read this as oh, the weather is cold, but I'm really manly. Let's go grill a steak. I love it. I love it. And daisuki desu. Daisuki desu. I have no idea what that means. Enchanting. Okay. Let's get back. Steaky. Steaky wa dou desu ka? Tenki wa samui. I was gonna say Koko wa Koko wa suki desu ka? Or Koko wa arimasu ka? When the weather is hot, when the weather is cold, I often think of cocoa or hot cocoa of some sort. Let's see. I like the I'm really a man. Honto. Honto ni otoko no hito desu. Let's see. I totally get the sentiment too. It's funny. Right, let's put. This is Kiru. Kiru. Let's add. We also added counters. Which ones do I need to be reminded? So Jaku. Jaku is kind of useful, like on. On my my to and umi umi it feels good to be able to write something like that after all this time. I imagine. Yeah, I imagine. You still try to make time to write kanji too, but lately your schedule has been picking up and it's hard to do all of this, but you're loving it. I'm enjoying it quite a lot. I actually find that when people are like in a similar area, like a similar area, and then you're trying to like write Japanese, if you don't do it yourself, you know, like you don't find it like it's not as motivating to do it with yourself, doing it with another like person who's willing to like laugh and write about it and enjoy it and struggle, you know, like work through it together, it feels like school. It really does feel like school again. We feel like we've been watching each other grow. It's great. I agree too. I feel like the classroom. It's very like like having a friend in the classroom, and you're both like kind of in a different headspace, but also still in the same class, and that's kind of fun. It's quite refreshing. I think it's a lot different from the dynamics of feeling like one is the instructor and one is the student, right? I think a lot of times the interactions nowadays when it comes to streaming or video games or something is often the dynamics are someone knows something and the other person doesn't know something. So instead of constantly feeling like interacting with each other, you're more like talking at each other. Like, I didn't read your sentence and thought, oh yeah, I would have written it this way, and you should have written it this way because I think this is the better way to write this. That's very different from you writing something to tell me something, and I might learn through the community, through the observation of how you're doing things and how I'm doing things. I think that's a really wonderful thing where we're going about this. I actually thought, when I started stream today, I was thinking, I wonder what Valentine is going to try to express in Japanese to me today. It's become a very trained routine we have going on now. It's obviously not for everyone because I feel if one doesn't feel like they're among scholarly people, like if you're not mutually enjoying the experience, oftentimes it can be very frustrating in the sense that, oof, like that's not quite right. Oh, that's not quite right. But watching, being able to like your openness in expressing like your growth and sharing what you can do makes me feel like it's reciprocated. Like, oh, now I know what you can write too. And obviously it's not in the, and it's a very coincidence nature that your approach to writing your kanji and your expression is somewhat in a level that doesn't feel like you're doing something because you can, but you're doing something to practice for growth. It's very different from an instructional standpoint. I think a substantial amount of people like to, out of the kindness of their heart, like to instruct because they care. However, when they instruct, it's not necessarily out of learning in reciprocation. Like, I like, if someone asks me for advice, I would want to offer the advice, but I also seek to learn from this interaction, not necessarily disseminate information one way. I feel in that way, the person who's instructing can fall out of interest, right? It falls out of interest. Like, oh, I'm basically just teaching things that I already know and I'm not invested in other ways. And it can be really painful too, because if you watch someone you know, I just had this discussion recently, and it's a really common pattern where if you watch someone that you genuinely care about their growth, sometimes it can be very painful if the interest that you have involved in that growth is that you are a person who wants to instruct and prevent that. That's like, in my opinion, the quintessential wholesomeness of more of a parental figure looking out onto a person, right? So I totally understand and empathize when I was teaching someone that the more involved you become, the more likely you're assuming the responsibility. Yet at the same time, I have only really taught in a capacity way where the person I'm talking to is of my equal intellectual. So like what I mean is, the things I know is I trust the other person to reciprocate when they want. However, if there's anything I can do, I would like to participate with that person, which I think the dynamics we have going is pretty great. I generally make you laugh. I'm really glad. Making mistakes is all part of learning, and I'm not afraid to make them. I enjoy that. I actually have no idea if you made a mistake. I mean, I wasn't. I hope I didn't give you the impression that I actually knew how to write what you wrote. The thing that brings me a glimmer of hope is that at least I could read it. And I think it's really reading it reminds me of like what would a Japanese person learning English sound like if they were trying to express it in English. And the whole "I'm really a man" sounds so much like something my parents would say. Like, oh yeah, like what'd you call it? Oh, I understand, like men do. And I'm like, oh yeah, that's actually exactly what they could come up with. You know, like men be men, let's go, it's cold, so let's go grill a steak. I love it. I quite like how that translated. That's good. And obviously I'm talking about that. I don't want to like, I know other people might get a little touchy with gender specific things, but this is all fair in games of euphemism, right? I'm gonna tell you now, I can't grill anything. Like I don't even know how to operate a grill. So, I'm okay with like complex devices, like like I'm okay with like sous videing and air frying and like broiling, that kind of thing. But when you put a grill in front of me, I'm like, okay. You're combining a bunch of kanji vocabulary you've been learning, and it's just generally so much fun. I love it too. Can you not grill a toasty? You know what, Cozy? Hello, Cozy. I'm pretty sure I'm capable of burning a toasty. See, I can't do any of that really. I can only grill and fry. Oh, yeah, I'm a kitchen gadget person, but man, when you put fire and big heavy equipment, I haven't gravitated towards that. I enjoy watching people grill, though. I like sitting around the bonfire, but when someone hands me the tongs themselves like that, You gotta stay near and watch it. Yeah, yeah. All the things I named, you probably don't have to stand next to it and watch it, if you know what I mean. Like, what can I do? Let's do a sous vide for 6 hours. Then prepare a broth for 2 or 3 hours in the slow cooker while the meat is sous videing. Put the oxtail in the pressure cooker with your mix of roasted vegetables. And yeah, you should grill, like char your vegetables, but I do it with like a different device, as opposed to like run to the grill, roast the vegetables. And yeah, so I do like long preps, like soup preps and stuff, and those things are like more of the break out your weight counter. With that said though, I can't bake anything. At least I'm not like, I think baking would be kind of fun. However, I haven't baked before. So, you got your kitchen counter. It's like, all right. So if I start this, then it'll all wrap up in like 16 hours. Good. That's kind of me. Grilling has that feel. And, the heat splashing your face. So in cooking stream, well, hear me out though. If I'm gonna cook stream, doesn't that mean you're basically gonna watch a pressure cooker and a sous vide like timeout? If you know what I mean. Like, oh yeah, maybe the first like 30 minutes would be prepping food, right? Prepping the stuff. So it'd be like a lot of cutting and stuff, and then suddenly the stream would be a camera pointed at the pressure cooker with a timer on it that says 5 hours. Anyways, thanks for that. What do you have with your steak, Valentine? How do you prepare it? A bit of shio, only shio, just shio, maybe. I forgot how to say just. Which, by the way, what you're doing is exactly how I like my Japanese learning. After you like finish learning your vocab and your kanji, I would find any weird possible way to use the vocabulary. So like, if it could sound at first like you're strong arming yourself, right? You're like trying to make it about the thing, your vocabulary. But that's why the recall sessions are like this too. Like, I'm trying really hard to like line up this unit. Yesterday's Chinese unit, that was devastating. That was really tough, and I hope I remember my mnemonic, but I think that's fun. It's like a puzzle game, but you have limited puzzles. So the puzzle isn't like gigantic. You have very specific puzzles, and you can fit them together and share it with me. I think we'll have a blast. And, with whatever limited time you may have, I would love to see you try to pigeonhole your kanji or whatever you have going. Like today, for my Chinese lesson, I have to somehow talk about grass and stars with relation to the idea of a library. That's how I'm connecting it. Outside of a library, there are grass, and in the sky above the library, there are stars at night. So it's late enough outside, so I could say something like 外面里天上有很多星星, right? I basically just said outside in the sky there are a lot of stars. That was part of yesterday's vocabulary for Chinese anyways. Soto, I guess soto ni, actually I don't even know how to say stars. Soto ni sora ni lots of たくさんの stars があります. Yep. That's how we practice. You can't eat steak, but burgers are fine. Oh, interesting. Do you have Cozy? Do you sometimes when people get older or like they don't consume as much of the red proteins, it can get like you get like that the swallowing thing. Oh, okay. I see. So it's not necessarily like a aversion to like the okay. Got it. Yeah, like my father experiences some of it, so we don't consume steak too much at about the swallowing thing at home. So we eat like not steak form, but more like briskets and very very thinly sliced like briskets and marinated things. Yeah, swallowing. Soda. There's soda, yeah. Which, by the way, kon, that's also kon in Chinese. And aircon, right? Aircon for the katakana for Japanese, aircon for air conditioning. Kon is, oh no. How did I connect all of this? I think Kong is an air conditioner in Kong Tiao. I think Kong Tiao. Yes, Kong Tiao. Kong is soda, right? And Kong Tiao is air conditioner in Chinese. And that's what connects the soda kanji / Hanzi between the two. And whenever I see soda, I think of air, but I also think of air conditioning, which is how I go about that. So fascinating the way you can connect things. You can eat other things, but you gotta swallow. Not being dirty-minded. Don't worry, I understand. Yeah. Understandable. Can confirm Cozy does swallow her food. Yeah? Maybe some chewing. Kidding. Alright, let's get back. What did I pivot from here? So we got our counters. I'm sorry. I might be chew for days. Yeah, chew for days. Let's see. So we got jaqueto, right? Or this is uagi jaqueto. So there's Kiru. We already mapped Kiru. Sorani. Oh, Sorani. Oi. Oh, it uses the same character. It uses the same character. That's actually Sing. So what is the read on that character? I don't actually know this character yet. Oi, hoshi. Okay. Hoshi ga arimasu ne. Yes. Hai. So desu. Took forever for it to understand what I was saying. I must practice speaking on your phone. Oh, so you're doing the neat. Hey, that's a great idea. A text-to-speech journal. Ooh, that's a great idea. I actually haven't tried to do a text-to-speech journal. Okay, I'll have to think about that as a routine for like the coming months. What you call it? Oh, that's kind of what that other guy does, huh? Yeah, that other guy uses Google Translate, and he has like the corn guy. He has like the second side, and then he's using it to translate it to English. I should do that. That's a great idea. Once I become a little bit more like transitioning, we'll transition into something similar. Have you gotten the vocab that has way too many meanings? Have you gotten? Yeah, no. Generally, most of them have perhaps a lot of meanings. So hoshi is sing. By the way, Sorani, let me see. Sorani oi hoshi ga arimasu ne. So, Tian, let me see. If I wanted to structure like this, Tian Xiang. Oh, they went with Tian Xiang, like on top of the sky. So Tian Xiang. So I went with Tian up. So they have Ni, right? That's in the sky. Tian Xiang is like in the sky. So Tian, they ended up using heaven as opposed to Sora for this situation. And you pretty much could interpret this too. So Tian, so for the heavens. So same structure, Tian Li. So Li is the position Ni. You could use like Tian Li. And then 很多 duo is the same thing as all. All and duo is the same character. You basically have written all the characters. And then sing sing, and there's no predicates. Like there's no like you have to conjugate something. So sing sing, they use this character twice. Sing sing. So you have all the structures already. In fact, if you said 空里有很多星星, it might come off as the air around has a lot of, which kind of still means the same thing. Interestingly enough, at least I would still end up thinking, if someone wrote that, I would still end up somehow going around like, oh, the air in the sky. The air in the sky has a lot of stars. Neat, huh? You're basically learning Chinese too. Valentine. Let me see, Cozy. I think the most recent word in this unit that has a lot of meanings is right now is wherever there's a lot of arrows and pluses. So the most meaning word or character in this chapter is this character right here. So chaku, it is used as the counter for like clothing. Chaku. Chaku. So it's read as chaku. And then it is also the character used for wearing specifically the top portion of the clothing. So top portion of clothing, and that's kiru. So kiru, ki plus ru, kiru. And then it itself is uwagi. Uwagi. So gi as in like a form of clothing, but not like chaku. And uwagi is a jacket. So this term itself is a jacket. And then it can be ki with mono and kimono, which is self-explanatory because people know what kimono are, right? And the other associations are not quite the same. However, you can have them modify these things. So when you think of a jacket, I kind of sometimes think of leather jackets. So this is kawa. So I linked it with kawa. It's not specifically it stuff, but you could have a leather jacket. So it would still associate with this character. And then this one is sleeve. Sore. So you could talk about a long sleeve, or I don't know if there are such thing as short sleeve jackets. So sore you could end up having sode associated with some form of gi, right? A uniform of something, like a kimono may have short sleeves or something like that, that kind of thing. So all of these are attached to that meaning. That's why at this center point right here for my recall, all of these are here. Plus signs mean if you add to it, you'll get the meaning. So like ki plus mono, you get kimono, right? And ki plus ru, you get kiru. And then arrows mean there's a distance between the association. So that's kind of my shorthand so far. And then you have tildes. So tildes mean that it requires something that is to complete it, but it can modify many things. So like naga, like naga in nagai. Nagai means long, right? But you could put naga in front of sode, and you got nagasode, which is long sleeve, but you drop the e. At least that's what I've noticed. You drop the e. And then when it's vertical, when they're juxtaposed to each other, they're either antonyms or synonyms. So in this case, this is han. So hansode. Hansode is short sleeve, as opposed to nagasode, which is long sleeve. And I put e because nagai is the adjective long. However, in this unit, they also introduced mijikai, which is short, but not in the sense of short sleeve. They didn't end up using mijikai in front of sode, so it's branched off of the e adjective. That's why I drew an arrow from nagai on the e to mijikai. So that's kind of a way to explain more in detail what my shorthand means. And that's kind of how I picture it in my head. So my little like road maps and stuff are becoming a little bit more complex as my Japanese is expanding, right? So I'm trying to illustrate it as best as I can, what's going on in my head. Like, how do I remember the vocabulary from day to day? And then soon, it'll become as complex as I want it to be, or as simple as I want it to be. So that's kind of explaining what all this. This is a more complicated arrangement because you gotta do your best to connect all the things. In my opinion, when you connect all the things, it gets really easy for me, anyways. Like, it's easier to remember this than remembering all the things separately. That's so cool. Maybe one day you'll take the plunge in Chinese. I think one day when you're like Japanese is like you've already built up all your routine. Valentine's, no guarantees, but you're building up all the routines that, to me, you're at university, you're learning, you're enthusiastic, you like seeing people make mistakes, but also see them grow, like all that stuff. I think it doesn't even have to be Chinese, but I think the time when you think you plunge into Chinese, I'll totally be there also sharing my thoughts, and encouraging each other. I look forward to it. It should be this fun. I like explaining the way I think. So I think other people like yourself and Cozy and stuff, being able to invest in how you are able to explain the things you want to learn or the things you have learned in practice is in itself incredibly motivating. Like, I am genuinely interested in how I depict and organize the information that's in my head as I'm approaching making my vocabulary more complex, right? These don't look like sentences, but they are sentences to me. So I might be writing like nonsensical things. However, at some point, if you know enough Japanese, or Chinese, you can probably make your own version of this, or you can read my shorthand and say, well, it could mean a lot of things, and that's cool, because I would love to see how others rearrange, their things, because that, in my opinion, is what learning about learning looks like to me. I think most of my strategies, right? When people talk about observing other people, this is what I come up with. Like, I like watching people make mistakes. And eventually I literally sit there in anticipation to see how they resolve these things, because that is the most interesting thing to me. If I see many ways that people fix or change or be happy or overcome things, then naturally when the time comes that I need to approach something, I will get it, right? Like, I will have a lot of things going in. That doesn't guarantee that the time when you have trouble and stuff, it might be some sort of unique case that you might have to tweak. The idea is you have so many examples in your head, aka experience, that you can work around it. So it is hard, in my opinion, for someone who doesn't encounter a lot of problems, who doesn't want to encounter a lot of problems, and who feels that other people don't want to, which is very fair, honestly. In the internet age, I think the vast majority, it is very reasonable to assume that to care about someone is to prevent them from having to overcome obstacles or problems, right? And that's a very fascinating conversation that I had off stream with my friends, like just today. And I feel that my closest friends and I have this implicit understanding that it's like, yeah, we might not want to watch each other make mistakes all the time. It can feel really bad, like, oh, I don't want to do something. But at the same time, we don't have to, because we know that each of us is incredibly experienced at overcoming problems or traps or something. And that's kind of what I would love to be able to show, but you can't. Like, it's like, what I mean is, it's how can you demonstrate something that takes years of observation and slam it down into like 10 minutes and expect that it has the similar impact, right? The warp and not warp the perception of time. So here, if you're having fun, if you're smiling, and you're mentally healthy and is sustainable, I think seeing how weird people go about, or at first weird ways of organizing information, it's incredibly palpable. And it's to the point, like, you don't have to be an analytical person to intuit what works for you, provided you have the exposure to be inspired to do so. So if this doesn't work, change it, right? I am only here for, in my opinion, I like to be a source of inspiration. At the same time, oh boy howdy, do I want to see someone else's version of this. Like, what does it look like? I used to, here's a slight deep cut before I continue. There used to be a time where I look at other people's notes for the notes content. However, I look at notes now for the way someone writes those notes. So and that doubles up. So the notes could explain to me semantics, right? Like, it could tell me information that I do not know. However, it is also a lens into how this person organizes their notes, how they use their notes, right? And that is fantastic. I like constantly being all up in people's business if they allow me to be like part of their lives, because I genuinely like watching people. I enjoy watching people live their lives, which the internet does very well, and observe the behavioral patterns. So they could be doing something that I have no interest in. I don't know, sipping coffee or finding out how many rubber bands can wrap a balloon before it pops, that type of thing. However, how they go about it and what do they do, that is so interesting. So studying human behavior. And not so from like a professional standpoint, like what I can use to alter people or influence people, but more, I think my life is incredibly a lot more dynamic and colorful when someone comes to me and say, what should we do today? And I no longer say, well, I just do the same thing I always do every day. You want to do that? As opposed to, what do you want to do? Because let's take a gamble. There is a high chance that you have a specific amount of things that you want to do. Not that this is the weirdest flex probably, but sometimes being agreeable can be off-putting unless you're someone who likes to see what that other person wants to do, right? Oftentimes you're compromising, you're being agreeable as in, oh, you want to do certain things, but you would want to be nice and let the other person. No, I genuinely mean that I want to do whatever you want to do, because there is a high chance that because of the way I like things, my experiences probably include more than your experiences. However, when we do the thing you want to do, I will be there to add more to it. So then the activity itself becomes both of our things. At least that's how I go about it. However, I'm totally open to someone challenge me back and say, no. I am more cultured than you. And then we have a culture off. And then we both, lay down our collective experiences and we just go to town. Then I've met my open-minded equal. And that's how I feel about my closest friends. My closest friends are like individuals who we spend a year apart plus not saying a single word, and it almost feels like no time has passed. We literally had this conversation before I started streaming because I wanted to double check. I talk about my best friends a lot, like this nebulous existence that they have, and I'm telling you, like, no time ever passes. Like it's to the point where like the collective wisdom is, I expect that they have collective wisdom. But would you not want a friend who picks you up and you pick them up with mistakes? Absolutely. The thing is, it's all of the above, right? Not to be their therapist. Yeah. Well, the thing is, for us, our curiosity of asking for help is that we have encouraged ourselves to ask for help, right? And it is true that if you're not ever present in each other's life, you won't have the opportunity to pick each other up, from the mistakes. And the idea is that is the antithesis of the situation that we have. One thing we can say is that if I had a problem that I will be unable to navigate, that we can raise that problem because they are infinitely approachable with the problems, right? And that is a classical trade-off. So if you're talking about like being ever present in one's life in order to catch those mistakes, that is where I have consistent fallout with other people, right? And that was the topic of the discussion. Actually, it was the contrast between someone who feels compelled out of compassion versus the relationship I have with my closest friends, which compassion also comes with unconditional trust and respect. So if we did have problems, they would be the first ones to hear. However, that means that they aren't here to see problems of which I cannot discern about myself. And that is where therapists shine, right? Where someone is monitoring you. And sure enough, we're gonna meet up, I think, sometime in Christmas. Or in December. Yeah. What you want to do gets a reply of what you want to do. Human conditioning. That's fair. Yeah. That's fair. Human conditioning is a very deep topic. We'll get into that later, right? For now, though, yeah, it's kind of interesting. The dualities are really big, right? It's difficult to have both if you're thinking about it in a singular point in time, right? If you're thinking about a singular action, one cannot be both in the moment and away from the moment. However, across a length of time, there are opportunities to see alarming flags and not alarming flags. And in this case, it's pretty astonishing how many times. It's like every 2 or 3 years. Every 2 or 3 years, I would encounter a situation and I would share it with my closest friends, and it gets picked up like in 5 minutes. Like it's indescribable, and it's also lucky, right? Serendipitous. It's difficult to convey what it's like to have that if you don't already have it. I don't necessarily have to describe this feeling or this connection as long if the other person have experienced it. And describing it is almost indescribable, right? Think about the idea that, oh, I always have a plan B. However, do I ever use it? And then sometimes you're thinking like, but should I use it? Just because, it's kind of like testing the fire alarm, right? If the fire alarm never goes off, how do you know it's even working anymore? If you know what I mean. Like, or checking your brakes every like year or two, even though you don't ever drive your car, that kind of thing. So I did that just now. That's why I'm a little bit late today. It was really fun. Like, it's crazy how different experiences elicit other experiences. I thought it was fantastic. And that's what I hope to see in a year's time. Like, I hope to see that other people who are language learning, right? They're off to college right now in classes, but every once in a while, like in a year's time or something, I would love to hear, like, catch up. It doesn't necessarily take it's not the volume, but the quality of the interaction and the sustainability, obviously. If we meet once a year and that is sustainable, that's awesome, right? And that's kind of the idea. Sono me, and then that looks like kata. Mikata no Eugene. Oh yeah, Eugene. That's for a friend. Eugene wa omoshiroi desu ne. It's interesting that I'm guessing your friend sees it that way. Interesting. 毎日は仕事のメンタル oh mental yeah mental to mental to something with strength. What is the read on that? We're gonna go with, oh, it's Tai. Okay, Tairoku. Ooh, Taiyoku. Oh, Tairoku. Tairoku ga ageru. Give, wait. Strength or something, yeah, physical strength. Oh, every day you improve your mental and physical strength at work. Ah, I see. Wait. It's interesting that my friend sees it that way, as in, like, you have a literal friend that sees it that way? Or are you saying it's interesting that in general we see it that way? So you have a friend that also see it that way? I really enjoy that type of thing, and improving physical and mental. And of course, here's one last thought about the improving physical strength every day. I want to emphasize that as one gets older, right? I'm not a spring chicken anymore. There is a counterforce going down. However, getting stronger also means pushing against that counterforce. So when you are mitigating strength loss, that is technically a gain. So when one gets older, in my opinion, like in terms of physical strength, let's talk about physical strength because it's more palpable for people. You have this, like, sure, you have this downward force, right? However, if you manage to stay sustainable, like maintenance, right, that's actually a positive gain. Or, like, what I mean is you're actually increasing your output in order to counteract the downward motion. So you are in fact improving every day. So sometimes I feel there can be a loss in that. Like, for example, when you get really good at something, right? And then you see like this noise up here. Like sometimes you get a little stuff, but the idea is it's gonna look something like this if you're consistently improving, right? So this is an improvement per se, where the baseline is this way. However, one thing that's not appreciated is that there's also times where the downward force is very likely possible, right? However, what you have to remember that if you step out and use other metrics, you'll realize that some people actually, on average, decline because of lack of maintenance. So you're actually producing an upward force in the maintenance. And this type of thing, maintenance, is underappreciated, in my opinion. It's very, very, and it's not to say that you can't blame human emotions for that. When you feel like you're quote unquote plateauing, I would be very careful. I would be very careful to think that it is always going to be a plateau effect. There's a chance that you're improving every day, but there are other forces that are also pushing down. So it's more like your steady state, right? And you're able to maintain a steady state. I use physical strength because it's a little bit more tangible, but that's also mental health. Like, for example, as an adult, unlike a child, let's go back to language learning a little bit. As an adult, you have far more mental stressors, far more, like, as if you're comparing to your younger self and your older self, you have far more things that you are also managing. You already mentioned time and like space, opportunities, and whatnot. So being able to learn at that capacity and expecting that you would knock it out of the park like your younger self, you're actually, in my opinion, possibly even working harder from day to day in order to achieve a noticeable progress in something like that in a child. And it's often taken as the idea that as an adult, you learn like worse. You learn worse at things versus a child, when actually I probably argue it might not be as remarkably or significantly different because of your, like, a lot of people talk about like brain plasticity and stuff. So, well, it's a summation of your brain. And I don't have to say much, but the neuronal plasticity and like the thing that people type to correlate with kids, by the time you're 5, the vast majority of your brain plasticity is already your adult brain. So how you negotiate that is due to the experience, right? So if you threw a lifetime of stress onto a child mentally and introduced that, I would like to think that that would probably slow down their progress in language learning, for example. So you are trying to maximize all the opportunities that you can learn while maintaining all the things that you have to do, right? And that is largely why when you think of your younger self, you have to think, in my opinion, one should encourage oneself to remember that you are maintaining an unfathomably longer list of mental stressors and physical demands compared to a child, compared to your younger self. And trying to gain anything from that, you know, the little bits, every part of your day, it's a gain for learning potential. So if you eat better, sleep better, have a better time at your job, feel a lot less pain, worry a little bit less about money because money came to you, all those things, I would argue, when lifted, you will continue to learn like your younger self. However, you can't change those things, a lot of those things. So you keep maintaining them. So the goal is self-improvement by way of knowing everything you do, right? At least in my opinion. So if you're really much in pain and you're having problems sleeping, I think language learning, well, right, I think most people would agree that if you then decide, oh, I should learn a language, then that learning process will become hindered, right? Significantly deficient. And that is unequivocally difficult to quantify as an adult. What statistics can prove is it's got to be worse than a kid, than their younger counterpart. Like, it's got to diminish performance. So I think it's one of the vast and most consistent conventional misconceptions about adult learning capacity, especially when it comes to fundamental skills. And one of the fundamental skills seem to be language, because all of us require a language. So it's constantly miscompared or misrepresented. If all is quantified and net considered, I would say, hopefully, no one's suffering from dementia or a neurodegenerative disorder or some inheritable neurological developmental issues. If not, generally speaking, your capacity to learn and do things are probably negligibly, if not a bit better, due to practice, like life practice, than your younger counterpart. The thing is, if you're solely focusing on a singular task, that is not the big picture, right? It's not cumulative. It's not encompassing that. And the older one gets, if you're not comfortable with that idea, I feel like it's a missed opportunity to understand how to improve yourself, right? Sometimes eating better, smiling more, having a pep in your step, slowly gaining in other areas are likely going to improve your hobbies and your job performance and stuff. It's much less for a kid Much, much less, because there, in my opinion, there are no connections with those things yet. So the older you get, this is going to be a hot take. The older you get, those little atomic habits are going to return far more and add up far more than treating things as a singular focus context, because you are no longer a child, right? You are no longer your younger self, inexperienced and hyper focused, like effortlessly hyper focused. You are an adult, and sure enough, even people with attention deficit, or maybe like incredible sustained attention, they are still far more juggling with more things at once than their younger self. We're not talking about comparing you with other people. Imagine your younger self. I would say universally, most people will probably agree with me that they think way more things when they're older than younger. And that comes with the element of balance in learning. And here, I would not be able to do this as a child. Well, I mean, sometimes I do. I had the beginning building blocks fairly young, and I already said 5 years old, right? 5 years old. So I started doing these type of shorthand things quite early on. I think these are the techniques that ended up making it that people, like, I was evaluated as someone that's gifted, because usually these strategies come, in my opinion, come a bit later with more experience. But I wasn't interested in a lot of other things, like behavioral things that didn't deal with the acquisition of knowledge. So, that's me right now. Even though you're 6, something keeping me going towards your wants, needs, and goals. That's great, Cozy. I hope you get better soon. Actually, did you manage to deal with your toothache, Cozy, that you mentioned? It was today that you were gonna see if you can get a checkup, right, with the dentist. Let's see. Niju Hachi Sai desu. Oh, I didn't realize you can write Sai like that. Is that Sai? Yes, that's Sai. Sai desu. What is it? Saikin, no? Kinjitsu. Interesting. Kinjitsu wa Ju 30代をある. Okay, that's probably you will be 30 soon. Yatta! I did it. I love the yatta. Yeah, you will be 30 soon. And here's my happy here's what I say when people say happy birthday, and the next thing they come out of their mouth is like, oh man, I'm getting old. It's awesome that you are able to live 28 years, and I hope you will celebrate your 30 years of accumulated experience. And overall, I hope those 30 years of cumulative experience will take you further and further for the next years to come, right? Living 30 years and being celebratory about 30 years is a feat in its own right. So when someone says, yeah, all right, 30 years, let's make it a good one. All right, let's make the next year a good one. That is someone that speaks volumes. As opposed to someone like, man, 30 years, what have I been doing with the last 30 years? Well, I really, really hope that you know what you have been doing the last 30 years. Tell me about it. Let's sit down. I don't know if this sounds boring to you, but if someone wanted to like celebrate their birthday, I would sit down and want to hear about what 30 means to them. because it's a great opportunity for retrospection. And I certainly would find it way, way more interesting by constantly egging the person on to talk about themselves during a birthday, because that's what I feel birthdays are symbolic about. You live 30 years. Let's talk about some of those 30 years. And largely, it could be both bad and good. The idea is that's what it means. Time is great, and it's bad, and it's great, up and down, right? Anyways, all right, we digressed like a little too much during our recall. Okay. Well, thanks for that. Really appreciate it. Okay. So umagi. Umagi, we have other belongings, right? Let's go with beruto. Beruto. There's a reason I'm using beruto. Beruto, right? Then we have obi. Ugh, my hands got cold. These old hands. Okay, obi. Obi. Necktie. Ne. Necktie. Necktie. Is there anything else? No. So we take these three. Oh, and I had another notation. Brackets. Brackets is a group. It constitutes a group. So shimeru. Yeah, shimeru. Right. Thread. So we take thread and throw in this weird dude. Right? And of course I ran it too close. Writing from left to right is tough with right stuff. So thread. By tough, I mean the spacing. Whoops. No one will know. Right. So, shimeru. To put on something that requires tying, so to speak. So, this shimeru. Then we have yubiwa. Yubiwa. Sorry, had to cough. I'll hydrate now. So yubiwa and tebukuro. I think tebukuro goes in this category too. I have to double check. Tebukuro. This is what I'm using for prototypic. It might not. Ameru. right? Hameru hana, hameru. So for gloves and rings, right? Glove and ring. And then I decided to choose botan. Botan for hazu soto, hazusu, to unbutton or to unfasten something. I just think of it as unbuttoning. It's a special use case in this unit. And I think that's it for the unit. How does the stuff you're writing down works? What do the arrows mean? Oh yeah, I just explained that. But spinach, let me explain this. Let me explain this for the unit 67, or the way I'm going about it. So seifuku is it's actually I think the unit is called clothing or something, describing clothing or discussing clothing. So seifuku is the core. So seifuku, uniform, and a type of uniform by logic. So an arrow is a logic shift. So seifuku, a type of seifuku is sebiro, which is a suit. So like if you go to work, shigoto. So shigoto will go in this arrow. However, it's not part of the unit. So shigoto is not the unit. So I use a shorthand. So when I think of an arrow, I think of what connects these two. So in my mind, I'm saving some time, but I'm also challenging myself to keep that. So shigoto would be in the arrow, so to speak. So it's a logic connection. A plus sign is either a switch in the character while keeping the other character, if I didn't rewrite it, or it's an addition ending, or before or after. And then brackets are for group associations, and then the arrow is still the logic. And then tildes are for when it can be completed by something more than one thing that I'm not listing. So for example, seifuku is a type of uniform. Sebiro is a type of uniform. And then related to fuku, a type of clothing, like seifuku, there's yofuku, which was introduced in this. And they listed as Western clothing. I'm not sure what that means, but we'll keep it for that for now. And then extending from this group is a type of clothing, right? So umegi, uwagi. And then gi, if I need to highlight a specific character that has multiple branches, this will highlight most of the shorthand. So gi, in this case, uwagi is jacket. However, this gi is also chaku. Chaku is also associated with 4 counters that was reintroduced or reviewed in this unit, which is hon, mai, tsu, and kumi. This gi or chaku is also ki, which is kiru, right? Kiru for wearing, which is related to the clothing thing here. And then ki also goes into kimono. So ki plus mono, which is a clothing, and is in this unit. And kimono is related to yukata. So the arrow is a logic leap, right? Yukata and kimono are related by logic. Also, since uagi is a jacket, they introduce kawa, which is leather, right? Also beruto again, but kawa, you can think of it as a leather jacket. But that's an adjective leap. And then to the right is sode, which is sleeves. Uagi have sleeves, right? Sode. And then sode can be described as long sleeve or short sleeve, which is naga or nagai, and han. So han sode, naga sode. I added nagai because another introduction is michikai, which michikai was only introduced as the e adjective. So it goes from nagai e, logic shift, to a michikai. So that's kind of like a great example of how that works. It's a good one to flex all the little shorthand, or practice all the shorthand that I've come up with over the years. Over the months. It hasn't even been a year yet. And then here you have, right? You have uwagi. Uwagi is hiru, right? So then we move to beruto, obi, and necktie, which is associated with shimeru. This specific shimeru, which is to put on a belt, sash, or a necktie. And then a separate group of clothing, right? It's extended from this clothing. We have yubiwa and ebukuro, which uses hameru for putting on as well, restricted to the clothing. And then there's a side one for the opposite. When you put on something, you take off something. And the one specific example that I remember from this unit is that was interesting to remember was botan, which is to if you combine it with hazusu, it becomes unbuttoned. And I thought that was really interesting. You can take other things off, but I prefer to pick up unique things. And then that's my review of Unit 67. There are at least 20 to 30 things in here. Actually, I think... No, it's the other unit. So now we're going to review Unit 66. I haven't gotten an opportunity yet to explain the shorthand stuff. However, sometime down the road, I'll probably do another review. You don't obviously have to do it this way. I wanted to illustrate some of this stuff because I think other people, like you'll come up with your own version. I like to encourage people to try do your own version of this. Like, how would you connect things when you don't have to relate to a lot of things and whatnot? Like, for example, one way you can relate nagai to michikai, you could conjugate nagai to nagakunai, right? Nagakunai, as opposed to, like, it's instead of long and short, you could say it's not long. So then you can remind yourself of how to conjugate and negate e adjectives, right? There are many other ways. However, I try to confine it largely to the unit's vocabulary because that's where the focus is. I do that for Chinese as well. And when they're super loose and they're not connected, then I rely on other different strategies. But this one was really well connected, so it wasn't too bad. And when you do it once, which I do it at the end of... So today, since it's day one, I will do this same thing at the end of today's session. And I do recalls in the beginning, right? So every beginning I do this. And then at the end of day one, I'm coming up with it. Yesterday was Chinese day one, so I work up something. And then for the next 2 days, I work on like adding stuff if there are stuff to it or not. And I don't worry about whether I remember this even more later on because I'm going to be building these up. So at some point, building this network up will encourage me to constantly remind myself of other things that are still here. Like other things that are missing are all the clothing, right? Under Kiru, you have like koto, seta, shatsu, waishatsu. Waishatsu is a good one actually. Maybe we should add the katakana that are new. Waishatsu is a very specific one for dress shirt, right? How do I do Y? So waishatsu. Was there any other katakana phrases that are new? I try to keep it restricted to writing the new combinations while writing shorthand for all the repeated vocabulary that I would need to connect these two. So those are what the arrows mean. There are things I know that connects these two together. Yeah, we'll leave that there for now. So unit 66. So now we're going to go back to unit 66, which is discussing groceries. Groceries. So we have Niku, right? Niku logic, right? Niku Tori Niku. Right. Tori Niku. I don't need to play. Uta, right? Uta Niku. And Gyu Niku. Tamago. Oops. I don't want to talk about it. Sakana. Yasai. Udamono. Right. So we have meat, chicken, pork, beef, eggs, fish, vegetables, and fruit. So those are categorically in the same, right? And there's an arrow from Niku because there are more than one type of meat. For example. So that's kind of how I'm grouping them. I don't want the thing about shorthand. The thing about shorthand is that you don't want to overuse shorthand. Then it can get a little too complicated, or at least it's a balance. Do I use any other tools to learn Japanese? Not really. I think 80% of the things, 80% of the learning comes from Duolingo right now. 80%. 20% is whenever I'm practicing. So when the stream goes off, I practice Japanese. And when I practice Japanese, from time to time, something interesting might come up that I am super interested in, and it can passively be absorbed, right? So passive learning I value less quite a bit in terms of like the percentage. So because when you're doing passive, you're not actively trying to learn something. You're learning by interest, like tangential interest. So when stream goes off, whatever I learn in Duolingo, I'm practicing it. So I try to catch it in the wild. I try to find an opportunity in the day to say, what kind of situation would I do? Would I be in if I needed to use this vocabulary? And then in the wild, if that vocabulary happens to come up in something that I enjoy watching, which happens to be a lot of Japanese content, even Korean content, even though I'm not learning Korean, and Chinese, right? I might learn a word or two, pick up a word or two here and there, pick up a grammar point here and there. However, when it comes to learning, I only need to learn at a pace that I can maintain. And Duolingo introduces 20 to 30 new things every single unit. And I have 3 days to try to, 3 days in Duolingo and then 6 days in my cycle to try to integrate as much of it as I can into my practice of use of it. And then so on and so forth. So I'm not pushing myself for more things. I think even trying to get this stuff into my permanent practice is already quite a lot. So right now I am not using a lot of other tools to learn Japanese because the volume is sufficient for me. Other tools I do use to practice in case like something is other like things that I do to practice Japanese is I listen to Japanese. I listen and read Japanese in many different ways. I'm sure you've heard most of these. Practicing involves outputting. So I'm using all the knowledge that I have, like these things, in the moment or long term, and see if I can pick them out. All the things I don't know, I'm less concerned about them, unless they're really, really interesting. So it makes up like the other 20% if it's super interesting. Like I need to know this word to understand the rest of it. Maybe. Most of the time though, if I don't understand it, I don't understand it. I pick up whatever I can hear, understand, or use. Because when I stop learning, I want the reward and the engagement of practicing what I have learned. So my days are constantly separated by a focus on encoding as much as I can and outputting. In the beginning of every Duolingo stream, I am outputting what I practiced the previous day. So as in during the Duolingo stream, I am learning the things, organizing them into something I can practice, and the stream goes off. Then as I'm watching my, I don't know, my anime or my podcast or something, I'm slowly going over whatever I learned to practice it. And then the next day, you'll see me rehearse my practice again before learning again. So the first 30 minutes, although I digress today, that's why it's already been like an hour and a half. My bad. And my internet is cutting out. I don't know if the audio is cutting out. Sorry about that, but it seems like my bitrate just tanked all of a sudden. So I apologize if it's like, if the visuals are, okay, it's back again. All right. No? Yeah, on my OBS, it's saying I'm dropping. So, okay. And that's what I'm doing, by the way, Spinach. So, as long as my audio's good, I think we'll be fine for now. Yeah, so that's what I'm doing right now. I think I'm in a fairly good place in slowly introducing new things. So every week I'm learning 30-ish things. And I would say on average it's about 10 characters, 10 kanji characters, maybe practicing 4 or 5 grammar points, and another half would be vocabulary, right? Like new vocabulary. And that's it. We stay steady. So now I'm basically focusing on how to make this more and more efficient, as in how do I get more and more clever in bringing things I practice back into Duolingo, and how do I continue to bring Duolingo stuff out into all the things I practice. So I don't have any other learning tools per se outside of your dictionary. Your dictionary and a sound bank, right? Something that I can type in and hear something about, because most of the time I'm hearing and reading anyways. So that's where I am now. I think for the most part, I believe I have enough fundamentals in which I can gather at least some idea of what I'm listening and what I'm listening to on things I want to watch and read. So now it's a slow and steady process of practicing while using Duolingo as a source of inspiration. So these logics connecting these things may be something that's not in Duolingo, because now I have enough foundations. So hopefully, I don't know why my bitrate keeps going up and down, but hopefully that stabilizes. And yeah, that's what we're at right about now. So most of the time, the nice thing about this approach is it's self-correcting, at least in my opinion. I'm self-correcting. There are many places where I have to be diligent, right? This place will reveal if I have any gaps and any interesting like nuances that I'm missing or messing up, and then I'm constantly in the process of comparing it to something that is largely reliable for these things. And then when I go to practice it, I still am I'm trying my best to focus on the things I think are true still, and those things double check me. So that's how we're going about it. It's slow, it's methodical. However, it relieves the insecurity, in my opinion. It relieves the insecurity for myself on being exhausted when I want to practice and being refreshed when I want to learn. So every day I start my learning lesson with reminding myself what I practiced the previous day, right? I get a warm-up. This is my warm-up for today. My recall, the thing that I feel most people dislike, in my opinion. Most people, from the impression I've gotten, is that they don't like recalling unaided. So if I gave you a blank piece of paper and you write down all the things you learned yesterday, that's usually the part where I find that most people would tell themselves, oh, I already know this. I don't need to write this. Like, I already know this. I don't have to go over this, right? And that's fine. And it works for those who are diligent enough after the fact. It could also be something fun. So the recall session, the beginning of my stream, I'm warming up. This is my warm-up. Yesterday, I did the deed. Today, I'm warming up. I should know these things. These are the things that I practice in the evening. So if whenever someone comes in during this time, they're like, oh, so are you doing this all from memory? And it would be like, oh, wow, that's impressive. You must be really smart, that kind of thing. It's like, well, no, not particularly, because I practice these things afterwards. So like I didn't stop thinking about these when I'm not streaming. I actually deliberately wrote these things so that it's easier for me to practice, right? And the nice thing about the way I'm laying it out this way is if I remember one thing, all the other things are connected. So when I go to recall, I only have to recall the first thing most of the time. Sometimes when I forget something in between, right, I will ask myself, okay, so if I only remember one of these characters, what is a flanking character that's related to that? So I'm starting to create a network. At some point, I need to find a way to connect all the things so that when one fails, there are two other connections that will reinforce that missing thing. And so far for kanji, to remember kanji, that's how I remember radicals. I didn't pick up a book, in my opinion, personally, I didn't pick up a book and study radicals, like for writing what this radical means, what this radical means. I started doing this with radicals because I have no idea what they mean. So I took whatever I know about one radical, put it in the middle. What are all my connections to this radical? And that's what Duolingo actually does. To me, if I had to summarize what the kanji section, the principles behind the kanji section and the Hanzi section in Duolingo, it is built around associating the arrows. The arrows mean they're either associated by sound, meaning, unit, like chronological unit, the writing, or a component of the writing. And then that component of the writing meaning like its general shape, right? Like if there's a panel here, then there are other characters with panels. So you might not think that sakana helps me remember yasai, but it does. Because sakana, this little panel here, is in yasai. And yasai, kudamono, you can see that even singular parts of the characters are, I didn't write them in arbitrary order. It's an association process. So the stronger it is, the more associations you have, the easier it becomes to remember. Like yasai and kudamono is also complementary in terms of its meaning. When you think of vegetables, you think of fruits. So that's kind of, and then when I think of tamago, something like healthy with great fats, you know, your fat vitamin, like vitamins, fats, good cholesterol, that kind of thing, I think of fish, sakana. So there are stories behind the order that I'm writing them in as well. And for me, niku, I wrote it in a specific order. So this stuff I don't want to explain because it's individualized. You don't need to, like, this stuff is not particularly helpful for other people. You should have and be aware of your own preferences. I wrote chicken, pork, beef. I didn't write beef, pork, chicken, or beef, chicken, pork. It's actually deliberate that I wrote chicken, pork, beef. Those are my order of meats. Like, I quite enjoy and eat more frequently chicken, followed by pork, Chinese, sorry, and then beef. So it's a very specific order. And then things like nagai before, like nagasode before ansode, because I think of positive things before negative things. But some people might say, oh, but it could be too long. It's like, well, a lot of times I think long is more of something and short is less of something. So I start with the positive things a lot of times before the negative things, right? Then when I think of nagai, I think of mijikai, right? Which is short as well. The alternative is if you understand yourself really well, you could do like synonyms instead. You could link hansode with mijikai in this case, because they're both kind of an element of short. So the way you organize the information is also very individualized. coming up with these associations are, in fact, in my opinion, the literal way neuronal connections are made in your mnemonics. So when people talk about mnemonics could look like this. It's up to you, and I highly encourage, though in my opinion, the wilder it becomes, and you might be thinking, oh, but that'll take more time to remember. Yes, but you'll spend less time trying to remember it. I know sometimes it can be hard to invest first and trust the process versus the other way around. It's not for everyone, so you have to go and try it out yourself. I prefer to spend an hour coming up with this, an hour and 2 at the end of my stream coming up with this, knowing that when I turn off the stream, I only have to do this like once or twice versus sitting there going through my Anki deck and going over like 20 or 30 times, trying to remember them in separate things. That's kind of the trade-off. You will, without saying too much, I'm not saying one is better than the other. You might actually end up getting to the same exact place when all things are counted up, right? The idea is I am offering an alternative, or I am demonstrating an alternative. People have asked me, do I use flashcards? I don't use flashcards. There was a time when I was younger that I used flashcards because I didn't want to invest time in creating associations myself. So now here's a caveat that I want to disclaimer. Hello there, Shady. I want to make a disclaimer about. You can be using a even more efficient tool than Duolingo to create context. However, if you're not creating a context because there is context provided for you, you are doing less, in my opinion. So like if you have a graded reader, I talked about this 2 days ago. If you have a graded reader and you're reading a story, right? That story is provided for you. So when I go and read a graded reader, I'm going to create more detail and retell the story in my own words. I might even do a shorthand version, like use this exact method to summarize the story. You know, when you're in school, when someone says, oh, how do you take notes? You outline the notes. Or how do you take a note of your teacher? You write it in your own words, right? That thing creates effort. You are creating the connections you are able to conceive and understand at the moment. Copying the notes down, copying exactly what is from it, does give some passive experience, for sure. Then you can up that game. It is upping that game that is far different. As I got older into university life and stuff, I come prepared knowing exactly what my teacher is going to write. He already gave me all the material. I'm already ready for all of that. So now as that person is instructing, I'm looking and creating another layer of understanding, or maybe clarifying things that I don't know at the time. So when the stream is off, there are going to be times like, oh yeah, I don't remember this. That's a breakdown. So when I go back to learning again, I'll correct it. So I tend to wait. So when people get really concerned, like, oh, you've made this error like today, like, well, I can probably assure you that the finer details will get ironed out because I'm constantly making my due diligence. I'm encouraging myself to like the process of going over the same things, but in a different way. So next time, if I go back to this unit, it will be different. It will look different. If I review this unit Like if I review like unit 2 from section 2, my recall when I create this thing is going to look different now because I'm no longer the same person, right? The flashcards, when you're given flashcards and you're given graded readers, if you're not changing that, morphing that, building on top of that, then you cannot learn more or improve beyond what is there. So that's largely how I feel about flashcards and sticking to one method. The idea is, I'm not talking about what you will learn. You will definitely learn more things, like add more flashcards. You'll learn more semantics. I haven't ever learned a language by myself before, so I'm more invested in how I'm going about learning the content. And the content, it doesn't matter what method you use, you're gonna learn something if you're invested in learning. So in my opinion, how fast, how slow, yeah, that's definitely a preference. If you want to learn fast, working on how you learn is gonna slow you down. I am putting down the roots of how I'm optimizing for my way of learning. So in the future, it'll pay back. It'll constantly pay back. Like if I pick up Chinese, which I did, I applied all my things moving forward, right? And then when I go to Spanish, all of the stuff is going to follow into Spanish. I'm working on my tool set, my learning capacity, my like critical thinking capacity. So it might not look like I'm getting a lot of progress, but you know, Chinese is fun. Shady, how are you, Shady? Yes, chicken is where it's at today. I it looks like I started my day with the digression, so it's pretty nice to see you during a digression. How are you, Shady? Has life been less busy and more rewarding, or perhaps even more busy and you're loving it? I only phrase the positive outcomes. You cannot be negative about this. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Did the chicken come before the egg? Oof. In this case, yes, Cozy. The chicken came before the egg. In this case, because Niku Bori, I'm obviously making a literal joke here, but I wrote egg after chicken, so the chicken came before the egg. You're good. I don't remember I told you, but I got the promotion you were gunning for. I think I might have known. Yes, you did. You did mention that. Congratulations, JD. I don't know where Sub-Zero is, but Sub-Zero recently got a job offer. And he really settled his heart on it. So people are going places. I love it. Currently more busy than I was before since I'm training up my replacement dev lead while also doing managers. It's rewarding work, which is good. Excellent. Love hearing a progress, like an update. So, what? Wait, you got a promo, but you are already dev lead. Are you telling me you're like a group director now or something? What is above dev lead? Cozy, be careful. Shady is like a big deal now. Went from dev lead to engineering manager. Oh, managerial. Interesting. Shady is a proper boss now. Congratulations, Shady. Congratulations. Alright, let me finish the recall on unit 66. It's about groceries, in case it wasn't too obvious. I'll be working, but yeah, hopefully you get well soon, Cozy. Oh, did you respond? I might have missed your response. Did you manage to get your tooth pain in check? Did you get lucky and I got your toothache in check. You also passed the benchmark of learning the 300 characters from the new HSK1, which is pretty sweet. Nice. High five. At the moment, we are between HSK 2 and 3, and I think we are at 900 characters, something like that, at the moment for Chinese. So it's pretty sweet. Oh, and I got a chance to talk a little bit too. So things are going well in the Chinese front. Yeah. Not bad. Japanese is I'm gonna say around 600 maybe. I don't want to say any higher than 100. Your company works on stuff for the Department of Defense. Can't really go into more detail. Shh. Yeah. Is it safe to thank you for your service? I mean, Department of DOD. I mean, I know you're not in the military, but or are you? Kidding, but yeah. Way to do important jobs, right? Way to do important jobs. I think the only time I had government security was when I was in a government lab. But that was about it. Yeah, the DOD. All right. Let's see. Kudamono. Oh, spices. Don't forget to season your food, guys. Maybe not too much shio. Shio. Kosho. Sato. I don't think there's a line there, right? We'll check later. Sato. Shady is a secret agent, you know. You gotta be careful. We don't know. We don't know, man. That's pretty sweet. Say no more. But neat. No, talk locks. I'll likely have to dip here soon for dinner and stuff. Yeah, no worries. You keep at it. Thank you for whatever you're doing for the Department of Defense. You already know everything about me, so no risk. Man. You know what's funny about that? I don't know how often people will respond to that, but for me, I'm like, I hope you know everything about me, because I want people to know that whatever I'm doing, I'm at least trying my hardest to be a contributor, right? So no worries about here. Even if you do know, here's the thing. I respect other people who want like their, you know, rights to privacy and whatnot. However, I'm willing to share most things because I live a life of very, very few regrets. So it's perfectly all right. First name, PhD. A few people know, have already put together what my like here and there from my stories what my name is. Actually, since I worked in a public space, right? It goes without saying that you can connect the dots and find me publicly. Like, what isn't being able to publicly be available nowadays, right? If you ever published anything, work in a public space, something that's government run, you can probably find me. That's I don't think it takes like a genius. So, and I'm proud of the things that I've done. So perfectly all right. Shady. No way. Kidding. It's funny that you call yourself Shady Endless though. You know, now that you placed all the things together, it's kind of funny that you decided on like a handle called Shady Endless. I'm just saying, just throwing that out there. What are you having for dinner before you dip? The origin of username is actually really dumb. Now you can't, now you have to explain it. Now I need to hear this. Better live up to the hype, I'm telling you. Show you. Okay. Meatloaf and mashed potatoes? Nice. Meatloaf and mashed potatoes, huh? I hadn't had a proper meatloaf in a while. Sounds like a classic meal. So when you were a kid, I really liked Eminem. Oh, Slim Shady, of course. Dang. I was really into graphic design. It was a forum that I was a member of. Oh, excuse me, called Endless Graphics. And so you made Shady Endless by, yeah, a Slim Shady fan, huh? My whole image of your incognito being has shifted. I'm kidding. Eminem, huh? Designed a bunch of those forum signatures that used to be all the rage back in the day. Okay. Oh, yeah. Yes, I know what you mean by the forum signatures. Okay. So Shady Endless. Groceries. What are we doing? Oh, right. Now we gotta describe this. So, Ichiban. Ichiban. Chisai mise? Oh, excuse me. Mise? Or 10? Maybe like 10 night. That's kind of neat. 10 night. 10 night. Yeah, Yasui. Akai. Takai, we got Au. Uru. uru, harau. Oh, interesting. Cozy. Cozy is also familiar. I haven't. I saw those things though, the BB codes. I thought they looked pretty cool back in the day. I was the unequivocal forum lurker. Forums were my YouTube back in the day. Forum with my YouTube and Twitch back in the day. I farmed behavior. Those BB codes served as like behavioral, like deductive research. So like I looked at like signature designs and whatnot, and then looked at their like pattern of looking at their comment history and stuff. So I was like looking at behavioral patterns when it comes to how someone responds and whatnot, and collectively like creating some experience on how to connect interest and mannerisms and nowadays obviously we have Twitch and YouTube, so I can do that for days, where you sit there, look at like their refinements, how they represent their self in social media, and then connect them with the way they behave. Behavioral studies, early days. Was still doing it early days, back in the forum day. I'm used to code them. I did programming and other things, but specialized in networking and building PCs. Interesting. If you had it on profile, it was as if you were looked up to. Oh, I see. I found it like you know when you're writing an email and you have a signature, as in like your stocked thing that you worked out really well, right? Like your title or like your position and stuff. That is like even further back boomer version of the BB codes. Then now the BB codes are replaced with the launch page. The launch page, maybe of your Facebook launch page or your YouTube channel launch page. So naturally I went from there studying behavior to now. So over the years we had to transition, or I had to transition over and over again, so that I can better be like, I like being able to be useful from a like a behavioral standpoint. So it's a lot of fun. It's also, you know, as I've said before, I do fear what other people can do with that. Social link spanners, yeah. With that in mind, it is easily abused. So or very opportunistically abused. So I kind of like to be someone who may be able to be a counterforce. So that's kind of, and then here we are, right, in the present day. Heavily invested in other people's behaviors at a distance. I won't tell you if you don't ask me. That's pretty much it, right? I'm starting to sound like I work for the government or something, some clandestine organization. Sorry, I don't. I wouldn't mind being able to. That would be kind of interesting. And I wouldn't be able to do this anymore. So who knows? Who knows? So, okane. Okane harau. No. and ya. Take care. Take care. Yes, happy language learning. Good luck. Good luck. I look forward to our next occasional meeting. Bring back a story, you know? Definitely write a story down and then entertain us. You know? Oh, there's Sub-Zero. Too late. Sub-Zero is always late. Fashionably late. Kidding. Alright. Actually, we're fashionably. So that's the difference. We're fashionably late. He's here. Yeah, we digressed already today. So now we can focus on our tasks. Got it all out. Was there anything else? We're leaving this unit behind, so let's see if there's anything else. Oh, like Ana Diamondo. Sounds so good when it leaves the mouth, right? Diamondo. Ankachi. Those are the new ones. So you got some time to celebrate? Did you make some time to celebrate Sub-Zero, or are you still in that I can't celebrate right now, life is too short situation? Ankachi. With that we have Ageru. Right. With that we have Ageru. Ageru and Morau. Maybe like Ikaga. Ikaga works too. Ikaga. Mo choto is good. Mo choto. Oh, actually, the last unit had what was it? Doyatte. Doyatte is pretty good. Do. Doyatte. I might have to double check that one. Yeah, doyatte. Nah, you're on your grind right now. The dentist even told me I'm grinding in your sleep. Eesh. Wow, literally grinding. Yeah, I was gonna ask you. It's nice that you got your wisdom teeth removed. So how is the post wisdom teeth life? Okay, I think we're good. Let's move into our new vocabulary today. Discuss interest. Ooh, there's a big box with a table in it. Oh, it's introducing plain form. We have been doing plain form for a while now, so it's all good. Let's see, manga. Oh, interesting. Oh, they're using man. Interesting, man. Yeah, and then ga from like eiga or doga. Manga. I feel like I've seen this enough that we know what manga is. Manga o yomu. Yomu no yomo no. Yomu. Oh yomu no. Wait. Interesting. Yomu no ga ii desu. So using no to kind of like nominalize read, and then saying you like reading manga. Interesting. Or maybe it's connecting. Oh, and it's happening multiple times. Oh, interesting. It's kind of like gerunizing it, but this is probably the generative, right? Generative no. Mix it into a noun. So, 映画を飲むのが好きです. Actually, let me hear that.
漫画を読むのが好きです。
読むの, oh wow, 読むの.
漫画を読むのが好きです。
Yeah, 読むのが好きです. 好きです. Oh, 読むのが好きです. Interesting. It's gone pretty bad to blunt. It's bad over a week and I'm still feeling pain. I think it's got infected in the beginning, but it's recovering through it seems. All right. Well, I hope it is what it is. Infection complications are scary. Do you plan on getting when is your next checkup on the healing, or do they just let you go free-ranged? Hopefully the infection calms down. Otherwise, I would say nip it in the bud and get some possibly antibiotics for that infection. Yeah, this part, you know, getting infections in the head part goes like really close to your brainstem, you know. It goes very close to your brain. Kanojo wa basketball o suru no ga suki desu. Okay. Nothing new there except for the no. 私は中学ね? Oh, that is basketball, right? Oh, they're saying a different way to say basketball. Oh, baseball, sorry. Just kidding. Just kidding. That's baseball. I saw the hit. Well, I mean, I guess you still use hit. That's kind of neat though. So it uses qiu. Ta q. So q is equivalent to qiu. Oh, that's interesting. Just kidding. Baseball. So that's not ta q. It's ha q, right? No, not ha q. Yeah, it's ta q. Wait, which q is it? Ta q. しています。
私は中学から野球をしています。
Oh, yaku. Dang it. What did I say first? Did I say ha, or ya? I don't know.
私は中学から野球をしています。
Whatever. It's one of those. Okay. Yaku. So, it's Q. So, this is legacy. They picked yasai. So my relationship with baseball and another word is vegetables. Oh, that's interesting. So now I have to imagine. So here's my association, right? How do I remember yaku? The ya in yaku. I have to think of a very, very long, kind of girthy, green celery. And then I'll remember yaku. I know what you guys are thinking. Where did I go with where did I come up with that? Because yasai is a vegetable. So I thought of long and girthy celery, you know? Bushy at one end and, you know, round at the other end. Sorry, kids. All right. So, 私は中学から野球をしています。Okay. Yeah, so have been playing baseball and still currently does しています。私は走るのが違いです。That's 違い, right?
私は走るのが嫌いです。
Oh, that's 嫌い. Wait a minute. Have I been saying 違い and 嫌い incorrectly? Oh no. Alright. Oh no. I was writing chikai at the time. Oh, but I was writing kirai and I was saying it. Oh, I forgot about kirai. It's fine. I might have been interchanging chikai and kirai. That's fine. Now we know. Okay. Chikai. I mean karai. Kirai. Kirai. Okay. Listen, you little goobers. You guys gotta recover from that tooth pain, alright? Don't be high-fiving each other for tooth pain. Silly goobers. 父は写真を撮るのがね up hand です。終わって It kinda, so we could take the te from like tebukuro, and then we could take the uwa from like uwagi, as opposed to using ue. Oh, it could be no uete. No, that sounds wrong. So let's do uwate. Yes, it's probably not it.
父は写真を撮るのが上手です。
Jozu. Oh, that's how you say jozu. So it's zu and jo. Oh, wow. I was way off the mark, but it's good. It's good. Jozu. That's actually a new vocabulary. Old and new vocabulary. It doesn't look like good as in like e or yoko. Right? So, but it's jozu. I don't remember having jozu. Cool. We got jozu. So Nihongo, right? Nihongo ga jozu desu. Right? So Maku's a loser without tooth pain. I'll show you some tooth pain. Do you feel it yet, Sub-Zero? You better be laughing and feeling tooth pain right now. I'll show you. There's another verb form in Japanese called plain form. Yeah, plain form is what you see in dictionaries and it's often used when talking casually with friends. Here are some common examples. Right? Oyogu. Right? Oyogu. What the heckers is that? I didn't get this yet.
撮ります。
Oh, 撮ります. Oh, I see how it's related to toru, the other toru. I see. So toru, 閉める、食べる、見る、する、いる, and da. Of course, da. You don't need to worry too much about playing form at the moment. This is just a small introduction, but if you hear someone using these verbs with you, you'll know you'll know they like you enough to be super casual with you. There you go. Provided they're Japanese or a Japanese cultural enthusiast who happen to know discern the difference between casual form and formal form, right? Or being formal.
大丈夫
Daijoubu. There it is, folks.
大丈夫
Wait, I've already forgotten what the topic is. Oh, discuss interest. Daijoubu.
は
We're finally getting into our lesson, folks. No time like the present. And my bitrate has been going up and down today, so I don't know what the deal with that is, but hopefully it normalizes. Marco's gonna go punch teeth. Yeah. What is that? Oh, bongo. Yeah, bongo. We know bongo.
番号
Oh, it's two. Bongo. Interesting. Bongo.
背広
Kawa. I'm gonna punch some teeth out, right? That sounds like it really hurts. I wouldn't want to hurt myself in the process.
大丈夫大丈夫
Punching someone's teeth out sounds like it's really painful.
大丈夫大丈夫
I haven't done it before. I have punched a lot of things in my life. Not quite someone's teeth though.
大丈夫番号
Bango.
大丈夫 短い洋服番号
制服番号
番号
Assigned in number. Oh, that's how they're going about
Bango.
it. Okay, bango. Sure.
彼女の電話番号は何ですか
彼女の電話番号は何ですか? Yeah. That's what that's for. What is her phone number? Oh, that's kind of okay. Out of context.
大丈夫です。
大丈夫です. You don't look 大丈夫. That wait, how are you going about this? I want to say, is that really the
大丈夫です。
oh my gosh, guys, listen, is this really the phrase? Oh no, I think I've had it all. Oh no. Are you guys thinking what I'm thinking? I don't think I process that when that's all right is that's all right. As opposed to that's all right. As in that's okay, that's fine. Is this actually the grammatical way of doing things? I don't know.
レシートは大丈夫ですレシート
レシートは大丈夫です。
大丈夫です
I don't need a receipt.
これが
Heck you.
私の電話番号です
You've never said all right? Okay. Wow, I got a shock to my system right now. これが私の電話番号です。これが私の電話番号です。This is my number. my phone number.
これは先生の字です。
Nevertheless. Kappa. Nevertheless, we'll show you a nevertheless. これは先生の字? I'm kidding.
これは先生の字です。
Oh, it is G.
字。
Oh, okay. Translates, right? Translates it really well. これは先生の字です。Handwriting? Interesting.
誰が結婚するんですか？
するんですか? Oh, emphasis. 誰がね? 誰が結婚するんですか? Who are you married to? Oh, who is getting married? Who is getting... Oh, yeah. With a punch. するんですか? ですか? Extra emphasis. Coming from the most enthusiastic of the characters. No? Oh, hey. What a coincidence. Then it followed up by Zadi. Okay. 誰が結婚するんですか? Are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay, Annie? We just went over that yesterday. Wasn't it yesterday, Cozy, or was it 2 days ago?
大丈夫。
大丈夫ですか?
でか。
大丈夫ですか? Okay.
彼女。
彼女は
バスケットボール。
バスケットボール。
の。
Wait, how does this work?
するの
するのが好きです。
好きです。お。
ね? This seems like it makes sense. 彼女はバスケットボールをするのが好きです。Yes. 2 days ago? Man, the days kind of blur, Cozy. What are we gonna do?
彼は字が下手です。
Which episode am I on right now? I'm on episode 7. It's the beginning of the mukbang challenge. Pretty sure it's 7. 彼は字が上手です。
彼は字が下手です。
Oh, 下手です。
下手。
Oh, no. Oh, that's 下手。
下手。
Oh, that's why 上手 and 下手。Oh. 下手。Oh, you see. Well, what do you see, huh, Sub-Zero? What do you see? Yesterday I was playing Hearthstone with someone, so didn't quite watch the rest. I was playing Hearthstone. His handwriting is bad.
私はピアノが下手です。
Put you upside down. What I'm gonna do with you?
私はピアノが下手です。
私が
ピアノ
No, 私はピアノが下手です。
です。私はピアノが下手です。
ピアノが下手です。
お料理が上手ですね。
お料理。Oh, that sounds kind of cool. Oriori. You know what that reminds me of? Olio. Or like, what is it? What is that dish? Aji oriorio or something. Agiolio? Agiolio? I can't remember. It's kind of like it's an Italian. I don't remember anymore. Let me see if I can find it. It's delicious and I'm hungry. Agiolio? No. Aliolio. Yeah, aliolio. I don't know. Agilolio. I don't know how to pronounce it. But it's really delicious, by the way. It's basically spaghetti with olive oils. With olive oil. That's all it is. Okay, with garlic and olive oil. I prepare it a lot on my down days. I actually chill the spaghetti. So like take your, I don't know, standard whatever pasta you're gonna go with, because you know we're not swimming in expendable income. Usually some sort of barilla is standard enough. Barilla, barilla, we're gonna say it American style here. Cook the pasta, right? Cook the pasta to al dente. Put it in ice cold water. You know, blast train. I know, blasphemous, but I'm more like treating it like soba noodles and whatnot. And then put it, you know, plate it into like prep. This is for prep, right? You put them into your glass containers, right? Your Tupperware, and then minced garlic, olive oil beforehand. You have boiling water. Oh, you mean you're doing the do you put your pasta in while it's boiling? Oh, you've been door dashing? Oh, I thought you were going deep for this, because some people like to do their pasta while it's boiling up. There's other different reasons for that, but you know, boiling water, put the pasta in, get it a little bit before al dente, I suppose, or al dente, like a little before. I like mine's a little bit more chewier. Throw them in ice cold water, then partition them into your Tupperware. On the separate side, you know, you do your if you want to do minced garlic, is fine. You could also do fried garlic, and then put that into your olive oil, mix. Or oh yeah, don't put them in your Tupperware yet. Put it in a large container and you toss it. You toss it and then put it into your Tupperware, and you're good. Spaghetti with garlic and oil. At least that's how I went about it. Very simple. Garnish with anything you want while you have that. So if you stop by the grocer, right, you happen to pick up some broccoli or chicken or leftover chicken, protein, DoorDash, just some chicken, you slice up that chicken, put it on top of the chilled garlic and olive oil, because I like my pasta reconstituted cold. And when I mean ice cold water, I mean fill a container with water and put it in the fridge while you're, you know, boiling. Or it's just water, right? Cold water in a container. Something to chill it down. I like reconstituted starch, so I prefer my pasta noodles cold. Have you tried the assassin pasta trend? I have, and I prefer to go to a restaurant to do it, because I'm not the biggest fan of trying to do that in my pots and pans. If you know what I mean. The assassin's pasta is I don't like this might go back to the whole grilling thing. It's practically the closest thing to grilling, but not having to go outside and do a grilling. It's practically grilling in your pan. We were talking about grilling earlier because Valentine was grilling a steak because it was cold out, and I was like, I do not do like the burned, like trying to deliberately burn things and stuff kind of thing. It's very tough. Like the closest thing I get is like making sure you have a Maillard reaction on your piece of protein or something. And even then, that doesn't really happen too much, because that type of trendiness Because I'm usually prepping like tofu and tamago and stuff like that, as opposed to like, you know, toriniku and butaniku or something, right? I don't know why I'm saying and replacing those words. It's part of the last unit, but chicken or pork, right? Seldomly beef. Beef is kind of a bit luxurious, I suppose. It's kind of tough. I don't usually, if I'm getting beef, it's going to be something not a sirloin and not like a, you know, not like a low cut. So beef is often reserved for very special occasions. And my family does this. Gotta get the thick char on. Yeah, the sear. The nice pan sear. Ripping hot pan. Get that nice sear. Trigger the Maillard reaction. And then let your steak rest. We're doing like the steak route. I'm so hungry. Still haven't gone through our Japanese lesson. All right, you're getting a bit too immersed. I'll show you immersed. Get a load of, I don't have. If I had a stock like steak, you know, all right. I'm getting it. No, I don't think that's okay. I'll show you an all right. Oops, ryori, right? Oriori ga jouzu desu ne. I wasn't gonna think of it phrased as this, but that's fine.
仕事に行く時間です。
行く時間です。To go hour? 仕事に行く時間です。What? It takes an hour? What hour do you go to work? It's the hour to go to work. It's time to go to work. Oh. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, jikan for time. The grocery store got me with one of the oldest tricks in the book today. Go on. I was gonna buy one candy bar for $3 and they had it $3 or $5. Now you're 3 candy bars fatter. I didn't realize. Honestly, I don't know if you intended this or not, but it is very humorous to hear it coming from someone who is not American. If you know what I mean. Like, oftentimes you hear the stereotype summarizing the upsell when it comes to like the American capitalism, right? Like a lot of times you think of like, oh yeah, leave it up to the capitalist thing where you would sell, I think this is still true, sell packs of 6 buns for packs of 8 hot dogs, but then you have to buy 3 buns, 3 packs of 6 for, actually 4 packs of 6 for 3 packs of hot dogs, but then you rationalize like, but if I bought 3 packs of hot dogs, it's still cheaper than buying 2 packs of hot dogs. So in the end, I'm saving a lot. Meanwhile, you're looking at 24 buns and 24 hot dogs. With a net savings of like 1.5 packs of buns and like 1 pack of hot dogs in like savings, suggesting that you eat all of that, you know, after. I know it's not exactly the same. I was adding more layers, like, because that conundrum is even more well developed, right? Or the 3 candy bars. Wait, hear me out here. Is it 3 of the same candy bars? Or did you mix and match? Like, is it like 3 candy bars from the same manufacturer? So then you had your choice of 3 different candy bars? Because if you are 3 candy bars fatter of the same candy bars, you're so basic. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. But, you know, you hate it because candy is not safe around you, so I never buy it in a lot of times because I know I'll just... Yikes. You know, just munch it all up at once, huh? Save the other bars for another cup. Too late. He's already 3 candy bars fatter.
私は走るのが嫌いです。
Just, how about think about it this way, Sub-Zero? You only have to run 3 miles per candy bar. I mean, wait, what is that in kilometers? You only have to write like about 5k, you know, 5k each candy bar. You can do it. Go out and do 15k. I know it doesn't. Sorry. I know that doesn't help. And you know what I'm assuming though. You know what's sad about that? I'm assuming those candy bars are 350 calories to 400 calories each. You could be eating like a wad of candy bars. If you have a fun size, you might get away with like 2,000 kilometers. If it's like 150, like those fun size ones, like they're like this stinky. But I'm guessing they're like... Oh no, it's a 5k for... Oh yeah, for 1 small bar. Yeah, for 3 small bars, maybe like for the fun size ones. But it's a 5k for 1. They were like 350. Yeah, it's 5k for 1 of those bars. And that's provided that you hit your target heart rate. Usually, give or take. It's like 300 to 400. So you have to run 5k at minimum for one of those candy bars. Sorry, I'm using like a thing that people use all the time to demonstrate that moderation in dieting is goes a long way than the cardio. 1k each bite is crazy. Wait, you eat a 350 candy bar in like 5 bites? Dang, dude. Dang, son. You weren't kidding. When you said munching, I thought you'd be like, you know, taking your sweet time. Candy bars like of that size, I'd be munching on it for like 3 hours or something. Like I would take a bite and then I would like drink water and slush around, right? Like get the sugar around my mouth. And then oh you're being dramatic. Okay. Yeah, you just take a nibble, you know? You nibble on the candy bar, slush it around, nibble on the candy bar, slush it around. Is it moderate across? Okay, nah, yeah, I definitely eat it faster than that. Oh, I see. So moderation on full candy fudge cake is same. Sort of. I used to do that with whole pints of ice cream. Low key, you know, during the time when I needed to gain weight because I was severely underweight. You know, one pint of Haagen-Dazs, right? Haagen-Dazs. Immediately, I'm like, yep, here I am. And I look at the containers like, man, this is only 600 calories. Like a pint of Haagen-Dazs. And I had to reach like at least 4,000 each day, but I only eat once a day. So I feel like it's already challenging for people to eat 4,000 like in like a competitive space. To eat 4,000 in one sitting. 4,000 sucks. And what I mean is you're not like literally it has to be like appetizing, right? Not scooping like heavy cream into your mouth. That's absurd. I have not resorted to that back in the day. Just slurping up heavy cream. Shoving lard into your mouth. Sorry. I know that's a little bit of a grotesque image. I had problems back then with maintaining weight. Not anymore. 私は走るのが、嫌い。いや、嫌いです。Okay. Sorry.
走る。
走る。
私の姉は泳ぐのが上手です。
泳ぐのが上手です。Good. Now we're learning all the classic phrases of I'm good at something. I'm bad at something. Nice. 私の姉は泳ぐのが上手です。
泳ぐ
Oh, and this is how they're introducing plain form. I just got that. This is how they're going about introducing plain form. I see.
熱い本を読むのは大変です。
Yeah, yomu. That's how they're doing it. Okay. 熱い本を読むのは大変です。Okay. Wait. It is a... Wait. Thick? I have thick books to read? Thick books. I read... Wait. I have thick books to hard... Wait. Hard? Wait. Thick books to read is hard? Wait. What? It is hard to read thick books? English is so tough, man. It's gone.
私は本を読むのが嫌いです。
All I saw when I was reading that, I was like, yeah, that makes sense. All right. Like long books, right? Long books are hard to read. It takes a while. But then I'm like, how do you phrase this without making it sound weird? It still sounds weird.
私は本を読むのが嫌いです。
私は本を
本の
読むのが
嫌いです。
嫌いです。I hate reading
明
books.
日は野球の練習があります。
I'm gonna be real. The last time I like read a book, like read something, not wasn't even a physical book, but it was I think FIs like these fan novels, and I read like 2 or 3 chapters of Shadow something. It was okay. It was kind of bitter. It was kind of interesting. Like what I mean is it made me think about the person that's reading the book more than the book itself. It was set in an alternative universe where kids are marked by like nightmares or like nightmares. It's kind of like a quirk, and then those kids eventually like it's kind of a replacement of like a superpower, perhaps a degenerative disorder or something, and it is very reflective in like anxiety and whatnot. It's like it's a metaphor for that. So everyone like shuns people who get this or develop this or get marked by this quirk. It makes me think like, yeah, that's probably how a lot of kids feel these days, really. By the way, you forgot to say in the welcome letter you got for the new job, it mentioned that they apparently offer free Japanese course at work. If only they did Chinese. You would definitely make use of that though. Listen, that just means that we're gonna study Japanese together. Welcome to the club. You can start now. It's time to abandon Chinese. Sub-Zero. Don't worry, we'll learn Chinese through Japanese. It's all good. Get started. So what you're saying is you're gonna catch up, right? Because that's just how it is, right? Yesterday you said that jokingly. Maybe it was 2 days ago. Now you gotta own up to your joke, you know? そして、そしては、料理のね? What the heck? Oh.
明日は野球の練習があります。
That's 明日。明日は
野球の練習があります。
Oh, that's not Yori. That's Yaku. Oh no. Sorry. Yaku no. What is that? Practice, right? Shu.
明日は野球の練習があります。
Renshu. Oh no, I don't remember Renshu. Renshu ga arimasu. Man, Renshu. Don't know there's a... I gotta look at Renshu again. I don't know if there's a little dot there. It's so hard to see. Let's put Renshu on the list. There is a dot there. Okay, Renshu. Yeah, this one has been a weak point. And Renshu has been a weak point. You need to catch up with Chinese, not Japanese. If I can juggle even one, then I can't do... Oh, if you can't even juggle one, you can't do two? Think about the savings, though. You can catch up with Chinese while learning Japanese at a course. Actually, do you have to sacrifice, like, your time for that? I mean, what if it was, like, paid time? That sounds like learning Japanese is kind of nice, you know? Unless like you're doing it on your own time, then yeah, that's fair enough. That's understandable. If you're learning Japanese on company's time, though, that's pretty sweet. Well, what was it?
明日は野球の練習があります。
What did I say before? Oh, I might have said そして。明日、yeah, 明日は野球の練習があります。明日? It's probably after company time though. Oh, okay, then that's fair. Because if it's during company time, that also means you can see who else in your company, right? Is also learning. Well, you can still see who else from your company is learning Japanese. Then you have friends. Sorry, I'm like seeing every possible angle in which you can network using a extracurricular, like a self-selection. So if you're interested in Japanese or you're interested in language learning, you can also indirectly find out who is also interested in language learning in your company, and then those people can be your friends, which then be a bridge to also associating with other people. You know what I mean? I think half the office is Japanese, so I imagine you can practice at any time theoretically. Oh, okay. Yeah, but yeah, that's fine. Don't you want to know what the other half is interested in? Okay.
野球
Yeah, cute.
村
Sure. I'm excited for you. Mura.
泳ぐ
Oyogu. Sometimes I'm not sure if you're excited for yourself.
グラム
Ramu.
豚肉
走る
Hashiru. We prepared for this. Like hundreds of days before, we prepared for the introduction of plain form. So this unit is like a breeze. Well, except for the new vocabulary, right? I still need to know the new.
番号
Bango is not one of them, though. Daijoubu is not one of them as well.
短い。
短い。
閉めません。野球。
Do we get any other sports? Karaoke. Oh, karaoke is not new either. Do you like going to karaoke? So,
カラオケ。
カラオケに行く。行くのが好きですか？
でか。
Ooh, that feels good. I can ask people, I can be pedantic and constantly ask people what they like and what they don't like in the future, which is nice. Oh, or ask them if they're good or not good at something. That's kind of... I don't really like asking that actually.
彼。
彼は野球。
野球。
野球が上手です。
です。
上手。Okay, what is it? 練習。Right, 練習。
野球。
野球の練習。ね？
練習。
練習
が。
Oh, tomorrow. I forgot. What the heck? Why is ashita here and not... What?
明日。は。
Interesting. You know what? I'm kind of wondering what the frequency is for ashita written in kana. Maybe not. Okay. 明日は練習。明日は波及の練習があります。
あります。
Alright.
思いません。
思いません。思い。It has something that looks very suspiciously like meaning. 思いません。
思います。
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 いい日だね。
いい日だね。だ。There's だ。いい日だね。It is a nice day. Isn't it? Okay, that's fair.
行く時間だ。
行く時間だ。
行く
時間
だ。
We finally have entered that playing form. 行く時間だ。It's time to go?
どう思いますか？
どう思いますか？ What do you think?
どう思いますか？
思いますか？思うね。Let me see. 思う to think, to consider, to believe, to reckon. I see. どう思いますか？ I love this one. I'm gonna use this one. I'll adopt you.
私は歌うのが下手です。
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 下手 or 下手 Okay, 下手I'm bad at singing.
写真を撮ってください。
写真を撮ってください。撮って。
漫画を読むのが好きです。
漫画を読むのが 漫画を飲むよ、あ、飲む飲む飲む飲む。漫画を読むのが、飲むが、読むのが好きです。え？ Fine?
漫画。
彼の部屋はかっこいいと思います。
彼の部屋はかっこいいと思います。I think his room is neat. Just kidding. Wait. かっこいいと interesting. かっこいいと思いです。彼の部屋はかっこいいと思いです。Why is something missing? I think that his room is cool. Okay. Would I say I'm enjoying learning Japanese or Chinese more at the moment? Alright. Alright, Sub-Zero. If they had to be separated, probably Chinese. But there's a big but coming. And I mean a big but. Like I'm talking about this big but. It's hard to separate Chinese and Japanese. So so it's difficult where the Japanese starts and where it ends, and where the Chinese starts and where it ends. Like, for example, if I say I'm liking Chinese more, right? The longer explainer. If I'm liking Chinese more, what part of that is because I know Japanese? It's hard to quantify. So, like, the enjoyment of Chinese may very well be dependent on the idea that I already know Japanese. Or at least I'm Japanese. And then vice versa. One of us, listen, Sub-Zero, you're not one of anything until you step into that Japanese course and catch up with your Chinese at the same time. Don't even.
写真を撮るのは楽しいです。
写真を撮るのは oh, and one really big factor, and I already talked about this. One really big factor. I think people who are solely so far, this is because of anecdotal experience, right? Have to remember that this is my personal experience and what I've experienced so far. That people who self-select themselves into Japanese have a very different mentality, in my opinion, than people who self-select themselves into Chinese. If it's purely, if you know what I mean, if it's purely self-selected, there is a very noticeable dichotomy between Japanese and Chinese. So that's kind of something that one has to keep in mind. My experience is also incredibly affected by the people's interaction, right? Because my interest is largely it integrates other people's interests. It doesn't necessarily steer all my activities and dedication and stuff, but my enjoyment is dependent on other people. What I choose to do is not entirely dependent on enjoyment. I do things for learning, and learning doesn't have to be enjoyable for me to be interesting. And enjoyable things don't have to be interesting. Interesting things don't have to be enjoyable. Which that is something that I do feel not quite a lot of people really understand or want to understand about me, perhaps, or about themselves. I like working And I think working was interesting. Not all of the hours of working were enjoyable, right? That's not what keeps me going a lot of times. I understand that the reason why I say that is because you also asked me about the TV show. I think the Culinary Class Wars is very interesting. It is easily in the modern day most well received since Iron Chef Japan. So Iron Chef Japan was probably still a standing gold standard for which I default to when it comes to the surge of like Top Chef and Master Chef and whatnot. But I do have to admit, Culinary Class Wars does have that refinement. I still think the editing is a little weird. Largely due to probably because of production costs. Unlike Iron Chef. But Iron Chef Japan is the last time I felt that really reignited in the interest in competitive cooking. Right? The other ones are more for the character building, more so character dramatization. So the commentary that I'm making about Culinary Class Wars tend to be reflective of the current trends of prior to Culinary Class Wars. The idea that you're not painting narratives, you're painting the task, right? And Iron Chef Japan has often been about the task at hand, the intricacies of the task. So the characters play to the task. Lots of which is ironic in a situation because when you talk about what you like about the Culinary Class Wars, you talk about the characters, like the people in it. Like you talked about, you asked about who you're rooting for or who you think would win. So it's humorous, in my opinion, that you picked a show that actually de-emphasized that. The Americanized ones, right? The ones that are all around like Great British Bake Off and Barbecue Showdown, Master Chef, Top Chef, and stuff, that emphasizes character development. Although there are other shows like Culinary Class Wars, like Chopped, for example, or like the other ones where the guests come and go from episode to episode, as opposed to following someone. I got a Chinese graded reader lying on my bedside table. I look at that thing every time when you wake up. Oh my goodness. Do you open it? The judges in Culinary Class Wars are so different though. I almost want to say that those got in the beginning were a bit unlucky, but at least they grade together as the show goes on. Oh, you mean between the two? The judges are so different. Yeah, between the two judges. Yeah, that's fair enough. I was about to say, those judges are not very different from judges from other shows, but you mean like between the two judges. Yeah, well, that's kind of the point, right? And that's what I don't like about single elimination. Lucky compared to yeah, that's what I mean by single elimination, if you know what I mean, Sub-Zero. Like, sometimes when it comes to judges and then you're doing that kind of thing, it's on a whim, and single elimination kind of creates that problem, right? Yeah. Stefan was ruthless. Yeah. Well, he was more selectively pressured, but you have to view it from this point. He also have more biases too. So if he had more biases as well. So if you are lucky, you can both be unlucky and lucky with someone like that, if you know what I mean. I don't think he's all around stringent. He clearly has biases as well. So you can win being lucky and unlucky. So that's kind of one of the like why you have more than one judge. That's kind of the idea of having more than one judge, having judges' criteria be determined by a third party. You see what I mean? But in the first round, the criteria was determined by the judges. And then the very following rounds and stuff, they were determined by other criteria, right? Even the head-to-head, the show runners dictated the criteria, and the criteria continue to increase and being dictated by a third party as opposed to the judges themselves. There is a reason, there is a ethical concern and reason when judges determine who the winner is based on their own criteria, if you know what I mean. Like, usually the judges are often not the people who determine the criteria on which they evaluate, unless like they're the showrunners or something, right? Usually when it comes to like evaluations, if you run the show and you determine the criteria, then the show is only as competitive as the judges are, as opposed to having a panel of judges being instructed on a set of standardized criteria that the judges themselves do not influence. And that's kind of how I feel too, in the beginning. And it's exaggerated because the first couple rounds were single elimination. Like, no redemption until they like introduce the pass system, but that is still single elimination. So if you're, following the narrative of the contestants, it makes for excitement for viewers, but man, it's kind of lowballing the contestants. If I had to look at it that way. I mean, it doesn't really matter because later on in the show, they have to get judged by Chef at some point anyway. Yeah, exactly. So it was okay. Like, the ramp up is good though. I can see that the show is peaking. Now the question is, I can see the show ending on a low note. The thing about these shows is if you're constantly escalating, right? There's gonna be a breaking point. And the harshest part about setting yourself up by breaking is how you end the show, how you end the season. And if I had to take a guess, the show is around like an 8-ish overall globally. I have a distinct feeling the end of the show did poorly. Like, what I mean is the viewership was still good, but overall I have a feeling that the show disappointed at the end. That's probably the outcome, because the way they're pacing themselves and whatnot, it's very tough to like end on a peak, at least in my opinion, when it comes to competition, because the scale gets smaller and smaller, actually, largely due to the nature of the contestants becoming smaller and smaller. And then usually, how do you scale up smaller things if you keep scaling up based on how many contestants there are, right? The allure and the dramatics go down. It's not rapid fire anymore. So now you're down to like 2 contestants. I'm guessing they only had 2 contestants at the end. And it's probably something like they go back to the judges judging the 2 contestants, the 2 finalists or something, or maybe 4 finalists, and it becomes so anticlimactic that's probably what's going to happen to the show. I'm going to say, if I had to call something, the last show was a big disappointment overall. It happens, and the only reason, in my opinion, one of the biggest reasons that it'll be a disappointment is the show's highs is making a disappointment. However, it wouldn't be any worse than the show overall. Like, it's a very consistent thing. You don't want to give your opinion until you watched it all? Fair enough. You can give your opinion at any time, really. I think it will change it will definitely influence the way I watch the show. However, I wouldn't put it past my thoughts about the show. And also, the show is not separated on technique at all and cuisine. So shows like Iron Chef and others, they tax different cuisine as well. But the thing about, in my opinion, Asian programming is that we have to keep in mind that the culture is different too. So when you're watching something like Top Chef or something that's westernized, the common thing to do is novelty. So that becomes a little less emphasized, as in like it gets less reward for being difficult to achieve. And then in Culinary Class Wars, when they actually pull off something foreign, it gets extra points, but it's also double-edged, as in it doesn't get appreciated for how difficult it is a lot of times. The reverse is true, where if you stay traditional and authentic, that gets elevated in like westernized culture, TV shows, like nailing it based on traditionalism, because oftentimes the social norm is to be hybrid, like a fusion. So I think one of the biggest criticisms about Culinary Class Wars so far is that it's without a doubt one of the judges, the chef specifically, who clearly earned his reputation, not like well-earned reputation, but probably you're going to lose points for being westernized. So it's oftentimes it disfavors the person who's westernized, as in like someone who's constantly trying to break the mold. And interestingly enough, one of his senior chefs, that guy who keeps trying to integrate Western to Korean, and then you keep hearing like the business guy, I forgot his name, talking about how, oh yeah, this would make Korean food more accessible and stuff. I think he genuinely means it. And then the other guy is like, oh yeah, it's well executed and stuff, but you know, I still would stick to my traditionalism. That's kind of the air that I keep feeling about one of the judges. And I think that can be a very off-putting thing when it comes to westernized viewership. Not that it means those chefs are any less talented, any less deserving. The idea is there's a clash between cultural norms. I often feel that when you air shows in a very nationalistic place, you are most definitely cooking and competing for that culture, right? You want to cater to that culture. And anyone who sticks to traditionalism, that's probably what's going to happen. So if you're like an Italian cook, for example, if you stick with Italian traditionalism, then you might win. And I think I know who won. It's pretty funny because we talked about this. If you like it, then I really recommend Physical 100. It has the same vibe too, but it's about athleticism. Ugh. They have a big variety of people, bodybuilders, climbers, runners, CrossFit people, etc. Quite interesting how each of the challenges serve as an advantage or disadvantage for each participant. Same vibes, huh? Well, if I have time, we'll watch it. We'll see. You personally like Physical 100 more than Culinary Class Wars? I see. I think right now, if I had to, the show is short, right? What I mean is, it's only one season. You have to see the rest, right? But I think Iron Chef Japan is a vastly different. It's a very excellent way to compare and contrast the last golden age of cooking competition with Iron Chef Japan, as in the Iron Chef series that came from Japan, which then had Iron Chef America and all the other ones. You haven't seen Iron Chef Japan, maybe you'll have to. You can pick up any episode, like it's episodic, so it's not like it's not Culinary Class Wars. Basically, there's no dramatization of like day to day or something. You have your characters, your Iron Chefs, and they are characterized by the battle, from battle to battle. Like that's what I mean by if you're into cooking, yeah, it's old. Yeah, it's old. There's no like new shows or anything. It's concluded a long time ago, if that's what you mean. And also it's episodic, as in the 3 chefs, sometimes 4, stay there. The 3 chefs they just stay there, and they only do the combat. Like the structure is the same. It's about the consistency of the Iron Chefs, and then all the contenders come to, like, it's like watching a boxing match, like a defense title every single time. So that's the format that they're using. So like the true white spoon versus the world situation, like you're on the top of the world, everyone's there to take you down, right? So you constantly have like Rocky Balboa vibes. Everyone is there to challenge the Iron Chefs. The Iron Chefs are the stand. Iron Chef is still going? No, yeah, both Iron Chefs ended a while ago. Even Iron Chef America. Iron Chef America. I keep saying America like that because I keep thinking of the host. But yeah, it ended like 18 years ago. Maybe even 12? No, 18? 12 years ago. It ended like 12 years ago. And then Iron Chef Japan ended like 20 years ago. 30? I don't know how long. It's been a long time. And I feel a lot of shows are having spins, like different spins. I don't mean that you can compare all the shows though. Like, we're not comparing it in the sense that one is better or the other. It's different. It's a different take. So it can be a very interesting experience for someone who's interested in cooking. I like cooking. I enjoy looking at it. It's a shame like the ingredients are kind of exotic and difficult to handle. It might not be for you though. I don't know. And you don't have to watch like the whole series. It's an episode by episode basis. So it's one of those like primetime TV things. You don't have to follow the entire series to know what's going on. You literally watch one episode at any episode, and you'll get the idea. And in the next episode, it's still the same. It's a, you like cooking, you just hate cleaning. All right, fair enough. So you're telling me that you are door dashing because you don't like cleaning, man. You. 写真を撮るのは楽しいです。Okay. I wonder why they use wa. Okay.
映画を見るのは好きですか？
Okay, now you make me sound like a bum. It's not that bad. All right. No more public shaming. I'm sorry. No more public shaming. You gotta be like those chefs, you know? It's just been late. All right. Hey, I'm not the one that's bringing it up voluntarily, okay? I'm not the one that's bringing up DoorDash voluntarily. 映画を見るのは好きですか？
ピアノを弾くのが好きです。
ピアノ弾くのが好き。
ピアノを弾くのは難しいです。
Just because I got 3 candy bars and you don't. If I had a candy bar, I'd be munching on that a little bit, yeah, from throughout my time. Usually around this time, I would get like a glucose fix, so I would get like some apple juice or applesauce or something. I don't know if you ever seen slurping on a packet of applesauce, but I tend to refuel between the sessions. No.
ピアノを弾くのは難しいです。
ピアノのむず、あ、
の
ピアノを弾く
弾くのは
難しいです。少しの
難しいです。
漫画
Do I have a favorite candy bar? Well, Halloween happened recently, right? And my parents buy Halloween candy to give to the kids. So, then there's obviously leftover Halloween candy. So I tried whatever was in it. It is a Costco like mix of your favorites, right? Of the usual favorites. So I had a Twix, Reese's peanut butter cup, not like all at once, but across the days. Kit Kat. There were Kit Kats, Three Musketeer, Milky Way, Snickers, like a gold bound. I don't know what that one was called. It was a red wrapper, like 100-pound or something. And I think those are the ones. I didn't eat the last thing, but the other ones, I still think Snickers. Snickers is still the rounded palette for me. It's of all the ones in the recent. So in the last week, like I had at the end of the day of each, just to reacclimate my palate to the different candy bars that people mix in the like the best of category. So those were all the candy bars that I think I recall. And I still think Snickers still land with the balance. Like not too much of something, not too little of something. I think it's a fairly well balanced classic choice. Oh, and Hershey, sorry. Yeah, there were Hershey bars too. We're not talking about the mix that include like candy corn and Smarties and they're all like forms of either milk chocolate or chocolate with like peanut butter or nougat. Oh, there were M&Ms too. Peanut M&Ms specifically, not regular M&Ms. So pretty balanced mix, courtesy of Costco, the Kirkland Costco brand.
Manga.
I still think Snickers. Pretty balanced. I think it's timeless. Manga. What the heck is this? Oh, I can't click on it anymore.
歌う
utau.
漫画
What about yours? Listen, Sub-Zero. You wouldn't say the same if I said my craving dish right now is mapo tofu or something, okay? And then someone's like, "Oh man, here's another guy who likes mapo tofu." Basic. Come on, Sub-Zero. Don't be sleeping on me. What is your favorite candy bar? And I'm only saying candy bar based on recency, because it's not like I remember what candy bars are like. I don't go around buying three candy bars a day because it costs less per unit. Sub-Zero, I don't go out of my way to buy candy. Sub-Zero. That was like the first candy bar I had in like 6 years. Oh, okay, maybe not that long. Maybe last Halloween I might have had candy. All right, that was like the last 2 bars. I think that was the last candy bar I had since last Halloween. I think the only time there was actually candy in that actual literal house is probably each Halloween.
ボタン
Butter. Kami.
My family does not consume like candy. Oh, we do use sugar though, like other like sources of sugar. If I had to have a candy bar, I think I prefer all that sugar to be in a tea. or a boba tea, if you will, or something. Like my natural inclination is I like more texture at different temperatures, and maybe like a combination of some sort of sensations, right? And candy is like you get crunch, chewiness, or texture, right? But then you just have sugar and sugar and sugar. But I mean, I'm reducing it a little bit. The sugar next to something sugary is kind of the candy bar idea. I kind of like the idea if a candy bar was multiple things, but it sounds like that would be a little tricky, right? Having like a candy bar elicit multiple sensations. I think boba tea is the closest thing that I have that's like, it's generally all sugary. However, it has a more dynamic feel to it. Although I do have to say a boba tea is far more expensive than candy bar, so that might be a little bit unfair in the sense of comparison or accessibility. We're talking about like you can totally get 6 candy bar fatter for 1 boba tea. Sorry, I really like how you phrased it. I don't know if it's supposed to be self-deprecating. Like Valentine earlier said in Japanese, it's cold outside. So I'm a man, so I'm going to grill a steak, right? I like that wording that they did. And then you said like, so now I'm 3 candy bars fatter. I think that's really funny. The way it's phrased. Milky Way, Twix, Kit Kat, original, or matcha? Oh, that's interesting. And Toblerone and stick. Wow. You found your official ranking list. 0 sub. Nice bibliography. Milky Way. Yikes. Man. Milky Way. Twix, Kit Kat, original, or matcha. Just those 2. Toblerone and Snickers. I actually like most of Rocher's, the Rocher company, chocolate. Just that you don't get to buy them very often. Rocher is the one that has, you know, most of Rocher, like Fiero, no, Fieri, how do you pronounce it? Fiero Rocher. They tend to be like largely hazelnut related, and I like their hazelnut products, or like their hazelnut products, like just the standard, or whatever those ball things are called. They're fair game. I probably reach for them. Like if I were to buy a chocolate gift, I'd probably buy one of those. Toblerone is okay. I only had it maybe twice, ever. My go-to candy bar, if you're asking me what I would buy, like instead of favorite, like what I would buy if I go to a grocery store, I would buy 90% Lindt chocolate, dark chocolate. 80 to 90% dark chocolate. So like the things you named are incredibly sweet and milk chocolate. Yeah, almost all of them are milk chocolate or form of like it almost actually descends in the amount of cocoa in it. Like it's actually, it almost goes from least like chocolate to most like chocolate. Toblerone is good. It's just a hazelnut to eat, in my opinion. Yeah. That's what I mean by why I brought up Ferrero Rocher, because I saw Toblerone. That's where I got the hazelnut. Part of the point with the candy bar is that it's for easy to bite into. Yeah, they're bite-sized. I mean, like, part of the candy bar is to be a bar in which you bite it multiple times. However, in my opinion, because it has to be a bar, but I like bite-sized things. So things that are meant to be consumed in one bite. Which, mind you, the Halloween candies, they're fun size. So The Snickers bar is one bite. It's like a block. And I find that Snickers have a much balanced palate than Milky Way, for example. And Twix, it has a different texture, so that's kind of nice. And so does Kit Kat. So all of them are maybe not that comparable in a sense. I'm only comparing them largely due to their layering of sugar, right? That's the one consistency between. I can't even compare them to matcha Kit Kat because that would be a little bit of a stretch. In terms of its texture, I think Snickers still has more dynamic texture because of the Milky Way does not have that nougat-like thing. They have caramel, right? And then Twix has the, whatever you call it, the bread thing. And then Kit Kat is a wafer. It's interesting. We're kind of like treating this topic like a culinary class wars evaluation. I would buy, so like if we're talking about like a candy bar, right? Lint's chocolate is a solid piece of bar, like Hershey's bar, right? That type of bar is like, in my, for lack of a better word, in my opinion, is the OG bar, like the bar format where you like snap it, right? You snap it into little pieces, and it's in events. It's easy to bite, it's easy to chew. And I like dark chocolate. So I like the bitterness that contrasts with the sweetness. In fact, I like to throw it into a milkiness too. So I tend to use the chocolate bar with something maybe squishy or chewy, and then something that is contextually snappy and contrast it. So maybe something cinnamon. I'm starting to think of a s'more, but maybe not with marshmallows. However, a s'more is a great example where you have the very dark chocolate next to the maybe the cinnamon or the gramminess of the cracker, and a chewiness, a QQ of, I would substitute the marshmallow with something else. I think marshmallow is like okay, but there are other ways to incorporate chewiness. Heck, I would even put like tapioca bubbles in it and slam it into, like, put like brown sugar soaked tapioca bubbles on top of a like a square of 80 to 90% dark chocolate cacao Lint's chocolate or something, whichever one, and then put 2 graham crackers, maybe a graham cracker that has more of a hint of cinnamon, and then all of that dipped into something that's muted, maybe like milk or like almond milk or something, and then consume that. That's probably my thought when it comes to like a sweet treat. And it sounds like a lot of effort, but really it's like 5 different packaged material, or like 5 different ultra processed foods put together. If I were to treat myself, right? You don't, at least in my opinion, my daily life does not allow for that excessive use of sugar, like ultra processed foods, because my body is not that great anymore. It doesn't handle ultra processed foods, and I don't have high activity. So oftentimes when I'm eating sugar stuff, it's a big event. It often, you try to go big or go home. I was debating on putting Kit Kat matcha higher back when you wrote the article. Wait, you actually wrote a real article? Wait. What is this article? You wrote, you actually published an article on this? Oh. Okay. All right, you little. That would be funny. That would be funny. But you had only had a few tries many years when you were in Japan. I remember it being good. There is on Science Day. There is Kit-Kat matcha. Did you? I tried my first matcha Kit Kat when I visited San Diego. San Diego with when one of my close friends used to live there. So it was nice. I like the earthy tone of it. I think it's a little bit sweet though. It's a little bit too dominated by sweetness, but oh, that's interesting. What are those things? You might like these. They are Norwegian. Ooh, that looks enticing. What's the white stuff? Is that like a marshmallowy, chewy, like maybe like a fluffy, chewy marshmallow thing with looks like it kind of looks like mix maybe honey nuts ish crisp outside, and then it looks like it's chocolate coated as well. Interesting. That's a very interesting looking. The white stuff is like marshmallow, yeah, and then the other feeling is like a sugary jelly. Oh, they might be a bit too sweet, yeah. For me, it's got to be like a Wonderland. It sounds a little snobby, but I think it doesn't have to be expensive or extravagant. You can achieve many of these things with other different combinations. I think it's the summation of things. And I think candy bars are timeless for that reason, because they're not one note, right? I think one of the nowadays the candy bar, or like the candy that scores ultimately the lowest when it comes like the whole internet being informed, is often ones that are one note, as in they only offer a singular sensation in both texture and like palate taste. I think overall nowadays when you ask someone on the internet or something, I think because of all the exposure, usually candy bar preferences has become a little bit more eclectic. I mean, you're talking to someone who has a childhood candy that is a piece of fruit that's covered with honey. And then like, that's not candy. It's like, well, I mean, like honey covered fruit is a candy. What I'm thinking of is this like really funny clip that I think it was Daily Dose of Internet. It was on Daily Dose of Internet or something. It was one of the clips where some guy was handing out canned soup, right? They were handing out canned soup, like Campbell's soup, and the kids were ecstatic. Like, the commentary was like, I don't know what it is, why these kids are so hype. And then it just shows this guy. He's like, who wants the clam chowder and stuff? And then you just see these kids so happy, like they're like, oh yes. And my only thought was, yeah, you know, if I'm thinking of ultra processed foods, right, or processed foods, there are a lot of things that I would eat or consume, and candy bars are probably fairly low on them. Like, if I'm choosing to consume an ultra processed food, there are so many things that I moderate to such a large extent that it would be a treat nevertheless. Like going to Taco Bell is kind of interesting. It's a very interesting experience. What about those honey sesame bars? Those are pretty good. Ooh, honey sesame bars are fantastic. Actually, we're into Chinese culture, right? Do you like sesame balls? The glutinous sesame balls? They kind of look like this, right? And they're brown. And they're like in a tart cup. In Chinese like dim sum places. Those are quite nice. It's like mochi-esque. I would say it's mochi-esque. It's glutinous rice paste, really. And then they're filled with either red bean paste or something that looks black ish. It's usually a red bean paste, and then it's like covered in sesame, and it's kind of slightly like brushed in sesame oil, so it smells like sesame. They're sesame balls, for lack of a better term. Your girlfriend make those? I thought they were Vietnamese. She makes them with mung bean. Yeah, mung bean works too. Yes, mung bean works. I gravitate towards red bean. They also are made with lotus as well. You can make the stuff that goes in moon cakes. Anything that feels like it can go in a moon cake probably can go into the middle of the sesame balls. But yeah, mung bean is a good one. Yeah. Those are delightful. Those are delightful. And they feel heartier in my opinion. So you're not like weighed down by getting punched in the face over and over again with sugar. Yeah. Red bean is my like subtle like you can also use like some added sugar into toru. Yeah. Toru. You can use toru root. Am I saying that right? Wait, I'm thinking of toru, right? Oh no, taro. Sorry, taro. You can use taro roots, add a little bit of sugar, maybe like some sugar cane, mash it up, and fill up one of those sesame things. Taro works really well as well. Even sweet potato. Like sweet potato, we're basically going through roots and beans and legumes that are slightly sweet, and then you can slightly substitute it with a little sugar cane. Mix it up, mash it, put it in the middle of a sesame ball. Pretty nice. Red bean mochis are your favorite? Oh, you're getting bigger just thinking about this. I like talking about food.
Keru.
Keru. What is this? Keru. There's Joel. So, this is like a path. Is what I would do. Oh no, it's not like a path. It's more like a movement thing. And then this is Jiu. So like should do something. I'm using my Chinese here. So keru. Maybe it's like keru. Like no? We'll see. What is this? Oh, and we have to put keru. I need to. Keru. It's probably like some sort of action, but I don't know. That's something to do with movement and doing like movement. It's got to do something with movement. What is this?
頼みます。
Tanomimasu? Is it like Tanomi Tanomi desu? So like looking forward? I'll guess that too. Tanomu? No. Miru. Miru? Am I being a butthead? Anomimasu.
頼みます。
Oh, I'm misspelling it. That explains it. Tanomu. Okay. That doesn't check out. It's not Tanoshimi. It's not the same. Aside from today, I'm not really a candy bar guy either. Brutally honest, I don't think most candy bars are very good. If I'm feeling snacky, I'd rather buy a sweet drink and some chips. Yeah. You combine the two, right? And especially if the chips are like something other than sweet, right? I'd buy something with a punch, maybe something to raise the body temp. So slightly spicy, definitely salted. Like lightly salted, because if you have a sweet beverage, you'll bring out the saltiness in the chip. and then the chip will provide the texture, the contouring texture with the drink, right? And then maybe some umami. You're definitely gonna need umami from the chips. So something with a lot of umami, maybe like whatever your favorite, like sour cream or like garlic or pepper, something with umami in it, because your drink usually don't have that much source of umami, as in like straight up like the savoriness. Often your sweet drinks tend to be sweet, right? And then floral. Let's not forget floral. Chips could smell like barbecue or something, and then your drink can smell floral from the tea leaves, like earthy floral stuff, like maybe a jasmine or chrysanthemum or something, and then have a earthy note to it. Because you don't want your chips to have a massive earthy note to it, at least in my opinion. I like my drinks. I feel like the drinks are more appropriate for an earthy note. Unless you can still have earthy notes in potato chip. I mean, the large thing would be like the starch of it. Or you can have like a non-traditional chip, like a sweet potato chip or a arugula chip. No, I'm just kidding. Or like dehydrated string beans, or you could even pair it out with edamame and some light salt. A sweet drink, edamame, and some light salt. Nice. Neat, clean, probably cost effective actually. It might actually cost less to buy a whole bag of edamame and some like kosher salt, the crunchy kosher salt for texture, and then have a sweet beverage on the side. Oh man.
蹴る
Right, keru.
投げる
Nageru. I don't know what nageru is as well. We have a lot of particles. I mean predicates all of a sudden. Nageru. Oh, these must be sports related things, actually.
投げる
Nageru.
漫画
Manga. So this is
蹴ります
kerimasu. So keru still. Might deal with
投
sports.
げます
Nagemasu. You prefer potato chips or Pringles? Listen, kettle cook. Don't at me with generalizing potato chips and then Pringles. Don't make me virtual like face palm you in the face somehow. Potato chips or Pringles? Listen, that's like Pringles or everything else. Kettle cook. I'm more of a kettle cook person, probably. I think 9 times out of 10 I'd probably pick up a bag of kettle cook chips. How dare you? Nageru.
投げる
Oh, for the record though, I would inhale any potato chips placed in front of me. That's non-negotiable. If it's a ghost pepper chip, I'll inhale it like Kirby. It's fine. Oh,
ボール
oh, interesting.
ボールを
Oh,
蹴
for
りました
kicking. Oh, kerimashita. It's to kick. Boru o kerimashita.
ボールを蹴りました
It's kick. I kicked the ball.
ボールをこっちに投げて
Oh, it's throwing. Boru o kochi. Kochi ni. This way?
こっちに
Kochi ni. Oh, yeah, like. Oh, because we have also sochi, right? This is the kochi versus the kochira. And like dochi and dochira and sochi. and sochira. So kochi. I feel like I should make a note about kochi. Yes. Spicy ones are the best. Yeah, I just can't find any that are genuinely spicy. At most, I feel like they just have the spicy taste, but not the kick. Maybe that's just around here though. Norwegians don't like spicy food. I think a nice, very pleasant spice and taste. Do you have Kettle Brand? I don't think this is a international brand, unfortunately. But man, Kettle Brand, I don't know if it's big enough. It doesn't seem like it's big enough. Jalapeno, jalapeno, flavored kettle brand is great. You don't? Oh, that's unfortunate. And there's also one that's like a Thai spiced flavor. Delicious. Delicious. I'm like salivating just thinking about it. We don't eat potato chips, by the way, in the house very often as well. Potato chips are very uncommon. So no potato chips. So this must be throw. Nagate?
ボールをこっちに投げて。
Nagete. Oh, sorry, not nagat. Nagete. Throw the ball this way. こっちに。
多分もうすぐ雨が降ります。
多分。ね？多分。
多分もうすぐ雨が降ります。
That's how you do tabun? Oh, really? I guess it's kind of like a ibun. Interesting. Tabun mo sugi. Mosuki. Mosuku. Tabun mosuku. Ame ga. Oh no. Is it orimasu?
多分もうすぐ雨が降ります。
Oh, it's orimasu. Dang it. I don't. It will rain soon. It will probably rain. We know the words, but we don't know the read. Orimasu. Which makes sense. That's the come to like fall, right? Fall down.
母に掃除をしてと頼みました。
They, for the most part, only sell local brands for chips here. And the local brands, none of your like local brands are operated by like a different type of peeps, maybe. I think the closest thing I can think of is getting some chilies from like buying some dry chili powder and stuff, maybe like from a Korean mart or maybe you could find it in a Chinese mart, and you can place your potato chips in a bag and then like lightly like bounce them around, right? Bounce them around and coat them with some I'm thinking of a very specific Korean pepper flakes, but you can probably go with other ones too. The Korean pepper flake ones are fairly fine. They can spruce up your own chips. Minimum cost. Don't give you any ideas. I mean, it works pretty well. It works pretty well if you need a kick. Yeah, probably powderized Asian chilies of any sort. Thai peppers, or like Thai chilies, or Szechuan, whatever Szechuan variety you can find, or the Korean one, which I don't remember the name. For chips, yeah, for chips. Done it before. Yep. Alternatively, hear me out here. I I like my chips a little bit garlicky, so I would get a saucer. Do you do this in Norway very often? Chip and dip, or chip and like something. So I would get a saucer. I would throw in olive oil, and probably extra virgin olive oil because you need a eating oil, right? So probably extra virgin olive oil for eating. Other types of olive oil is more for cooking, but extra virgin olive oil, a good tasting olive oil. So something that's robust. Mince some garlic maybe, but you don't need the garlic. Light salt and pepper is fine, and then throw in some dry chili flakes, whatever of your dry or dry flakes of chili that you want, and then just place a chip like lightly on it. You're good to go. You know, so now you can buy an excess amount of plain potato chips, whichever plain potato chips you have, right? So then you don't have to go out of your way to find different types of chips. You can find your favorite local potato, like non-adulterated potato chips you can find, and dip, right? Dip. Personally, you don't even need potato chips. You can go grab a baguette or something because it's usually for bread, right? Very crunchy bread if you can find it, but it goes well with starch. So, right, you have your umami, you have your light seasoning, you have your spice, and then you have an emulsion or something that carries the thing to get it to stick. Not all chips are gonna stick very, very well if you have straight up dry chili flake. And if you want to get really crazy, bonito flakes. To add a fishiness to it, and then skip the garlic, use bonito flakes. You're gonna start hearing footsteps coming in here. Does it actually spread over by just shaking it well? I've never tried. It doesn't do very well. It's you need to like, one of the things you probably have to find is it has to be particularly warm, which that's what I mean by using olive oil or something, and to just dip it so you don't have to make a mess of it. Like if you don't like, shaking it could crush it, right? You could crush the chips and whatnot. So preparing one little like disposable thing or something on the side will allow you to regulate it, right? Regulate not having to destroy your potato chips or something like that. Usually the potato chips should be a little bit warm, like potato chips, like when they're fried or something. It works with French fries and whatnot, but the chili flakes have to be. It doesn't work that great. Usually you get like a Ziploc bag or something. Like do a Ziploc bag so you can actually see while you're mixing them to see if it's coating or not. Fine chili flake powder will coat largely. And I say if you have like a crinkle cut or a kettle cook variety, the texture of the chips will catch the dry powder. A flat chip like a Pringles, it might. Pringles is kind of like porous, but there are chips that are very smooth and they won't catch that well. I'm usually talking about like textured chips, like a lot more textured. Yeah, I'm already quite quite hungry.
母に掃除をしてと頼みました。
母に掃除をしてと、してと、
母に掃除をしてと頼みました。
Tanomimashita. Oh, ask. Wait. Oh, ask.
頼みました。
Anomu to request or ask.
頼みました。
Okay. I asked my mother to clean. What the heck is that question? My mother asked me to clean. No, wait. Yes. Wait. Why does it say haha ni soji o? Oh, wait. That has to be the person. No, oh my goodness. What is this sentence? Yeah, haha ni. You're asking your mother to clean. Oh boy. 母に掃除、いや、母に掃除をしてと頼みました。Imagine asking your parents to clean. Sorry, that's a cultural thing. Probably. Some people might be like, oh, but what if you spilled something and you got it? Yeah, that's fair. Thanks. You'll actually cop some chili flakes tomorrow. I'll probably use it for simple dishes anyways. Yeah. I think all the ingredients that I said, like olive oil, tasting olive oil, chili flakes, salt, pepper, right, and garlic, even frozen garlic or even garlic powder. You can mix garlic powder instead with your chili flakes, right? Garlic powder is fine. I mean, you're eating chips. All those are like pantry items. So you're not gonna like, oh yeah, but I need to have all these things. All of them are pantry items. So naturally, it'll actually those ingredients are used to spice up anything that is coupled with starch, right? I mean, I'm this isn't like some magical hack or anything, right? Pasta is often seasoned with salt and pepper, olive oil, garlic, and the occasional chili. Most forms of starch are occasionally use all those ingredients, and you can swap out olive oil for sesame oil if you like the floralness of sesame oil. Usually sesame oil doesn't have as much, it's a lot more muted taste, it's more for the floralness, but extra virgin olive oil tends to have some like a very earthy like taste to it without having to go out of your way to find some sort of earthiness.
エリカは今日学校に来ると思います。
Sesame is kind of very muted, but it smells great though. So you can definitely substitute sesame. Unless you're worried about like cholesterol and all that stuff. Sesame is a lot richer than extra virgin olive oil. If you're worried about that. Right. Make your own chip, you silly goose. If not, also go grab a baguette. Baguette works awesome. Anything that has like a hard outside and a fluffy inside. Erika wa and here's the catch, right? Sub-Zero. It is probably still going to be less than your candy bars. It's not the same, obviously. I'm not saying they're equivalent, but if we had to talk about calories, it's probably still going to be less than your candy bars. If we remove the fact that everything else is different, the experience is entirely different. Erika wa kyou gakkou ni kiru to omoimasu.
エリカは今日学校に来ると思います。
来ると思います。Okay. I always mess up and overdo it with sesame oil. Yeah, sesame oil is... Yeah. Usually you don't taste it, but it tastes really strong when you put in too much. Yes. I know, 3 candy bars just made me feel sick afterwards too. Yeah, man. I can't believe you... Wait, did you literally... Were you exaggerating, or did you literally eat all 3 candy bars in one sitting? That's I used to find that as a kid, like, oh, that's pretty, normal-ish. But now in my age, in the ripe old age of 37, it's like, wow, that's intense. I would crash. That would cause me to crash pretty hard.
来る。
そのテストは多分簡単だと思います。
そのテストは多分、right? 多分ね。簡単だと思います。簡単だ。Interesting. So I think そのテストは is probably 多分簡単だ。
だと。
Oh, maybe it's だと put together?
だと。
Wait. Interesting.
ボールを投げました。
Oh, you did eat all 3 candy bars. Wow. I mean, if you think about it, it is really just a bag of candy. Like, a lot of candy packs are 200 grams, and 3 candy bars are like 3 times 70 grams of sugar. So you consume 200 grams of sugar. Oh, no, wait. That's the total weight. How much sugar is that? How much sugar is that? Is that over 80 grams or something? That brings up a great question. What percentage of a candy bar is made of sugar? That would be interesting to evaluate candy based on what percentage of weight does sugar take up.
ボールを投げました。
That would be a great like a way to give people a relative idea. Yeah, no, total weight. Yeah, okay. I was like, 200 grams of sugar. Are you do you need to go to the hospital? That's a lot of sugar. Holy heck.
ボールを投げました。
ボールを投げました。投げました。
頼みます。石鹸はそこに置いてあります。
石鹸はそこに置いてあります。石鹸はそこに。There? Okay. You make me want to go out and buy some regular potato chips and go ham, but we don't. I just eat a meal and go with it. Yeah, no, I need to chill on that. I actually do regular checkups here and there for diabetes. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's good to know. I mean, one day, I don't think necessarily would would like destroy you, right? Homeostasis and all, but it's understandable.
今日
And I'm not saying you should deprive yourself of sugar treats and whatnot. I actually think in the long run, moderation enhances the experience a lot. Like language learning, in my opinion, like lots of things, right? If you eat consistently, it becomes less and less interesting. So if there's any euphemism or silver lining when it comes to moderating sugary treats and processed foods, they're a treat. And actually, the longer, a lot of times, like for its double-edged nature, when you have it again, it's incredibly good. It's also why, you know, it's dangerous if you have no self-control. But at the same time, it really does taste amazing when you wait for it. And that's kind of how I think about sodas and chips and fatty foods and whatnot. If someone says we're gonna go out or we're gonna go and chill at a concert, I'm not ordering a glass of water. Like, we're hanging out, let's party, right? That kind of thing. And you know, your body can handle that in moderation, and it's heightened. Like, you don't need a lot of it to get great satisfaction. However, if you're eating like candy day in and day out, it actually becomes not that fantastic, and you're always like, your body's gonna adapt and consume more. So then you're not hitting back one candy bar, you're hitting back like 2 candy bars but double the sugar content or something. Yeah, there's something to be said about having incredibly higher quality of interaction with stimuli that isn't in excess. I think it goes a really long way to make life really interesting. I know I'm taking it back to a whole lifestyle thing. So when I go out and buy a bag of chips, it's a treat. It's a massive treat. When someone says, oh yeah, you know, I like going to Subway, it's like, all right, let's go to Subway. And then it actually tastes quite not that bad. Like, in my opinion, I think a lot of times when people talk about how ultra processed food doesn't taste great, I almost argue it's a nocebo effect, where like you can grossly demonize it to the point where, yeah, it just doesn't taste great. However, that goes against all the statistics of how ultra processed foods play to your palate, like to wanting it, right? And it's a mix of both. I think lots of people see that if you don't eat it with moderation and whatnot, it is terrible. So then don't eat it at all, because even if you think, even if a food is great and you're convinced it's not, it's good enough to make the food not good, right? So those are kind of my thoughts about what really is good or not in terms of like the perception of taste. Food is interesting. It's very interesting. I like thinking if a language is incredibly hard, does that stop you from learning it, or does that make you learn it even better? It's a very great question. If you keep thinking a food is incredibly deleterious to your health, does it make it taste bad by default, or does it actually taste bad? Fun questions, right? Your father has always been on your butt about it since I was a kid. Some people on his side has it. Oh, okay. Living the perfect, healthiest lifestyle has never been a life goal of mine. Yeah, oh, and here's the funny thing, right? What is the perfect, healthiest lifestyle? So a lot of times when people talk about the healthiest lifestyle, they're talking about the min-maxing of longevity, right? Longevity is a metric of a life. one can have a very long and horrendously miserable life, or a very, very average and mediocre extended life. And now the question is, if one seeks happiness and balance, does that mean they ultimately live the longest? I would disagree with that too. Like, I would have a hard time believing that they're one and the same. So the idea is, it's you move your meter the way you want, in a sustainable way. I mean, some people could be unhealthy and still be happy, but that's usually incredibly rare, right? So I think seeking quality instead of focusing specifically on one metric is kind of the idea as a life goal. So, at least in my opinion. And there are things that one candy bar every once a month can make that one moment so incredibly more gratifying than eating one candy bar every day. It's kind of a silver lining of how, in my opinion, the body works. The human condition dictates that when one is conditioned enough, that stimuli is no longer interesting. It becomes less potent and you have to do more, right? So there is lots of beauty and untapped vigor when it comes to moderating things and staggering them. So like, you could choose a lifestyle where you never eat a hamburger, you never eat a cheeseburger, or you can choose a lifestyle in once every 3 months you get the awesome treat of having a hamburger, right? There's a vastly different increase or opportunity when one spends 15 to 30 minutes of your life consuming an all interesting experience that you waited 3 months for, versus in my opinion, telling yourself you shouldn't have all these experiences because you can never know. You have other people tell you that how the experience is. So there is that. What does the perfect healthiest lifestyle look like? I'm actually kind of curious. I wonder if anyone tried to map that out based on the contemporary knowledge, right? Contemporary knowledge. I think there are very, very unhealthy, highly optimized, healthy people out there. And when I know you just heard, I said unhealthy and healthy in the same regards. There are incredibly high-performing, physically healthy people with incredibly disproportionately unhappy mental life outlooks. And that might actually end up taking a toll on maintaining the healthiest lifestyle. So what I mean by that is, when does it become that your strive to be the most physically healthiest lifestyle in your life take a toll on your longevity as opposed to boosting it? Like, I disagree. In my opinion, it's hard for me to understand that living a certain way has no drawbacks. Like, what I mean is the whole like sensationalism of the things you do. There's a best of everything approach, as in you can have the cake and eat it and bake it and not consume it all at the same time. That, in my opinion, is so unrealistic. However, it doesn't stop people from selling you millions and millions of dollars of products and programs to suggest otherwise. Like, hey, if you do all these things, you not only get more energy, more energy, get jacked, super high alert, free yourself from dementia and prevent cancer all at the same time by pursuing this healthiest lifestyle. That's so incredibly unrealistic. I can't even begin to fathom how one even starts to prove that scientifically. Like, the more realistic thing is, oh, you do these things, you gain these properties at the expense of these properties. Like, for example, you never eat candy. So you never eat candy. That is the expense. Whatever attachment or experience you have that you may have with candy, you will never know. That is the cost of it. So the question is, how much is that worth, not having that experience? It's up to you, right? It's unquantifiable. Extreme behavior is extreme behavior. It's almost the opposite of balance and sustainability, actually. You find a lot of those extremists very narrow-minded because they live this very structured life around health, fitness, career, or whatever, and it may be they look down upon others who, don't follow the same strict lifestyles for that particular thing they're extreme over. You mean like the passionate Japanese language learner? I'm kidding. It's only like 7 out of 10 times. You know, not like all the time, right? It's like 7 out of 10 times. You set me up for that, Sub-Zero. How dare you? That's my mom.
今日、母、
母に、so it was
掃除、
掃除を、掃除を、に、
掃除、
to clean what?
掃除、
掃除を
して、
して、
頼み、と、
してと、頼み、right? 頼みました。Or actually, 頼みました。
ました。
Oh, no,
し
to do. Yeah, to do it. So,
て、
してと。
と。
There's so many types. Yeah, there are quite a lot of types. Obviously, if you ever come to the United States, and you're saying you have to be healthy, I'm gonna send you back to Norway. I'm kidding. but hear me out here. I have been in situations where enough situations because of the health craze and whatnot that someone who has a very unhealthy lifestyle is trying to do better, and they go out, and it's actually quite difficult, right? Because they want to maintain that healthy lifestyle, but they also want a social lifestyle. And my thought is, okay, so we're going out only so that you can't do any of these stuff or eat any of these stuff because you're trying to maintain a healthy lifestyle. That's tough, right? Imagine what you're giving up for that. And many times that has happened, professionally and non-professionally, where someone comes out and is like, oh, hey guys, we're going on a food festival run this weekend, and the first thing that happened is, oh, hey guys, I want to tag along too, but I can't eat anything today. And you know, the group is very agreeable. It's like, oh, okay, well, I guess I hope you don't mind like chilling around. I don't know, because you know the whole task is to enjoy that. So if that person is perfectly happy in doing so, all the power to them. I on the other hand would go and partake in the activity that I signed up, you know, like I would be interested in. So what's another way to illustrate this in a very real way? taking a safe job because it's safe. That's a little too deep of a cut given your situation, but like not considering all the options and opportunities you have to you is how I feel about extreme narrow-mindedness. And we're largely talking about extreme narrow-minded, the ones that have the loud minority vocal voice, right? Loud minority voice. That brings up the topic of alcohol. Yeah, there are definitely a lot of people who don't attend social events because of the pressure of drinking. Yeah, and it's understandable. It is the prerogative of that person. I like to think that deciding not to drink alcohol or attending social events, they continue to stay open-minded in trying to find alternatives to that. So like, how can you attend? Are there other social events that do not involve the pressure of drinking, for example? And that's definitely a communal thing, right? A communal thing. It's so interesting, social behavior. You take that to the internet and then you got an endless number of permutations on what we're speaking about, the social pressures.
娘、
娘ね、娘はボールを蹴りました。
蹴り、た。
We're not gonna finish today's lesson. Oh no, my Chinese lesson is in. My Chinese lesson is gone. I don't remember. I don't know if I remember anything from my Chinese lesson for today. The boy asked his dad to read a book. Otoko no ko. A boy. So, otoko no ko.
男の子
Oh, his dad.
男の子
So, maybe. Hareno? Do we even need to specify his dad?
男の子
男の子
は
は
お父さん
お父さんに
に
お父さんに本を読んで
4
読んで
で
ask. Oh wait,
お
maybe
父さ
we
ん
can do it this
に
way.
に
The boy asked his dad.
「お父さん
I guess you don't need to, maybe. So,
頼み
頼みまし。
また
No, you do.
と
Maybe I can just ask to here. I feel like I have to move otoko, otosan. Maybe otosan ni, ni to. Let's find out. Oh no, that's fine. Okay. You used to go out drinking every weekend back when you were 20 to 21. Now you'll do it once or twice a year, if at all. I definitely attend less social events now that I don't really drink. That's fair. That sounds reasonable. I used to attend quite a lot of social events, and I still don't drink. But because I like people watching. However, for formality's sake, I hold my drink. Not like hold as in my belly. But more like hold my drink. I casually sip. If you thought I was slow in munching on a candy bar, wait till you get a gin and tonic in my hand. Yeah, I'm definitely the guy that drinks about 75% volume in water and 25% volume in whatever drink is offered, or something that's classy, right? So if I'm going to a bar or something, I probably get a gin and tonic, and kindly ask the bar vendor, like, may I have also a glass of water? So I would like sip a bit of gin and tonic, kind of understand the notes of the alcohol and whatever mixers that they used and whatnot, and then palate cleanse with some water. I don't blame you. Alcohol doesn't really taste good. It's okay. It's like a different sensation, right? It's funny. I guess beer kind of tastes in a little bit a more of an acquired taste. However, I do the thing where it's kind of like the candy bar. I would eat a little of the candy bar, palate cleanse, and kind of take in the sensation, right? The sensation of the experience. So it's kind of like a taster kind of thing. So at least I can relate on how the taste is. And one can even say the taste doesn't actually change per se for someone who has acquired the taste and not acquired the taste, right? The idea is it might not seem pleasant at the time. So I have gone my way where I would do that now in moderation. Even in a social drinking situation. Like, oh hey, what does that drink taste like? And so on and whatnot. And if there are anything interesting to me, I would buy the drink, but I would find the opportunity, right? Try at least something. However, you might be thinking, oh, but that requires so much discipline. When you form a habit after a long time, it's like breathing, right? It's your ritual. So I used to be like, oh, people don't order some of this stuff. Like sometimes I would get, I don't know, a Crown Royal and Coke, right? A rum and Coke, but with Crown Royal. And then I would ask them, oh, can I also have some Coke and a glass of water? Like sometimes it's okay. Like what I mean is I'm engaging in multiple staggered levels of something while partaking in it. So it makes it so that I'm at least a little bit relatable. And that's got me very, very far. Very, very far in being appropriate for social places.
来る
これは先生の字です。
There are things that are always extreme though. So for example, Sub-Zero, if you go to a theme park and you absolutely hate roller coasters, would you get on a roller? There's not like, oh, let's get on a half roller coaster. So there are still experiences that I do actually dive on the deep end, like jumping off a canyon. I did that. Was I deathly afraid of it? Yeah, I was. I was absolutely definitely afraid of jumping off a canyon, jumping into a canyon swing at any time, really. Now thinking back, I still feel like I can feel the tension of my thighs and my like butt cheek tense up when I think about jumping that day when just straight up jump off the canyon. Did it once though, you know. Let me. It's a 110 meter height, and it's a 200 meter swing. If you wanted some relative height or what the canyon swing was like. It was in New Zealand. I was 21. That was the first time I've ever done something like that. My classmates, or the people I hang out with, half of them went skydiving that same day. So it couldn't be you. I don't know. Sub-Zero, are you saying one day we're basically just gonna get on we're just gonna tandem skydive? I will if you will. これは先生の字です。字です。
泳ぐ。多分もうすぐ雨が降ります。
多分もうすぐ雨が降ります。
野球。来週コンサートに行く。
来週コンサートに行く。Oh, hey. Nice.
漫画。
彼の部屋はかっこいいと思います。
彼の部屋はかっこいいと思います。So you need to... Yeah. Okay.
カラオケに行くのが好きですか？
What is the most extreme experience you have? Scary stuff? Oh, I was just about to ask. You are already going to answer. Scary stuff you did was honestly just jumping off this one cliff in the ocean. Can't remember how tall it was, and I was got pure brain. Listen, you already jumped off a scary cliff into an ocean. That's honestly, if I had to be relative, being in a harness is very it's very different. What I mean is, I'm not very good at swimming, so it sounds like you've already eclipsed that. Sorry, I'm thinking about my image of Norwegian cliffs is like this. And you just went woo bloop. like what I mean is like I'm thinking this is like 50 meters plus right now. You did like a death dive off of a cliff. That's what I think about when I think about Norwegian, Norwegian cliff sides and mountain sides. You did like a death dive or something. How tall was the cliff? What'd you say?
カラオケに行くのが好きですか？
But they had people who threw you ropes and saved you. Oh, okay. The stream in the water was really strong, so it had you floating away really quick. Yeah. Yeah, did I ever tell you that short story? Maybe a story for another time. I always talk about the New Zealand trip where we decide to rent surfboards to go to like a very well-known surf beach, and none of us knew how to surf, and there wasn't any coast guards. So let's just say it's very scary how fast a current carries you out. Like when you're on a surfboard and you're like not paying attention, or like you're just lying on a surfboard body surfing, and suddenly you're like you can barely see the coastline. That happened. Long story short. Maybe a more detail next time.
カラオケに行くのが好きですか？
It's quite scary. I think it's quite scary. That scared me far more, and it had nothing to do with being in high places or anything. It's the idea that all of a sudden you look back and you can't see the coastline anymore.
カラオケに行くのが好きですか？
Oops. カラオケ
カラオケに行くのが好きですか？
カラオケ
にカラオケに行くのが好きですか？
I keep hearing 行くに行く
に
oh
行く
に行く oh
ののカラオケに行くのが好きですか？の
oh okay never mind.
が
I thought it was something else.
好きですか？そのテストは多分簡単だと思います。その
テスト
そのテスト
は
多分
簡単だと
思い
ます。Still don't know about the 簡単 and what the だ has to do.
仕事に行く時間です。
Riptide, yes, the riptide. That's the word. Yeah, the riptide. Yeah, honestly, the ocean's one of your biggest enemies. Like, I don't even want to jump a 1 meter curve into the water. Have you ever played Subnautica Sub-Zero? Subnautica 2 is coming out. Have you ever played what is it called? Thalassophobia or something? Real talk, if you're like hanging out in the middle of the ocean, my mind starts wandering like, what's below me?
仕事に行く時間です。
仕事に行く
時間
行く時間です。
です。
どう思いますか？
Oh, thalassophobia. Yeah. Thalassophobia. Never played that?
どう思いますか？どう
You should play that.
どう思いますか？
思いますか？
思いますか？
Are you familiar with it though? Have you seen other people play it? どう思いますか？ Might have only ones. Oh, 1S? Yeah, I have no idea how to spell it. Alright, let's do this for 15 minutes and get to our Chinese session today. Bango. Okay.
番号
This is Legacy.
番号
Not two S's? Alright. Excellent.
番号
Good to know.
番号
Oh,
番号
whoops.
番号
番号
I know what to avoid now though. Good looking out. What do you
番
mean?
号
What do you mean?
番
It's
号
crazy how different people when it comes to what scares them. Listen,
番号
Listen,
番号
I'm scared of a lot of things. Does that really stop me from doing them? That's kind of a interesting question, right? Do the things that you're scared of stop you from doing things? And does that mean you're scared of them? Kanji. Oh, for G.
漢
漢字
Yeah, for G.
漢字
漢字
You know what I mean? Like,
漢字
if I mentioned that I jumped off the
Kanji.
canyon.
漢字
It makes me
Kanji.
no less deathly afraid of high
漢
places.
字
Like, I swear
漢
I
字
can't walk a straight line when I'm near a high place.
漢字
Like, I feel like the whole world is
Kanji.
leaning towards the cliffside.
漢字
So that's kind of one thing. And there are so many things I said I've done, but
番号
those are easily one of the most discomforting and yet highly relatable experiences I can use as a icebreaker.
番号
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 Passively, passion definitely overcomes fear in some cases. That's why we got people skydive. Yeah, that's
番号
a fair point actually.
番号
Like taking deep
番号
番号
I'm gonna do a really big deep cut
Bango.
here. And you love riding motorcycles. People who have no passion for it probably don't view it the same. I got another one for you. Are you ready for this? Is anyone ready for this? Because I don't think people are ready for what I'm about to say. I got a really big deep cut for this.
What?
Hold on to your hats, folks.
は
Who's ready? Language learning.
は箱札
That's it.
じ
G.
袖
So there.
わわ
You're welcome. What's more? What's another one? Talking to people.
じ
は
You mentioned it's crazy how different people are when it comes to what scares them, though, right? And passion definitely overcomes fears in some cases. Talking to other people.
は
Rejection.
もの札
Suddenly, getting on a roller coaster doesn't seem so bad to a lot of people now. If you know what I mean.
じ
To those that I'm referring to.
机は
じじ
Humans, I tell you, humans. Fascinating. Incredibly fascinating creatures we are.
鏡
Agami. This is koe.
声
Koe.
じ
Ji.
橋
Hashi.
は
Wa. Fascinating, right? Very fascinating.
は
は
Wa.
じ
じ
帯
Obi. Some people have a passion for women though, and it scares them away. Call it a trick.
帯 皿 鏡
Here's one thing that I will share myself, and I still think it's true today. I hear a lot of times when people say you need to treat something
Kanji.
differently because you're a so-and-so type of person, right? Like, for example, the idea of classifying yourself
漢字
as an introvert versus your extrovert, right? I say
漢
this
字
a lot
漢字
because if you think
漢字
for a moment, at least personally, I'm going to use an
Kanji.
anecdote.
漢
If it
字
got any easier per se about the concerns
Kanji.
and worry about interacting with another human being, that never goes away. Like, for me personally. And I don't think it, I think not only is it necessary to be fearful and or anxious or nervous, that feeling does not subside. To a lot of people who need to perform, right? Like athletes and whatnot, when you ask them, what is it that keeps them so calm? And so, well, it's not from a lack
漢
of
字
from a lack of fear or a lack of nervousness, or like it's discipline and control, right? So when you were talking about, yeah, passion overcomes a lot of those things, discipline from passion, from practice, right?
字
It's still there. Like, for example, one who is fearless isn't necessarily void of fears in any given one moment,
漢字
at least in my opinion.
字
But hey, I'm not a sociopath, so I have no idea.
砂糖
That's how,
帯病院
that's how I convince myself I'm not a sociopath anyways. Like, I'm scared of a lot of things.
G-
I'm scared of betrayal. I'm scared of opportunistic things. I'm scared of offending people. I'm scared of saying the wrong things. I'm scared of making mistakes. What makes them tolerable
漢字
and useful is that the way I interpret those things outweigh that fear. Whoops. Anji is water.
漢字
Yeah.
字
So, when someone says, do I ever get nervous? A while back, someone asked me, like, do I ever get nervous when I give presentations? So, absolutely. Then it completely disappears when I'm in the moment, right? Your practice all the times you worked at it comes to fruition, right? However, it doesn't take away the nervousness and whatnot. Those things not only may seem like negative things at first, become very powerful things. Know how to wield them, in my opinion.
動物
So it was a very big deep cut. The thing that I feared the most and really disliked, and it was ever present in my life, is what I'm doing now.
先月
When I was younger. If you ask a 20 or younger myself, the thing I'm doing now is the thing that I would avoid deliberately by painting my entire life around it.
あと
And I'm not exaggerating.
字漢
You're talking to someone who like
漢字
is trapped in their own thought. What I mean? Talking in public. Non-stop talking in public. Because I don't like people knowing what I do and can always revisit what I do every day.
番号
I mean, that includes streaming, but and nowadays that's not palpable for kids or younger people. They've already normalized that. They normalize this type of behavior without understanding the consequences of it. What I feared was the potential consequences of it. Coming from an age where
番号
accountability is possible even without the ever presence of recording and
番号
data and
Bango.
digital things, it was so scary
Bango.
before. It's ever even more scary
番
now.
号
番号
And no amount of my being have made it any less scary.
番号
And yet, the rewards far outweigh the fear.
漢
So, it's kind of like taking your medicine, right?
漢字
If you don't like the bitter taste, would you still take the medicine?
漢字
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 I mean, a very, very stubborn
Kanji.
person might not.
漢字
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 Or like a person who was
Kanji.
told that they need anesthesia because the procedure is incredibly painful. Right? That kind of thing. Yeah, cute.
野球
It's pretty impressive though how the lengths
野球
野球
and different ways people
野球
work around that kind of thing.
野球
Yeah, I would say one of my worst skills is probably
野球
speaking in public.
野球
野球
Easily one of my worst skills.
野球
You sit there, give me a book, I'll write you a paragraph, you know,
Yaku.
I'll write you
野
things.
球
But speaking,
Yaku.
no, that's not it.
野球
野球
He used to be really introverted, and what helped was ripping the band-aid off when I moved to a different city all alone. I was kind of forced to socialize and make friends on your first year. Yeah, that's one of those life moments, moving out of the nest and having to reestablish, but now with adult, you know, like with adult capacities. That's something that, oh, wait, oh, that was Hashiru. Hashiru, that
走る
I don't think a ton of people on the internet don't experience anymore. In fact, I actually think
走る
they go through a second period of reclusiveness.
走る
So like there are individuals who might have
Hashiru.
moved out of their house and like
Hashiru.
moved out of their comfort zone every once in a
Hashiru.
while. Then there are people who settled very early.
走る
And that to me
走る
is incredibly evident in how they
Hashiru.
engage in conversation. If you're not used to constantly making fresh start, then it really does show on how adequate you are at sparking up conversation with a stranger, or like consistently sparking conversations with a stranger, let alone become a language learner. I'm like, it can still work out. I actually think language learning is another fantastic way of
番号
getting that fresh start that one might have an opportunity to do so.
番
Because
号
what more appropriate place
番号
than people who actually
Bango.
want to or am trying very hard to
Bango.
talk, right? Because of the language learning component.
番号
番
And
号
yet it's still incredibly difficult. It's the last stage
番号
in, I would say it's the most avoided stage in a language learner's propensities. It's to engage in conversation, both writing and speaking. I don't think it's distinguishable between it. You might be thinking, well, people text all the time and they write all the time. Yeah, but that's having conversations and talking about a language are two different things. You can write and talk at a person by stating facts in Japanese and whatnot. Having a conversation with that person, like telling them, like, hey, you know what? It's really great. It's nice that you're here. I really appreciate your time, right? I don't know if I've said this enough, but I feel incredibly privileged that we could share a moment together, right? Strangers on the internet, I just wanted to let you know that your existence makes my life a little bit brighter for the times we have and will have potentially together. How uncomfortable is it for someone to say that, in my opinion, is a very great gauge on how often that person is talking to the person or talking at the person. And if you're someone who is reliant on trying to create leadership and dynamics, you have to talk to the person, not at the person, right? Like, oh, I saw that you're doing this wrong from a distance. And then the other person, maybe they are more interpersonally inclined, they would say, oh, hey, hi, by the way. It's nice to meet you. My name is... And then the other person say, oh, no, that's okay. I just thought I'd help you. And that is I feel that is the conversation a lot of times. And you can pick out the person who's more inclined to have conversations and another person who's clearly objective oriented. Neither is ideal because you can have two people who's objective oriented meet each other, right? However, you can distinguish between a lot of times because foundational social skills are missing in my opinion, someone who is hyperly focused on not the communication aspect, the discussion aspect, but more on the objective aspect. Like, hey, we're here to play a game, let's play the game. Hey, we're here to have fun playing with other people playing the game. Different story. It helps knowing that I know these people knew the past you. Oh, that's interesting. Huh. So what you're saying is, you should tell me about your past self.
泳ぐ
Are you telling me that I can't tell anything about your past self? I can't.
泳ぐ
Kidding. I talk about my past self all the time.
泳ぐ
Isn't that ironic? So zero.
泳ぐ
Actually,
泳
I
ぐ
agree with you though. The first time I learned how to like start engaging in conversation was when I left for college, and then I got to
泳ぐ
reinvent myself. And when I mean by reinvent myself, it's a little different.
泳ぐ
How I was able to reinvent myself was
泳ぐ
I was not the socially, racially discriminated self. So like when I went to university, it was different because
泳ぐ
people were open-minded. It wasn't about
泳ぐ
how much I could afford,
泳ぐ
what I look like a lot of times, right?
泳ぐ
However, with that said, it pales in comparison to reaching a state of mind in which you can explain
泳ぐ
your choices and actions of your past and dominate your past. Like, now I don't think I ever am concerned at the moment of talking about my past. Now, you don't need this to be happy with yourself and whatnot. I don't think it's necessary. It certainly elevates one's position psychologically. Like, oh, you had bad days? Let me try to channel my past self to tell you or try to share with you a relatable event, but also what transpired from it, right? I know social anxiety is so high, and I can tell you now, some days I've gone through like the entirety of middle school, and I don't think anyone knew I existed. But what has that become of that consequence? Well, I am the person I am today because I was invisible. But knowing how that worked allowed me to break that invisibility when I choose to do so. Like there were times when I don't even think people knew I existed in the room. So that's kind of like a way to talk about your past, but also offer alternatives, right? Can one escape their past? That's an interesting thought too. Like I choose not to escape my past. I choose to own my past, and certainly it comes without really funny situations. But there's a lesson in there. And there was nothing wrong about your past. I mean, more so that psychologically it's harder to reinvent yourself when people already perceive you a certain way. Yes. Exactly. Right. I am a poor kid who don't look like everyone else, don't speak like everyone else yet, and also sound, have very particular value system, different than everyone else, and I can't change the way I. So that's kind of the thing, right? You can't just show up all of a sudden, show up as this new person without people raising eyebrows. I did do that too. Wait, did I already? I'm sure you were here when I said that at one point in high school I had different colored hair. I mean, like, when I mean different colored hair, I mean my hair color wasn't one color. My eye color wasn't one color either. Yeah, I had different colored hair. Yeah. Did it raise eyebrows? It most certainly did. Although it raised eyebrows because no one actually even noticed me when I was younger. Yeah, I wasn't very noticeable. In fact, one of the friends that I had, here's a very short story about how invisible I was. I think it was 10th grade, there was a new transfer student. He was Korean. Yeah, obviously I won't use names but he was different. Like, he was very different, incredibly articulate. He actually went on and did like writing and speech and stuff. I think I didn't keep up with him. Sorry, a little bit of a spoiler. We hit it off, we started talking about things, and then he got popular, right? This sounds like a cliche from an American movie, but he didn't get popular in a sense that he left me behind for something else. What it is his natural charisma attracted a lot of his time, and I was unable to adapt. Like, I was not able to also keep up. I was not charismatic. I did not seek to improve my conversation skills, and my appeal was invisible. I was this guy's friend, but everyone was friends of this guy, right? 2 years passed, we graduated from high school, and only a year into our new college year, when I received a random contact from him apologizing that, hey, sorry, I forgot, like, this person had a retrospection moment and noticed that I basically disappeared, like, again, back into it. He was like probably my only friend in that like very restricted period that had like a really close connection in terms of like intellectual and stuff. But the thing that separated us, well separated us, is people wanted to be around him. He was electric. I was nobody. I required energy to be around. That is an incredibly different double standard. It's a double standard that's true and will stay true. If you're someone who requires energy input consistently without reciprocating, then you are less and less likely to be able to have opportunities. So since then, when I went into college, a lot of that fed into that. Not just the whole I'm a different person and I transferred and we were low income, and then now we're not low income, but we're technically poor, relatively speaking, compared to all the people in the affluent place. So there's all of that stuff. But I don't think being able to consistently be reserved will proactively ever change your situation. In fact, you will probably be left behind and buried even further into this isolated area. And I would say this has changed, where there are people who look out for these things. I don't think that's part of human condition, right? When something is electric, it catches the person's attention, right? Even myself, I can't help someone who doesn't want to help themselves. I can't be aware of someone who is drowning in obscurity if that person doesn't want to make themselves known. So at the base level, I would say there is no ounce of life lessons that can compensate for someone who is satisfied in living and, you know, just existing. And I refuse, in my opinion, to be a person who suggests this is like a really extreme circumstance kind of situation. When someone shows me a heavy indicator that they prefer to like fade from existence, that is a recipe for disaster. So I'm talking in an extreme case, but there are varying levels, right? Like there are very successful people who prefer to be followers and then following, and then they prefer to have that while not really focusing on the self, right? You can still disappear and fade and be invisible in the middle of a room. Like you can be successful and still be invisible. And that, to me, is how I would classify, or how I would better capture the idea of an introvert, like an introversion when it comes to adult life. If you're a person who feels like you're never heard, and yet you're successful and have like lots of things going on, but you still feel in an inability to be present or be have the capacity to feel natural, to stick out and be able to attract specific attention or desire help or something, that's kind of how I encapsulate the modern introversion. And I think kids have captured that much earlier in age now. Like you don't have to be 30 or 40 to feel invisible while being successful simultaneously in like a large company or something like that. You can be incredibly talented, you have lots of marketable skills, or even a willingness to work and market, yet have an incredibly absent ability to express or communicate that to anyone else. It's pretty saddening and disheartening. In fact, I know of a few now personally in contact where this person could get anything done. Like if you tell them they need to do this, they probably will do it. The thing is, it has to happen to them. Like someone has to see that. Someone with the proper resources. Like, hey, they have to be scouted for that. So sometimes having mandatory things like school, college be like forced upon someone, I don't necessarily think it's only for their personal growth, but it allows them to be optically visible. Like the optics on the person increases. So how do you go about this if you're a friend or someone? You inch them closer to get exposure without spooking them back in, by retreating back in. So, and then the rest will, in my opinion, will speak for itself, right? You can have the greatest talent in the world and you have no motivation or intuition on demonstrating how people would become interested in the thing you do. And that sucks. And I feel that's what educators were, underlying principle of what educators were meant to do, I suppose, or hired to do, right? You're trying to ensure that what you see in the students is what other people will continue to see and maybe even see better later on. And that's kind of how I view school and universities and whatnot. And it's not a coincidence that you and I might share the same type of reinvention when it came to the university, right? And then do more, even more in that, right? University and then post life had allowed me to rediscover my old self with a new perspective, because I'm no longer that young child who could not contextualize the circumstance. So now it's almost like the opposite. I use my past as the I use my past experiences and all my observations as the core. So no longer is it you approach a conversation and you're like, what do we talk about? Listen here, Sub-Zero. You lived more than 20 years. You gotta have something to talk about those 20 years. And they lived arguably probably more than 20 years, you know, your average person. You gotta be able to ask them something about the life that they lived, right? So that's kind of the thing. When you're asking someone in their mid-20s, how do you start a conversation? Share something about yourself. And then the first conversation is, I don't know what's interesting about myself. Like, then nothing's interesting. So I make it interesting. Like, this person knows nothing about you. Like, even if they try to assume as much as they can about you, like based on the way you look, you still gotta explain it. Like, make it your, like, but what if they judge you the same way? Explain it. Like, then that's your icebreaker. Like, for example, how would I introduce something? In my college, I think I shared this short story once. In the circle, I looked around and I didn't see any Chinese Americans, right? We were in a place where there are very low population of Asian-born Americans. So my first thought was, I like to think that I stick out a lot. And then there's probably going to be a lot of thoughts. So my icebreaker, because I have limited communication experience, I shared the very thing that makes me me. And I told everyone, it's like, well, hello, I'm so-and-so. First year, I like to major in so-and-so. I don't know if anyone noticed, but I'm Asian. And then I went on to say, like, okay, now I know what you're thinking. And yes, 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 and no. So, yes, I do play a violin. Yes, I'm pretty good at math. And yes, I scored in the top 1 percentile, like the top 99th percentile. And no, I actually did really terrible on my SATs. So, that's kind of, that's, I wasn't as articulate like that. I was like a little bit more like mumbly, and it was a bit of pausing and whatnot, because now I do this every day. Like, the fluidity and the pausing and the subversion and stuff largely comes from experience. So it wasn't that smooth. It would be kind of funny though. And I said something like, so I happen to be Asian. And then everyone chuckled, you know, for like a minute and two. Okay, but what kind of Asian I am? I'm Chinese. So that means I'm guaranteed to be good at violin and math. Oh, and the other no was I don't practice any martial arts yet. In college, we ended up checking that off the list too. It's funny that we brought this up because I'm actually experiencing that my social skills have been deteriorating lately. How so? How so? Oh, I should write my mnemonic before we forget. Oh, that's my Chinese course that I am going to struggle through in 18 minutes. Man, I can't tell you how I still feel it though, Sub-Zero. Like I'm telling you, all of this, that nervousness going to like a place where no one knows you, like the last wedding I went to, like there were a few people, you had to do it over and over again. Like literally at the last wedding I went to, I sat in the table and there's one person that I know, but that person wasn't able to be there the whole time. And immediately when I sat down, the first 6 people are strangers to me. So what do? You have to do that reintroduction 6 times in a row. And all those people are familiar with each other. So if you can do that, I think That's a great like litmus test for how well you are with communication. That's probably how it goes. Like tomorrow, like this weekend, I'm gonna go to my my cousin. One of my immediate cousin has a wedding, so it's gonna have a different decorum, different ways, and sure enough, I'm probably gonna find some way of navigating it. It's still brutally exhausting. Like after the wedding, like I went to the hotel room and I just clocked out. It's incredibly mentally exhausting. I don't actually know how it feels to be what I call truly extroverted people who like legitimately gain energy from engaging. It's so baffling that I don't even think it exists. So that's kind of one of those things, right? Although I see it happening, I still just don't believe it, right? So with all that said, I do not believe that I am one of those people where when you talk to someone, your whole outlook changes and then you're suddenly always talking, like living it up, right? My battery's drained as I'm going through the day. Yet, I feel people would be surprised. And that's kind of where I go with the whole empathizing introversion kind of thing. It's so tough to sit at a table and think, okay, 7 other people know each other and I'm the only stranger. What do I do? Do I go down the road and do all of them? No, I ended up finding separate opportunities to engage in with all of them. Obviously, I did not remember any of their names because it was way too difficult to juggle 7 names. But I remember all the details that would allow me to identify them at some point, right? I actually ended up talking to 3 tables filled of people. And almost all of them were not relatives of the bride and groom because they're busy like doing their thing. But I would argue it was even more chaotic and interesting and dynamic that pretty much the entire like friends tables are like just you got to be ready. Like one was a retired military person, like one had some very weird behavioral quirks that I wasn't used to, but we had a blast. It was fun. Very challenging. It's like imagine walking into a chat room. You don't know, I mean, like imagine a Twitch chat room, but the Twitch chat room is live and you walk in there and you have to get along and like find some way to have fun. I don't know how that would work out nowadays. I don't know. I think it would be surprisingly navigable when you take all the people who are online, like say a Discord chat room, right? And then somehow they all end up in a room. Just imagine walking into a Twitch chat room and it being live. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. That is a great point. Yeah, today was a bit of a reminiscent. I still need to do my Chinese lesson, so let's organize our Japanese lesson today. So interest. Interest. I know that we got a bunch of predicates, and I'm probably gonna have trouble remembering the predicates. We have a bunch of objects and activities. And I wonder if they're including all the plane forms. They are including all the plane forms. Or some of them. Interesting. So that's how they're logging the adjectives. They're doing the plane forms. Oh, they must have held off on the predicates because they wanted the predicates to be represented in the plane form before they added. See, because I see oyogu Oyogu and hashiru. And I don't remember anymore. So let's get these down before. Is this Chinese or Japanese? It is Japanese for the moment. And there's a bug with Duolingo where it does this. With the kanji section. I'm sure it's on the list of editing right now, but all the kanji is messed up. Most of the kanji is messed up. So we're gonna rely on our own kanji skills here. You see how like lots of all the strokes are missing. even if you know Chinese, some of them are fine, but some of them are not. Like these are fine. The basic ones are fine. Like this one, it's gone. It's gone. And bango or homa is it's gone. More like kanji. all right. I gotta sort this out before I go to my Chinese lesson. Are you what are your interests in window? Chinese, Japanese, both? A random ranting? I'm all game, all of the above. So I'm gonna organize my thoughts here now. So bango, man, bango is gonna be thrown outside, so we have no place of associating this. So I just place bango out here. Both? But you're starting with Nihongo. Oh, very nice. Have you started already? What are you doing? What are you going about? How are you going about this? Like, what have you heard? What have you consumed before you started? I'm also happy to hear that you have found the courage to start, right? Starting's tough. Reading. Oh, what are you reading? What are you trying to read? What is your go-to? So bango. Ji? Let's write Ji over here. Q. We have Yaku. Where's Ya? Q. We'll write it on this column. I know this might sound weird, and I haven't had anyone make a comment about it too often. When I'm using the reflexive we, is it a reflexive we? Yes, I'm using we as a reflexive. So there aren't actually literally more than we. I know it's me, but I'm kind of figuratively also referring to the collective. So hopefully that's not too weird. I was reflecting upon that a lot. It's kind of like almost like a streamer syndrome, really. Let's see. So Yaku. Yaku is legacy. Well, Q part is legacy because of Chinese. So this is an activity, right? We're talking about interest here. So let's play that. And then Hashiru. Hashiru is an activity or an interest. So we'll just throw this over here. More legacy. Hashiru. Oyogu. You're mimicking what I did as a kid. Oh, fascinating. Social experiment. Parent used to give me all these encyclopedias or fact books, and it accelerated your language proficiency pretty massively, you noticed? Ordered one today about animals. Very nice. I don't have too many animals at the moment. Oh, maybe. Pamo panda, lion, chameleon, hamster, saru, usagi, uma, ushi, tori, or niwatori. I guess all those like common things are in there. Hamster. Yeah, you gotta throw in a hamster. Don't tell me that's hamster. Yeah, it is hamster. I gotta throw in some katakana somewhere here and there, right? Less panda, right? Less panda. That's the red panda, the lesser panda. Fun stuff. Do we count sakana like fish? I don't actually know how to say. I guess maguro is that the specific tuna. Maguro, is it? There's fugu. 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 Anyways. Exciting. Oyogu. Let's see. Oyogu. I was just talking about Oyogu the other day. So. Oyogu. What the heck? This is toru. I mean, yeah, we'll put in toru. Toru is an activity. These are all legacy right now. So I don't have to remember these. Except for oh no, I don't even have to remember ya. So ya q because of Chinese. Ya q hashiru legacy oyogu and toru. These are activities. Manga. Let's put manga over here. This is number. Writing. I guess manga work. Monkey? Yeah, I used saro or saru. Saru is also monkey. It's the Japanese word for monkey. And it's actually... Oh, actually, I don't even know if it's a Japanese word because it's in katakana. Saru is also a monkey. I have no idea if... yeah, I think it's the Japanese word. I think they had monkeys. Maybe Japanese had monkeys. The thing is, there's this thing about like how animals are named and or written kind of related to if the animal existed in Japan natively or not. So I'm guessing Saru might suggest that there were monkeys in the island of Japan. What the heck is this? I wasn't paying attention. Oh, hiku. Oh, that is hiku, as in playing a string instrument. Okay, cool. I think we're gonna do categoricals with like the hobby section that we had. We're gonna do categorically. So hiku. We'll associate things with this. So actually yakyu is an activity and not a predicate, so that doesn't help. However, yakyu, then hashiru maybe koen ni hashiru, like a run in a park or something. And then a pool, puru, right? Puru ni oyogu. And toru, that's sashin. Is sashin here? It is not. Let's throw shashin. Shin. Oops. Right. Shashin. Did we throw a manga? Oh no, we didn't. Manga. Manga is legacy as well because of man in Chinese. And manga is legacy in Japanese because of eiga, like eigakan, like movie. So manga. Easy for them to be trafficked there by humans and establishing population was. Yeah. The way the animals, yeah, I can see that. Like kitsune. There's kitsune. Kitsune is for fox as well. Those are like some of the newer animals that I received. Kuma for bear. I'm surprised Sub-Zero heard hamster but didn't find chameleon and dion sticking out. Chameleon and I think it's Kami, or it might be Kame. Chameleon. And then Nion. I like saying Nion. Nion sounds great. I don't know the word for penguin. What did I say this was? Oh yeah. Iku. So piano. We can add like piano no. Piano hiku. Daijoubu. Right, Daijoubu will stick down here because it doesn't really go anywhere at the moment. This is also legacy. Don't really need to remember it. Alright, Daijoubu. Oh, we can stick these together. So he heto. Heta. Oh my god. Jeez. Heta and Jozu. Right, Heta and Jozu. New to this unit. So these will be grouped together. Mi? I guess Miru. Oh, like manga. Manga is more like Yomu. Miru will add like Eiga or something. So Miru's fine. That's not fine because I lost a stroke. Miru and Yomu. Oh, Urau first. Urau. Urau also is legacy. Maybe that's why I wasn't paying attention today. Oh, it's Sub-Zero's fault, right? But that's fine. It's all his fault, always. Hang on. So we also have Iku. Iku is fine. There's a bunch of predicates with this unit. There's Yomu. We don't have to study. We don't have to come up with mnemonics too much. They're all predicates. So they're including all the predicates. There are new predicates that we have to remember though. You find Duolingo to be useful for learning? I do. Yes, I do. Short answer is I do. Long answer is you have to do a lot. As in you yourself have to do a lot. Yeah. Duolingo is doing quite a lot for you in the terms of like motivation and consistency department. However, one must also be incredibly well versed in how to engage oneself in learning. It's kind of like when you finish a game, right? When you finish a video game, how much of it can you explain to another person and like teach it to another person, right? And oftentimes when you're doing something for entertainment, it's very difficult to pay attention or want to do that. And I think in another shorter-ish answer, that's kind of how Duolingo goes about it. So one can find it very easy to be consistent in Duolingo, using Duolingo. However, extracting information from Duolingo, that ease come at a cost for comprehensibility or comprehensiveness, as in like how much you're internalizing. It's making it a lot easy and engaging. However, it requires a lot of diligence from the user. When something is hard, right, quote unquote, if you're using a method that's challenging you naturally or like the way you like it, and you're finding that challenge doesn't scare you away, then you're more likely to extract more information. However, it's exhausting and you can be less consistent with it because it's exhausting. So it's kind of like a back and forth. And you want to ask yourself, when was the last time you were consistent with learning something, right? If you're saying, I don't know what that looks like right now, you can try to use Duolingo for a month or so. There's no cost to Duolingo. So you use it for a month, you find out what works, what doesn't work. And then you ask yourself, do you stick with Duolingo or you go with other things? Or you stick with Duolingo and you find the things that Duolingo is missing, and then you build upon that. And I noticed that you say you're mimicking what you did as a kid, so you clearly have kept your awareness of how you're learning things. So if Duolingo sounds like a strange thing that you haven't tried yet, that might be interesting too. Then whatever interesting thing that captures your attention, you can take it with you, right? If the gamification works, add gamification to your kids' approach, right? So the more tools you have, the more things you can do to engage yourself, I think that goes a long way for learning. For myself, I don't learn like this. Like, I'll be very real. Actually, I take it back. When I was 13 or younger, per se, when I was very young, I learned like this. And then I seldomly learn like this. So now what I'm doing is I'm doing the part that isn't in Duolingo. I'm sorting out the predicates and writing the predicates and like grouping them together with different ideas. That Duolingo doesn't do. So I'm thinking more like quote unquote my adult self or my college and graduate school self. So it's a mileage may vary. I really enjoy it. It's been teaching me a lot of things that I haven't done in a while. You ain't the most smart, but I'm pretty able to look upon my mind and find out how it functions, so I can develop proper methods for learning. Yeah. And then trying other things is pretty good. So if you have any inclination that Duolingo is not familiar to you, you can certainly spend like a month on the side, like 15 minutes or something, check out what Duolingo is using, if any of it works, and then take whatever that works well, right? Whatever that works well, and you don't have to keep using Duolingo. I think the greatest way to learn, in my opinion, is something you eventually come up with yourself from all the ideas that you've collectively experienced, right? The thing I'm doing now is not something Duolingo does, and I found incredibly effective for my own learning. So that's kind of where we're going with this. This is Kiru. Yes, Kiru. The other Kiru to arrive. At least I think that's the ending for Kiru. By the way, is this your first language you're gonna go into? Oh, it's not Kiru. It's probably Kuru, isn't it? It's Kuru. My bad. This is irregular. Oh, wait. That's fine. It's still Kuru, though. Yeah. I've got... This is irregular. Kuru. Gotta practice my plain form. Kuru. And Tabun. Tabun. Yeah, we'll put Tabun here. Tabun. Okay. Technically is English. Swedish native? Well, hello there, Swedish native. I have a very, very fun thing to say because Sub-Zero is Norwegian. Now you guys can go duke it out. I'm kidding. Just kidding. But hey, Swedish. Oh, wait. Are you currently in Sweden now, or because I don't know what that means. You could be living somewhere else even if you're a Swedish native. Born and raised, I imagine. I always wanted to watch a Swedish person talk to a Norwegian online, and somehow I am part of the conversation. I think Sub-Zero made himself scarce though. He doesn't sleep. Did you get up recently, or are you inversed? All right, here's your jab. When people try and mimic Swedish accent, they actually come off as Norwegian to you. I don't know. Sub-Zero is here to say something. It's 7 a.m. Okay, so you are in Sweden. Okay. I didn't know if you're did you just get up, or are you like Sub-Zero where he just doesn't sleep? Or you have a night shift or something. I know another Norwegian kid who's another Norwegian person who's they have flip schedules sometimes because of their occupation. You got to sleep early. Oh, very nice. So you're fresh. I am from the United States. I'm on the East Coast, so it is 1 a.m. Although I digressed so hard today that I still have a probably 2.5 to 3 hour Chinese lesson get through, so get on that soon enough. So I covered everything. What are the new characters? There aren't too many new characters. So Bango. Go is not new. E? Yeah, Q. No. Ashiru. No. Oyogu. No. Kiru. Right, Kiku. Oh yeah, Kiku. Kiku is not new either. Toru is not new. Manga is not new. Okay, so we have no new characters. Specifically. I guess that's it. These are all things I can attach interest to. There's new vocabulary oh, wait, just kidding. We have new ones. New predicates that aren't added. I do want to add new. I do want to add some old ones, like renshu. Renshu. To practice. I think that's ren. Yeah, renshu. No. It's renshu. Double study. Am I? No, I'm writing in the wrong. No, that's fine actually. Okay. Pretty sure that's a renshu. Either study till you stupor or go to bed whenever you like it. Huh? All right. Solid. Solid, solid. So what brings you your interest to Japanese from the perspective of a Swedish person? What is your interest with Japanese and later on Chinese? Renshu. Okay, that's fine. And we have keru. Keru kicking is good. Keru. So we'll have to need boru. A boru for keru. Keru is something dealing with movements. And then jiu. Jiu is my repeat. So jiu from Chinese. Oh no, that one, it's like this. So keru or kick. Keru, check. We have omo. Omo is for ask, which I feel like we're gonna place it here. So omo, which is very close to isu. Without the dot at the top. And then we have tanomu. Tanomu is to ask or request. Oh wait. Oh no, did I get that mixed up? Omo. It's all about the actions in this chapter. Oh, it's to think. Omo is to think. Does that still make sense? Yeah, that's fine. And then anomu. Anomu is ask. Which no. Down. That requires a proportion change. Lots of cultural influence both ways, but little way of interacting since the Japanese are self-admittedly not very proficient in English. Why not reach out myself then? No. That's quite a interesting way to view it. It's a very different way to view it. I have to admit, that is, that's a deep cut that I would admit there's quite a lot of truth to that feeling. about the English proficiency thing. Tanomu. Very proactive. All right, so we have ask and think. Daijobu. Daijobu is fine, right? Heta. Yeah, heta. Heta, doju, doju. Jozu. Jozu and tabun. These are conditionals that would involve that. We have even more. There's one more. And it was nageru, which is throw, which can be paired with our keru. Why does... Oh, it has a hand in it. Oh, wait. No, that doesn't actually work. Okay. It does have hand. Nageru. Okay, so we just have a huge bunch of predicates. I don't think that's too bad, actually. We just think of all the predicates because it's basically interest, right? And then we have a group, one group of expressions, and maybe one group of objects. So toru has dashin, keru, and oh no, keru and nageru. Keru and nageru has boru. Kuru, I don't know. We can pick any location for kuru. Yomu, we have manga. Manga, iku, any location, I suppose. Urau, maybe koe. Try using koe. We'll put koe on the list. Koe, whoops. That's not right. I missed a stroke. I think koe is... Oh no, there's no stroke in the middle. Let's make sure. Koe. Oh no, there is a stroke in the middle. Ega? Okay. Koe. In Chinese for familial reasons. Oh, as well as figuring out it might become the next leading superpower as America is way too unsteady right now. Interesting. That's a interesting motivation and bold statement. Fair enough. You don't happen to have a background in economics, do you? Window. Koe miru. Miru, we can do like eiga. Yeah, we can do eiga. Pivot from manga. So add eiga. Right. Eiga. What else we got? Kiku. We'll do piano. On piano. P. E. Piano. Kiku. Shashin. Right there. Sashin for toru. Oyogu. Furu works. Furu. Hashiru. Koen? Let's do Koen. It's the other way. Koen. And then Yakyu. Yakyu is what Yakyu. Artist, aerospace, engineer, spiritual, most accurate things to identify you with, but still relatively early on all fronts. Okay. I see. Fair enough. Alright, not too bad for this unit. I think we finally got to a unit where they started writing down most of the predicates. They're still doing the thing where if it only exists as a predicate and not as a plain form, they don't have it logged here. So we have the 4, right? 4 new predicates. Keru, nageru, keru, nageru, omou, tanomu. Alright, well, that's a wrap for Japanese right now. We had a huge discussion. Sub-Zero ghosted me. Feels bad, man. It's okay. It's probably clocked out. Yeah, lots of candid conversations, right? We talked about what was the major discussion today? We did a little bit about talking about like health, right? The nocebo, placebo effects of health, balancing mitigation versus steady state, the difference between declining and maintenance. Candy bars, we talked a lot about candy bars. Potato chips, good old fashioned tea time discussion. Got an opportunity to talk with Valentine again about sharing that was really early during our recall, about the joys of sharing experiences as opposed to sharing dictation with each other. So there's a very different fine line between establishing a relationship on mutual intellectual exchange versus a dictation. Basically one who's compelled to feel like they are the instructor as a form of compassion, like instructor, student, someone knowing and someone doesn't knowing. I like the idea that the most sustainable intellectual relationships are reciprocation of collaborative learning, right? Really simulates, at least in an internet environment, being classmates, people of equal intellectual capacity with a trust and respect for one another in sharing experiences, rather than a focus on being annoyed or frustrated or burdened by the idea that one person knows more than the other person and can no longer sustain that. That's a very different dynamic, right? Usually people would keep each other at a distance if that was the case, which is a fair way to keep friends that way as well. So lots of deep discussions today. I really enjoyed it. It also pushes my lesson 4 hours longer. All right, folks. So for people who are interested in Japanese, right, and maybe the occasional person who likes to check out what it's like for someone who is from the United States who likes to learn Japanese on the spare time, right? You're more than welcome to always follow along. see what you need to be reminded, what your weak spot is. I love observing people. I think the main theme of today's discussion was that I like to observe behavioral experiences firsthand, like social network kind of thing. It's far more accessible than it's ever been because of live streaming and YouTube content and live chat, right? You can observe people's behavioral patterns. It's great to be ever interested and invested in interpersonal skills. So navigating complex emotional situations is kind of a thing for me, right? Interpersonal skills, one of the life skills that underlies language learning, right? Yeah. So until next time for Japanese enthusiasts out there, mata ne, ja ne, minasan. I'm gonna get up, really get a bathroom break, reboost with some glucose, and I will be back for my Chinese lesson. All right. Thank you. Thank you. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第161天。Welcome back, folks. It is day 161. We are in day 2 of unit 46 in Mandarin. Describing the environment. Now this one was a little bit wonky. We got some very uncharacteristic mnemonic like associations and whatnot for this one. So let's hop right into it. We are now we are burning the true midnight oil for today. Actually, what is today's date? It's Thursday. Yes, we're gonna wonk. Yes. All right. So unit 46. Unit 46 for describing the environment. Where do we start? We start with 近处近处近去 not 处进去进去图书馆 We're using a library as our location. 图书馆进去 Would be funny if wonk was a Chinese word as well. Wonk? I unfortunately nope. Well, I can't think of one at the moment. I think walk might be the closest. So there is walk, like the walk, and even the English walk. Not sure about wonk. I do not know enough yet. 进去图书馆 I'll let you know if I find one though. I'll keep that in mind. Would be pretty funny actually. 图书馆 图书馆 and then we did a pivot 外面图书馆外面外面有草 Come on, mnemonics, don't fail me now. 草草和天象有信心 I used this earlier in the Japanese lesson. It related to hoshi. So apparently Valentine's introduced me to the term star in Japanese, which is hoshi. And hoshi is the same character. Sing sing. Hoshi hoshi. Sing sing. Would it even work phonetically? Wonk? Wonka. Yeah? Wonku? Oh. Wonk. I don't know how I don't know if there's anything that ends with a K. Like that. So it might be ka. The closest thing is like Wonka. Wonka. That I can think of. Which is kind of close to wonky, I guess. Oh, it could. Wan Qi or Wan Ji. Wan Qi. Yeah, you could get wonky, like wonky. Oh, wan is a thing though. Wan is a thing. So the word, the sound wan, wan, and one are all available. And then ki, like ki. So if you add them together, you could get like wonky. Tushuguan. So tushuguan. What is it? So hunting, hunting,说话. Let's say 说话. 说话. 爱大赢. Oh, I missed a stroke. No one will ever know. 影响 or actually it might be 像 影响 it'd be 影响 I think it's 影响 neighbor 邻居 哦邻居邻居是什么？邻居邻居 I remember the G. Does that help? Lin G. Okay, we'll come back. And then 其他人 其他人 Does that help? No. And then we have to pivot. It's a random pivot to something else. Oh. 丢 yeah, 丢 Second 丢 And we're not even talking about 丢 from JoJo. I don't watch JoJo, by the way. 丢 definitely sounds like the character from JoJo. 丢 邻居 Oh, I remember Lingji. Right. Lingji. Yo. Is Chinese the only language with pictograms like these? Japanese. Japanese share the same. Japanese share a remarkably similar, if not identical, resemblance, and additional. Japanese have 2 additional writing systems along with Hanzi. In Hanzi, outside of very specific morphs and their own various simplifications or combinations, they share identical characters even. And it's actually at times difficult to distinguish between them if a passage in Japanese is completely written in kanji. One would not be too admonished for confusing it for Hanzi, or the Chinese writing system. So, for example, well, you're talking evolutionary. Is Chinese the only language with pictograms like these? Oh, well, it's still the if you're talking from an evolutionary, it's still the response is still the same. It's still germane to your question. But I don't know. I'm not a linguist. I don't track these things. But the response is still the same. Japanese is also a language with pictograms. They were derived from each other, were they not? They were derived from each other, but they also have evidence of their own derivation. So, whether it was in isolation or not, you could, if you're making from an evolutionary standpoint, you could say that the vast majority of every language derived from a single point of origin. So, you're systematically choosing to selectively pay attention to one and not the other. That's perfectly fine. Like the other one you could think could be hieroglyphs. Well, hieroglyphs have some sort of pictorial origins with, one would argue that they probably have still a common evolutionary thing. But yeah, hieroglyphs would be one. I don't, I'm not a linguistic historian, so that sounds about right, I suppose. What I'm aware of is, yeah, hieroglyphs, maybe like one could say the Sanskrit kind of thing that you see, and then Chinese, I suppose. Let's see. Where am I going with this? Oh, yo. 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 And then Yola. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I can't really make comments other than how they look pictorially in the contemporary age. So, like, for example, if you look at them pictorially, there are very vast distinguishing factors between them. So that's what I can say about that. So when it comes to, like, you're saying pictograms, right? I don't know how much of that of Sanskrit is considered like pictogrammic. In fact, I'm not even sure what is the qualifications and qualities of a pictogram. For myself, anything that's written is a picture. So as a person who has a background, I suppose, that likes drawing, like as a hobbyist, most of these things are deconstructed into strokes and shapes, as opposed to, so like an A, for example, is a stroke. These are composed in a stroke, so I'm not entirely sure what qualifies as a pictogram. Versus, like, is this a pictogram? What is the minimum qualifications of this being a pictogram? And then this being a pictogram, or this being a pictogram. I'm not entirely sure how linguists qualifies them. I would say the English language is also composed of pictograms for myself, because I see them as ways you write and represent something. And I suppose you mentioned artists is an aspiration of yours. I feel like you see these things, and when you deconstruct them, even language itself, they end up becoming pictures or things you imagine. Yeah. I view writing characters like Hanzi and Anji in that similar way. It feels very nice. It's a composition of strokes. It's pretty transformative, really. Dio, and then we have trash. La ji, no, la ji tong. Yeah. That doesn't seem quite. And yeah, no, that's not it. I think it's Earth. Ji tong. Wait, that's not the correct. Ji tong. Shui tong. Shui tong. And some randomness. Xiao Mao. Convenient. Feng bian. Oh no. Which bian is it? There's also dang. For dirty. Bian. I think it's when you use a plentitude of individual characters to represent words instead of alphabetical arrangement. I see. Of individual characters. I see. 7 alphabetical arrangement. Here's a question that I don't understand of that phrase. So an alphabet has a specific number of characters, and these alphabets are arranged in order to create a word. So if you effectively know if you know a sufficient amount of Hanzi, it constitutes as a larger collection of an alphabet, which is rearranged to form words. So I'm still not quite sure where the logic is that would differentiate for me between a alphabet and a Hanzi, or Hanzi, as well as like other things. It's a larger subset for sure. Like instead of having 26 characters, like as an alphabet, Hanzi has like a lot, right? However, these things have reads and sounds, and then combining them is what creates the word. I have a question about Japanese, if that's okay. Yeah, sure. I try to catch your stream. I see you streaming like late at night or late my night. So I always go off and then I stay up like for another 3 or 4 hours. So oftentimes I see you streaming. I see you're like at like 50. Is today 58? 57? The reason why I noticed for a while now is because I saw you in the Discord and I watched the Discord side view. How's it going? Yeah, what is your question about Japanese? I might not be able to answer it, so disclaimer. You play Shashinko, but I knew most of the vocab kanji, like 90% of it. Is there anything you can get out of the game? Not really, outside that. Did you try writing all of them? I was 50% past Shashinko. Like, what I mean is, I was in the process of extracting all of the Shashinko from memory, from recall, right? But then it became very like time intensive, and then Inktober happened. So, if you're the thing that I could see that Shashinko can be interesting to do was listening and reading is great, right? Like listening and reading is great. I found that when I had to pull up a canvas and look at an image or something, can I write the image? That's one thing, but I don't think there's anything else. If you know like 90% of it, that is definitely I do lurk in the Shashinko Discord. I do lurk in the Shashinko Discord, and it's not quite clear if the developer Ryan is up to officially expanding Shashinko. So I get it. I think if you know all the vocabulary and in terms of like questions in Japanese, I don't think there's. I didn't come up with any additionally clever. I actually didn't end up extracting all the kanji. I was gonna do like a review of it. I hope they do expand it. It seems to not really reach much past N5 kind of level. That was not the intent. Yeah. The learning Japanese thing was, at least from my impressions of the developer, it was more for contextual appropriateness. So I don't necessarily think it was some curriculum based thing for the Japanese. For the most part, I think whatever expands would be whatever is appropriate in the thing, because there are words that are from N1 and N2 in it. And lots of the posters and like notification stuff are like N2 and N1. I'm not entirely sure. It didn't give me the impression that they were going 5. I think Duolingo is kinda does that to some extent, but occasionally they throw in like a N2, N1. Like one early one would be like Kadai. Kadai is N2. So I'm not sure. I hope they expand. I hope he expands it too. I think maybe it's a maybe. I got an opportunity to directly ask the person once, and they're like, it's not out of the question, is the quote I got. Well, traditionally these kanji-esque alphabets have been expanded more liberally. Yeah, sure. Think of it like this. A lot of modern loanwords written in katakana today would probably have had kanji invented for them instead of in the past, according to your perception. Yes, but that doesn't differentiate. For me, again, it fulfills the requirement of how you defined a pictogram. So whether you choose katakana actually makes it even less, makes it even a greater case for it being a non-pictogram or a pictogram, or either or. So when you ask me what a pictogram is, or like the only pictogram, I do not see the description you made as a way to segregate the difference between an alphabetical system and a pictogrammic system. Like if you're rearranging a body of characters to create words, that, in my opinion, fulfills the requirement, whether it's kanji, hanzi, English, Spanish, modern words, katakana. It's still a arrangement of characters that create words. And regardless if it's katakana or kanji, if you invent more kanji for the past, that involves a bigger subset of characters. Maybe it's dealing with the stroke property, or you might be maybe inferring that the intent of the invention, like the method in which it is invented, is what makes it a pictogram. Then I can see that according to your perception, right? Like if, say, they had to come up with a new word, so they come up with a new character, and that's what makes it a pictogram. I agree with you. I think that's a way to distinguish between, like, for example, the alphabet does not expand, right? Technically does not expand. Like the actual expansion. And katakana, the kana, usually doesn't expand or contract. Usually doesn't expand or contract. There are like outliers to that, right? However, rarely. And because they don't expand, this would disqualify them as a pictogrammic language, or pictogrammic writing system. And then kanji would not be, because kanji would be pictogram, because if they create a new thing, it would be an entirely new character per se. Now, hanzi is a little bit interesting on the idea that so is kanji, is the idea that older characters can be used to assemble new words over time. So it's not necessarily true even with that qualification. Alphabets also more usually used to describe sounds with. That's also true for hanzi and kanji. I think it's an incredibly, in my opinion, learning Japanese and Chinese, I think it's an incredibly poor, misconceived generalization that these characters do not carry a description of sound. When I see this is tu, shu, guan. And it actually remains largely a limited subset of only sounds that can come with these characters. And in kanji, you have a separation of onyomi and kunyomi, and their limited number of sounds that are related to those representations. A has a limited representation of multiple reads. And then with conjunction and arrangement of the alphabet, they can expand their amount of reads. So can kanji and hanzi. In order for me to read this, or read a word that I don't understand, I can generalize what the sound that they're going to make because of my experience. So, 说话 is 说话 because 话 has this character in it. And da, right? Tai da, that's tai and that's da. You've never been able to derive a read just looking at the pictogram yourself? Yeah, so, well, you have, right? A is a pictogram. That's what I'm saying. Like I'm a little I don't understand the objective differentiation, because if you look at A and if you think this is a picture of something, you have derived sound from it. It's a, and then when it's combined with something, that entire word is a new subset of lines that you have derived reading from. And in English, it's incredibly dynamic. So you have associated even unique, exceptional sounds to, like, for example, E, the vowel sound E. Like if I wrote angel and angle, taking the understanding that this is ill and this is ill is very much like understanding if this is anjing because of jing here, and then when you move jing to a different place, is it still jing? In Chinese, actually, a lot of times they stay the same, and they're tone shifts. So like if I wrote it this way, that's da tai. It's probably da tai. And in English, if you change these around enough, they might actually produce an entirely different sound. And that to me seems like it's still relatively within the confines of the definition. So I actually leave it hats off to linguists to try to identify and categorize language. But to me, I don't necessarily, at least from my experience, I don't necessarily differentiate between the arrangement of a group of characters to forming new sounds or forming sounds and new words, right? It's interesting though. I think kanji has, if I had to describe what kanji was, I almost feel like kanji, each character functions quite like a vowel in terms of how it is depicting sound. So one kanji character, right? Like I want to pick one that I know quite a lot of. Oh, I got a recent one. This one. So this character is chaku. Chaku, gi, ki, gi and ki for me right now. So if I see this character, I will think of chaku, ki, and gi. And ki, gi are related because ki, gi are modifications of each other. So when it goes and adds it to something, there's a chance I will use that until I expand the amount of reads associated with this character. Much like the way a is also e and a. Okay, how about this? What is the purpose of a kanji primarily? Describe a concept or basic sound of the language? Both. It's not a competition. It's not or, it's and. So it's what are the purposes of a kanji character? It can be both a concept and a sound. Not really? Well, I firmly disagree. So, if you think, what do you think it is? What do you think kanji is supposed to represent? Because I feel like you will find, in my opinion, that believing that onyomi and kunyomi will come as unintuitive, non-intuitive. It's interesting that you chose kanji instead of hanzi, because hanzi would be an even weaker argument that it is not both. For kanji, it's concept. Hiragana and katakana, no. It's both. The primary function of kanji is both. That's what makes it different from hiragana and katakana. Like, kanji does both. You're only familiar, but kanji does both. That's what makes kanji interesting. Like, you're suggesting that they're exclusive of each other. Kanji serves for the function of both sound and concept. If you're treating kanji like only concept, then you're going to, in my opinion, de-emphasize the idea that onyomi and kunyomi exist. And that is usually a really big endgame for understanding what kanji is. The attention to onyomi and kunyomi, the read of the kanji characters. Hiragana and katakana, I'll give it to you, it's sound. And they are different. And then the reason why I'm saying why didn't you use hanzi? Hanzi, it's a great illustration that it is both as well. It is both incredibly convenient that you understand what the sound it represents and also the concept in which the sound is associated with. Compartmentalizing what it clearly functions as every single time is something that I feel is a little bit narrow-minded, in my opinion. So if you're saying it doesn't represent a sound, then how do you remember the sound? Like, every time you go to read a kanji character, your first idea is it's the concept, but there's a sound associated with that character every time you see that character. So I would say that both the concept and the sound occurs with equal frequency when you see a kanji character. So conceptually, it would be both sound and concept. As opposed to like saying you, in order to understand what a kanji is and read it, you only need to know the concept. That is, would be an incredible logical fallacy, in my opinion. If I said like, if I write a character without context, you cannot know the concept, but you can possibly know what it sounds like. Like, for example, you will know multiple concepts from this character, and you will know multiple reads from this character. You can even know the sound of this character without actually knowing the corresponding concept. Right? Because this can be nichi. Right? It could be hi. It could be ka. And if you know these sounds, you might also remember what their concept is. And vice versa. With that, aids, in my opinion, aids my understanding of kanji. So if I don't remember what the concept is, I can think about the reads and see if it invokes a concept. Because these have very, very specific uses. The difference between nichi, hi, and ka. Right? A one is definitely far more specific than the other, though. So sometimes I fall back on reads in order to understand a general pattern of that. And when it comes to the radical system, right? When you break apart different characters like this, for example, each one of these characters may evoke a specific read and concept in them that allows you to conceptualize what this character may look like or may sound like together, or give you an idea of what it may mean. And that's probably where the whole concept forward thing comes from. So if you see ki, here, this is a tree. Ki. This kind of looks like a nan, like a what? And this maybe looks like a big. But then that's not sufficient to know that this character is possibly a E. An E. Because the example I'm thinking of is isu. So it's both the concept and the read is unreliable in many situations. However, if you combine both the concepts, you can probably get at the meaning of the character far more, at least in my opinion. However, with all that said, you probably don't need to do any of that. I think with adequate practice and stuff, you can choose the way you want to push the concept forward, and you are able to remember the thing. I think sufficiency is the word I would probably use here, where if it's sufficient for you to get at the meaning of the kanji and stuff without needing to think about the phonetics or the onyomi and kunyomi, then it is most definitely sufficient. For me, the purpose of kanji is both, because without I perform memory task far more efficiently if I had more information. So both are integral to understanding of the kanji. And then in Chinese, Hanzi, their reads 80% of the time stay within one or two of the reads. And the sound that they make that combines together articulates the concept of the word to me, as opposed to the concept of the characters themselves. And then some of the radicals within the concept have an element of restricting what sound it can make. So there's that. And over time, you kind of get used to it, at least in my opinion. And I read Hanzi like an alphabet. So, like, you largely read based on what the character's sound makes. Yeah. So this is xiang, right? This will commonly, most of the time, be xiang, and you make all the other sounds. Is a read the same as a picture? What would a person seeing this make of it depending on the language they know? Apple? 苹果? Right. That's not right. Is it? Pinguo and Ringo, right? Ringo. You could write it as does it have a kanji? No, it probably doesn't. Ringo. Go. Oh. What? Now I'm stuck on the character goal. Oh, wait. This is fine. Or I guess you can represent it as right. Pinguo. I'm not sure about Pinguo. Guo is probably Pinguo. I think I'm missing a crown. So is a read the same as a picture? Yes, to me it is. When I see apple, I imagine an apple. When I see an apple, I think of these right here. What would a person seeing this apple make of it? Well, I can't speak for other people, so I will speak for myself. The way I learn things, like for example, here, I have a picture of this. When I see anjing, I see a picture of this. And you might be thinking, well, those aren't pictures, they're letters or alphabets. It's like, yeah, but this is also a universal depiction of sleeping. However, sleeping is also associated with the concept of quiet. And this is quiet. And I know this is an because both the Japanese an is an. So this is both an in two languages. And the sound an is the onyomi for this read in Japanese. And that's how I remember that this is an. And ting is because the left side is ting. Or anjing? No, it's jing. Yeah, anjing. And this character here is Shizuka. Or this part, this right character is Shizu. And then you add ka, which means quiet as well. So Shizuka is quiet, and anjing is quiet as well. However, instead, I could picture someone sleeping, and I think of a quiet environment. So it is effectively a quiet environment. When I think of apple, I also think of many things like marui, which is round, right? An apple is round, so marui. It is also red, so akai. And I drew a circle instead of that apple, because when I see an apple, I also think of a circle. Right? And kudamono is another concept, right? So if you're thinking about kudamono, that's a fruit. How did I write kudamono? I know that this is mono and this is kuda. So kudamono. And what this doesn't tell you is conceptually this has been associated with fruits, right? Kuda. But this is also guo in Chinese. So I knew how to write pingguo because guo is part of pingguo, which is fruit in a concept. And mono is stuff, or concept of category, right? However, I know to write mono because it's mono. This is the sound that this character makes. So I combine both of them. I combine the concept of the sound and the meaning, the concept of the word. Does the picture itself elicit a depiction of stuff? I can't really say. I don't know if that was supposed to look like stuff. This certainly doesn't look like a fruit, does it? I think the concept of pictograms is very much like maybe hieroglyphs. I don't know much about hieroglyphs. Maybe hieroglyphic things are more kind of look like the things they're supposed to represent. Like, I get the whole key thing, right? This kind of looks like a tree. This kind of looks like a tree, like key. Funny enough, this is not the character that Chinese use to represent qi. It's a shu, right? They use shu as the or shu. Sorry, they use shu, which looks like this. I think it's you do 3 different simplified characters. This, yeah. So shu is the combination of 3 simple characters. They have 1, 2, 3 for shu. And this is tree in Mandarin. Or simplified Mandarin. I'm not sure if this is simplified. I don't think either of them kind of looks like a tree per se, or the concept of tree. And this will usually be forever shu in some way. And qi, you'll have qi and other things. I'm actually not sure if I have any, if I know of another read for qi at the moment. Yeah. If that doesn't get your intellectual thing stimulated, it certainly gets my stimulation. So talking about this stuff is maddeningly intriguing from an outside perspective, like from an outsider who's not trying to categorically generalize things, right? I totally get the attraction from linguistics and etymology perspective and evolutionary perspective, where people try to do their best to categorically show an order of things. However, I treat these languages as a property of their natural languages, right? So I take it compartmental, kind of like wherever it can be achieved. So if a character represents a lot of things, and a character represents a lot of meanings and sounds, they are all those things because they help you remember and depict their expression, right? If I draw a circle, this represents more than just a circle to me. However, for most people, this would probably be a circle, or if not even a circle, because a circle may be depicted differently in their head, right? Yeah, these characters mean a lot. That's why at least one of the big motivations for me is what makes learning Chinese and Japanese incredibly wonderful. I wouldn't mind trying to learn like others, but there's also the factor of time and personal interest. So yeah, great questions though, great hypotheticals. Again, I'm not trying to, I have no background in linguistics, so someone who is a evolution, like a historian, maybe like a historical linguistics person, probably be able to answer your questions far more appropriately than myself, who is doing it anecdotally. When I see an apple, I see many things, incredibly many things. An apple also reminds me of Isaac Newton. So when you say, what would a person seeing this apple make of it? I would see Isaac Newton, the apple that fell on his head, the proverbial apple that fell on his head. I would also see Adam and Eve and a forbidden fruit, right? As well as the embodiment of a potential allergy that I have to the cellulose, or like whatever the membrane is that the apple have, a component in the membrane. It makes my throat very itchy. Lots and lots of things, right? On top of the sound that the apple makes. What does the sound the apple makes, right? I would say it makes the sound crunch. And then Japanese have kishi kishi? No. Shiki shiki? No. Kishi kishi, maybe. Something kari kari or crisp, maybe. So they have onomatopoeic ways of describing apple. Using kana, which then kana is, I guess, alphabet. Like it goes back to the idea that it represents a sound, I suppose. It would be interesting if they have onomatopoeic things in kanji. I don't think so. I didn't encounter an example yet. In Hanzi, in Chinese, there are representations of repeated sounds to mimic the sounds onomatopoeias. And English have onomatopoeias on top of being an alphabet. So there's also that. Alright. Unit 45. Where are we with Unit 45? Describe the environment in... What was before environment? School? Might be school. Oh, it's plans. What is the plans? Oh. Danrun. 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 原意 原意 yen yes, yen. 原意 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 Where are we going with this? 原意 Oh. 则 I see 则 What goes with 则 选择 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 选择是什么？哦，选 选择 则 was hand 则 选择机会机会机会 留学留学留学留学 留学 留 做过，做过国家搬家Oh. Yeah, no, that's fine. Oh, no.搬家结婚结婚分手编画 No 编 This is 编画是编画编画是很的认真是认真的害怕That's a little too separated.害怕No, wrong one. 放心Oh wait. Yes, it's that fun. Yeah. 放心I think that's it. Yeah, we're good. I think we have all the vocabulary. Yes, let's go.
这个图书馆有几层？
Alright. Your own opinion because it's day 2?
这个图书馆有几层？
这次图书馆
有
D. Oh, I missed some stuff. I missed characterization of the library. So I missed a stack. I missed a path. Tongue. We have tongue or floor. Tongue and low. Low 是 yes, low. Low, and then 上 and 下. 上 and 下 combined with 去 and 来. So 上去上来下去上来下来 to go up and down the floors, right? I missed a path. That's fine.
这个图书馆有几层？
几层？
几层？
Yeah, how many floors?
这里的环境很漂亮。
这里的环境，这里的环境。Oh, yeah, yeah. 这里的环境。Oh, wait. I skipped. Did I skip 环境? Oh, I skipped 环境. Dang it. So I skipped 1, 2. 环境, which is environment. 环境. Yeah, I skipped over environment. Okay. 这里的环境很漂亮。
他的家有2层。
他的家，
他杰的
他的家有2层。
你觉得这里的环境怎么样？
你这里的房间环境怎么样？环境怎么样？
从这儿去那儿不方便。
从这儿去那儿不方便。
从这
儿
儿去那儿
不方便。方便。So 114.
从这儿去那儿不方便。
不方便。
他家的环境很舒服。
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 环境很舒服。Her environment, her house is cozy. Her home environment, the home environment is the environment, oh my gosh, of his home is cozy. Yikes. So, okay. 环环境环境 right 境草环长
环
hopes
境草
哦，
环
环
层
Oh no, I was thinking of玉
层院
园园艺
静
草
草
静
静
用信用卡买东西很方便。
用信用卡买东西很方便很方便。
用信用卡买东西很方便。
很方便。
层
What flowers you love? 你最爱的花是什么？
你
你最爱你爱
爱
你爱喂
爱爱
你爱什么
什么花花
你爱什么花 What flowers you love? Okay. I was gonna say 你最爱的 but that's favorite. 你爱什么花 That's word. I like sleeping on the grass.
我
喜
欢
在草里朝上
草上
Oh, that makes sense too. On the grass. 朝上睡觉。
睡觉
There are many beautiful flowers near their house.
他们
他们的
家有
near their house
有
他们的家的 near 附近有他们的家的附近有很多漂亮的花。That doesn't seem quite. Oh,
很多
I don't need the 很多
漂亮
的
花
So 他们家的 or 他们家
的
附近do you really need to modify something that's personal? Maybe not. Okay. Alright, fine. We're fine. The house is pretty personal.
这里
这里的
草
很绿色的 or 绿 That works.
今天晚上没有星星。
今天晚上没有星星。今天
晚上
没
有
星星。
星星。
Okay.
太阳有多热？
太阳热有太阳哦，太阳。Okay, we gotta add this. 太阳 That's a drop. We can add it to grass. 太阳 How the heck do you write young? Oh, 太阳 Not 太阳 Okay, 太阳 Okay, 太阳太阳有多热有多热 How hot is the sun? Okay. Secretly, the sun is also a star, but that's fine.
他们跑了上来。他们
跑的上来。他们跑
上来了。
他们跑上来。Wait.
了。
跑了。他们跑了上来。
他们跑了上来。
为什么你今天很安静？
为什么你今天很安静？Oh, interesting.
静，
请上15楼来。
请上15呢？哦，有楼来。请上15楼来。Okay, please come up. So the number. Oh, so you put the position in between 上来 and 上去. Interesting. So I'll make a note of that. Please come to 15楼. Please come to the 15th. Please come up to the 15th.
楼，
安静，他们在睡觉。
安静，他们在睡觉。安静，
安静，他们在
睡觉。
阳，
太阳。
楼，
层，
阳，静。
There are no stars tonight.
今天
晚上没有星星。
没有星星。
层，阳，静。
楼。
哦，铅笔。
忘记。
Oh no. That's鱼 and鱼养yeah 鱼养 语言
语言。
语言 Wait. Oh, I totally messed up the A. That ends up being yen? Yu yen? W yang? Keep forgetting. The A into the N. Yu yen. Yu yen. Okay. That looks like Dang. Something Jiang. Xinjiang. No. Yijiang.
紧张。
锦江. Okay. Xinjiang. Look like a G. Didn't know the final.
安静。
They ran up.
他们
跑了。他们跑了。上来。
上来。
我们
在8层8楼。What are you going to do? 8楼。
8楼。
8楼。我们在8楼。
太阳
不见了。Which floor do you live on? 你住在
几楼？
你认识你的邻居吗？
你认识你的居？哦，居，邻居吗？
邻居吗？
请进去。
请进去。
邻，
请进去。
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 You know your neighbor.
你
认识你的邻居吗？
邻吗？
声 as in 声音。Oh man, did I not write 声音 as well? I didn't write 声音. The volume? Yeah, I don't think I did. 声音 I was gonna match it up with 说话。说话太大。I dropped like a good amount actually.
邻居声
音。
音乐不影响我工作。
音乐不影响我工作。影响。And I miswrote 响 so I missed the radical 影响。Actually
影响
影响。Okay, that the tone is fine on that. It's 3, right? Yes.
居，在图书馆说话声音不要太大。
在图书馆。
在图书馆。
说话。
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 下。下。不要。
说话不要。
声音。
声音太大。
太大。在图书馆说话声音不要太大。在图书馆说话声音不要太大。
The other way. 说话声音不要太大。Okay.
想。静。居。声。林。想。他跑了上去。
他跑了上去。What? I guess there? 他跑了上去。I guess that.
想。
林。
居。草。声。
音乐的声音太大，会影响其他人。
音乐的声音太大，会影响其他人。Don't talk too loudly in the library.
图书馆。
在图书馆。在图书馆。
不要说话。
说话。
声音。
说话声音不要太大。
太大。
音乐。
音乐
不
影响我工作。Excuse me. 我请邻居。我请了邻居来我家。
来
我家
吃
午饭。
我的手很脏。
我的手很脏。Oh, it's 4. Oh, it's 4. I thought it was 2. Okay, 很脏。我的手很脏。
别丢我的东西。
OK，别丢我的东西，
别
丢
我的
东西。
我需要一个水桶。
我需要一个水桶。你的狗很犟，你的狗很犟，
很脏，
很脏，很脏。你的狗很犟，你的狗很犟。Where has it been? 他去过哪儿？
他去过
哪
儿？
走下去很容易。
走下去。哦，坐。
走下去很容易。
走下去很容易。很容易。
努力。
kidding。容易。
垃圾桶里有一只小猫。
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 Yep。
你可以帮我丢垃圾吗？
你可以帮我垃圾吗？ Can you help me with maybe丢 just gotta be embrace the JoJo 丢垃圾吗？
你可以帮我丢垃圾吗？
你可以帮我丢垃圾吗？
这里没有垃圾桶。
这里没有垃圾桶。This here? Okay. Okay, fine.
桶
丢还脏oh, it's 4 when it's staying alone, but it's 脏 when it's not.鸡桶
桶
丢
想
脏
鸡脏
起飞
脏千长签证
可怕
wrong 可怕
脏
Oh no, now it's 脏 wait hold up you guys, why do you keep flipping?
脏
Let's go look. Okay. Is it 4 or is it... Oh, it's all 3. Dang it. As a standalone, it will go back and forth between all 3. Dang it. Okay. Fine. We'll just pick one.
脏
Dang. TU 馆
体育馆
Please write down your name.
请
请写下你的名字。
你的名字。
别丢
我的东西。走下去很容易。Okay.
他跑了上去。
我要去中国，所以我学习中文。
我要去中国。我要去中国，所以我会学习中文。
我要去中国，所以我学习中文。
哦，那会容易会。
用信用卡买东西很方便。
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 方便。
虽然住在城市比较方便，但是也比较贵。
OK， 虽然
比较
虽然比较
虽然住在城市比较方便，但是也比较贵。
虽然
住在
What？ 喂。
虽然住在城市比较方便，但是也比较贵。
虽然住在near something， 住在住在
城市方便但是
this is expensive， 但是
比较贵。虽然住在城市比较方便，但是也比较贵。虽然住在城市比较方便，但是也比较贵。比较城市虽然住在城市比较方便，但是也比较贵。虽然住在城市比较方便，但是也比较贵。 虽然住在城市比较方便，但是也比较贵。
Okay, so 虽然很但是，但住在城市比较比较方便也比较贵。I have forgotten what 比较 just more. It's more. Yeah, although it's more convenient to live in the city, it's more expensive.
从这儿去那儿不方便。
从这儿去哪儿不方便？
从这儿去那儿不方便。
方便。
请上15楼来。
请上15楼来。
楼来。
他最后回意大利去了。
他最后回意大利去了。
我们在8楼。
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 Okay. 在
图书馆。
在图书馆。
说话。
说话。声音。
声音。不
要太大。There are no stars.
今天
晚上没有星星。
晚上没有星星。
I don't know why they drop so far.
我们
in the evenings. Evenings.
晚上。
There's no distinction, right? 晚上。在晚上。我们可以看见很多星星。
很多。星星。
I can see. We can see. Wait, what's going on here? Here. Oh, 这里。这儿。
这儿。晚上。晚上在这儿。
No, wait.
晚上。晚上
在这儿。我们晚上在这儿。This doesn't seem. This is too far removed. Oh no, it's fine. Oh, okay. I thought there might be too many words in between. How many stars are there?
天上。
天上有多少？
多少？
多少？ 多小星星？
星星。
All right, 15 minutes and a dream. Or, boy, we missed quite a lot today. Maybe chalk it up to fatigue.
环境，
环境，环境，
环境，环境，
环境，
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 环境，环境，环境，
环境，环境，
环境，
方便，方便，方便，环境，
环境，
环境，
方便，
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 That's fine. 环境，
于理，
方便，
方便，
环境，容易，可怕，
方便，
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 环境，
方便，
方便，
方便，周围，
周围，
方便，环境，随便，
随便，哦，随便，随便，
地方，
环境，环境，
方便，
不远，
不远，不远，
于理，
于理，于理，
环境，可爱，
方便，
方便，
周围，努力，环境，紧张，
紧张，
方便，
方便，
便宜，
便宜呀，便便，
方便，
便宜，
随便，
随便，
放学，护照，
护照，
方便，便宜，
方便，
方便，
便宜，
便宜。Wait a minute. No, that's fine.
便宜，方便，
Yeah.
7天，
一天，
地方，便宜， 方便，身体，
环境，
环境，环境，
环境，
环境，接成键，
环境，
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 境，
环境，环境，
环境，
环境，
环境，眼镜，环境，
环境，境，环境，
环境，
环境。Glasses. 哦，眼睛，眼镜，
眼
镜，
镜，眼镜。
哦 I see.
环境，
对，环境 is okay. Fair enough.
环境，
眼镜，环境，
Fair enough.
昨天，
真的，
服务
员，
环境，眼镜，
眼镜，眼镜。Okay, I can hear it. Yeah, sure.
眼
Oh boy.
镜，
I see what you did.
环境，
迟到，
知道，
环境，
环境，环境。
昨天，服务员，眼镜，
眼镜，
眼镜 ，oops，
昨天，
环境，
环境，
喂，环境，
衣服，现金，
眼睛，
眼镜，
眼镜，环境，
环境。That's definitely a bit tough.
环
境，
环境，
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 环境，环境，环境，
环境，
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 环境，环境，
北方，饺子，
饺子，
对，北方，饺子，饺子 is a different term.
医院，北方，点菜，饺子，
饺子，
地方，
北方，
饺子，
北方，
饺子，
北方，饺子，北方，
家里，
地方，盘子，
饺子，北方，里面，
饺子
子。
那儿蛋
糕。
北方
北方。
鸡蛋
鸡蛋。
城市酒店饺子
北方。
方便
北方。
南方方便地方北方
菜
方
便
北方
北
方便
北方随便
北边
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 地方方便
南方
方便南方
北方菜南方菜
地方方便
南方
方便
南方菜
地方方便南方
北方
菜不愿意23 The heck 23不愿意 Oh it's 2不愿意 Oh no 不愿意 Alright 23
咖啡色最喜欢23不愿意24
不愿意
愿意
23
不愿意不明白23 12号不愿意不舒服
That really does sound like 2 not 4
23
23 Actually let's look right Oh you can't combine them so I guess I'll look them up later
23一样的不愿意24不健康
不愿意
一样的不愿意
一点儿
23
24
基楼
Okay 基楼
楼
Okay No surprises there
几楼
楼
Oops.
楼，几楼？
几楼几楼
几楼？
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 楼
楼？
几楼
All right, that's the end of 15. Let's see, what did we miss? So, not that. Tongue. Oh, tongue and low. Tongue and low. T low. T tongue. 像去向来下去下来 the worst thing I have encountered so far, I think, next to yellow. So 环境and we got 声音 is it 1 声音 yeah 声音 Ooh, what is that? 1, that's a lot. 声音 and 环境 What was the thing we keep struggling with? Where is it? But there's also 语言 that's from a different unit. There was something else. 方便 Screwed up the radical here. 想影响 Yo is a bit of struggle. Wow, we have a lot. Yo that's one. 安静 Actually, 安静 or 安静 Oh, this one was bad too. Zhang. No. Yeah, Zhang. Sorry. Zhang. So it's not Zhang. Close enough, I suppose, for now. Zhang. There's others. Okay, that's fine for now. So Ji Lao. These are fine. And then we have 环境乡音 乡音。方便，方便，方便。影响，影响。and 脏，脏。
脏。
脏。Okay, that's a wrap for today. Oof. Gotta reduce the yap. All right. Oh, and 太阳. I need to write 太阳. So, the one that I missed. 太阳. I think that's it. 太阳. Nope, just kidding. No, just day. So, 太阳. We'll link it with 早. 草. Oh, 太阳. Yep. All right. Oh, that's a wrap. I guess we got some challenging questions. It would be interesting to hear, I don't know, someone who is very, very well adept in. I mean, I could ask Hideyoshi or something. Maybe I'll ask Hideyoshi and some other people. But I feel like there is definitely something to be said about how someone asks a question, and I think that it's great. I guess one commentary I can make is it's interesting how individuals like talk about things where what it functions as, right? Like always talking about what is the primary function, what is the purpose of things, and singularity. So certainly there are primary and secondary focuses for everyone. However, I think a lot of the points that I was trying to make is that oftentimes all of the above happens, right? I feel sometimes when people think about what is the best way to do something, that's kind of how I feel about when you're describing concepts. So is 90 basically 100? It's 80 basically 100. Well, it's 20 away from 100. So it's 20 away from 100. When a character functions as something that you learn based on sound and concept together at the same time, or you can choose, I suppose, to only learn half the information, then yeah, I would say you can agree as long as the qualifications are there. However, in my opinion, when someone says, what would a person see when they see something? I can't speak for anyone else, but certainly I can speak for myself. And in this case, even through my use of Duolingo, one can elicit the memory of a character from either perspective. So, as opposed to focusing on the idea, or at least for myself, as opposed to focusing on one element of something because maybe it's worth your time more to do that or something, I choose to do all of the above because I have time for that. And earnestly, I enter these discussions not necessarily with in a situation where both parties are not competent in the area. I'm certainly not competent in the area. While others might increase the generalization, I tend to ask very direct questions and qualifiers because honestly, if you're going to categorize things, I would like to know why logically it would not fit something. So on the terms, we had an interesting discussion about pictograms. Perhaps I'll go in in the evening I'll read about pictograms and how it qualifies for my own self-education. However, for myself, I don't necessarily, being a person not used to using this type of terminology, right? A pictogram described by a person, if it fills more than one criteria, then that is how I describe it. So if someone sees a picture of something, I'm kind of floored that one would think you only think of one thing. However, with that said, I can't speak for other people, so I can speak for myself here, where I think maybe it's aphantasia. I don't know. Perhaps it's aphantasia. I that could be a thing. But words, characters, sound, music can elicit pictures, and pictures can also elicit characters, and characters are pictures on a piece of paper. It's tough for me to know where the line ends and where pictogram ends and where characters begin, right? Hello there, ST. I'm about to end my day here. Thank you for stopping by. So our discussion regarding like pictograms, I am very interested in a hot interview or debate between two linguists on how they rationalize where does a pictogram end and where does a character begin, or like an alphabet begin or something. I think my experience, especially with Hanzi and kanji, has been both, right? However, there was a very interesting distinction that I like to play on, which was the idea that how new characters are generated when it contrasts between a language that uses an alphabet / phonetic system and like lean more heavy towards that, and how a new character is generated in a, I guess, a pictogrammic like language. So I do have a vlogger who talks about when they create new characters, like new kanji characters, or like things like fish, because fish are very important, or different types of fish are very important. They made a joke about how they're creating a new character for a very specific fish, and I think that's a great way to distinguish it. Saying, in my opinion, that the characters like Hanzi and kanji primarily serves as a way to elicit concepts, I do not find that as a reasonable generalization. Not so because of conceptually what is meant to be built, that perhaps that's what it was meant to be. Like someone said, I'm going to create the kanji system, or I'm going to create the Chinese writing system, and they were meant for the sole purpose of communicating concepts. From my perspective, as anecdotally, as an English primary speaker, I suppose, and then learning Hanzi and kanji, both operate on my memory on how to remember Hanzi and kanji. So when someone suggests that one is primary and one is secondary, I like to think that maybe when they look at a kanji, they have to get the meaning of the kanji before knowing what it may sound like. And then they need to know the meaning in its entirety in order to know what type of read it has. If I saw a picture of something, I have systematically different things that come first. It can be the sound, it can be the read, or it can be the meaning. And not only that, it comes with multiple meanings, multiple layers, multiple nuances, and the sound is dependent on that, whereas the meaning might also depend on the sound, because if you read it incorrectly, it would lead to a incorrect meaning, right? Especially kanji with onyomi and kunyomi. Strangely enough, the argument deflates even further when it comes to Hanzi, where Hanzi, I read Hanzi. So sometimes I even read it without knowing what the word is. And because I can hear it, I might be able to construe a concept. So coming from someone who hears a lot of things, especially Mandarin, I can't tell you how often it is that if you can read the sounds of the characters, it may elicit the concept from the sound of the character, much like in alphabet. And so the lines that I've drawn is a little bit blurrier. Like if someone say apple, I picture an apple. Do you picture the text, the character? Do you picture the Hanzi? Because I also think of Pingguo, right? When someone asked is it a read the same as a picture? It's like, well, it's interchangeable with the picture, right? Because if you see an apple, you can picture it, whichever, with the lack of a better word, you can picture how to write it. You can picture its representation in different ways. In fact, when someone draws an apple, I kind of think of a different apple as well. So you could see an apple and only think of an apple if you want. When you see an apple, like that image of the apple, I saw a leaf, I saw a red circle, I saw a fruit. So conceptually, you would also see different concepts. Like writing, if you were to prime me and say, I need to write this, then that apple will elicit 3 sets of characters. And whichever is most convenient comes up first. So, yes. Is a read the same as a picture? Well, the thing I really was pushing hard on the binary approach to language thinking, is that a word comes before a picture, and a picture comes before a concept, or like some sort of linear thinking, right? If I look at a picture, sometimes it's going to be a character, sometimes it's going to be a meaning, sometimes it's going to be something, and then eventually it's going to be all those things. So to me, I find it very difficult functionally to think that if I'm learning kanji and I'm learning Hanzi, that these characters functionally primarily serves as reminding you of the concept of the word, like the meaning of the word. And I'm thinking already, like, you can't possibly know okay, there are standalone kanji, right? You have standalone kanji. So what happens when that kanji gets paired up with another kanji? Before or after? It's that no longer communicates necessarily the concept of the character alone. It becomes transformative. It's emergent. It's not only emergent in the sense of its meaning, it is also emergent in the sense of its sound. That sound becomes less likely to be something else. Sound also gets narrowed down. So you have ki, then you have kimasu. So it dramatically lowers what ki could be a lot of things. Kimasu can be a lot less things. And that elicits those sounds from that character. Now, if you know what key is, which key is it? So if you see the character, you're like, okay, this is key. Now, we know standalone, it's tree. But it's also key if it's tree. So, saying that boldly, that it's not, that the kanji and hanzi serves as both a reminder of sound and meaning, I have reservations. I truly have reservations. Now, if it's a competition you make about it, it's like, oh, which one's the primary source? I think for me, I can no longer distinguish the difference. It's whichever one comes with more convenience. I could try and do a social experiment where if I write something down, which one comes first, and then record the frequency. However, since I can't really do that, and it would require a lot of, you would have to like poll a ton of language learners and poll so much resources, maybe we can go into that, some science. Perhaps people will figure that out. My thought is it's probably going to be more of a sufficiency. So is it sufficient to derive meaning from a character that has a combination of sounds? I would say yes, it does. And is it sufficient to conceptually know a character without knowing how to read it? Oh yes. Oh, definitely yes. So when you see the character key, you could say key without knowing what the meaning of the word key is, or what that character is. And it certainly does happen, especially in Japanese even. And Japanese have onyomi and kunyomi. In Chinese, you will most definitely know the sound over time, without a doubt. Like, it is very difficult to not say xia for this. Because you remember a word, I disagree. I remember the character having xia. And vice versa. So what you're arguing again, Timmy, is that you're saying, you're suggesting that one is the result of the other. That's not true. I know sha, and sha can mean below. But it can also mean a ton of things. So when I know sha, I also know a lot of, I remember the word. So like the actual sound and the character combination elicits the meaning. Now, if you knew like, oh, I'm thinking below, right? Well, it is based on context. That's the whole point. But the context is the character itself. So I know you're joining in right now, Churn Place, but let's talk about that. Yeah, it's the chicken or the egg problem, right? So for me, my conservative response, let me explain what this closing remark is about. It's a closing remark about that someone was trying to illustrate to me that the primary purpose, or insinuating that the primary purpose of hanzi and kanji is that it serves as concept, right? It serves as a serving of context, which when you concept, when you say it's based on context, that's kind of like a little bit bigger than what this person is talking about fundamentally. They're talking about without context, as in the character itself, its primary focus is to provide concept, not like placed in context. So when it is based on context, then it is very difficult to determine whether it is the sound that the character makes that is symbolizing, or is it the concept the character is symbolizing that is the primary focus. And my response was, I'm not everybody, but I am a person. So my conservative response is, the answer is both. Right? It's both. It depends a lot, so it's both. Like, no uniform rules. It's both. Like, it is both sufficient to do that. So, logically, I would suggest that it is both. It's not that it primarily serves as anything. And when you keep saying it depends, then that means it's both. Right? Because you can see conditions in which it can elicit either or. Unless you're making the argument that it depends, that it's neither, which I think that's probably beyond the scope of possibility here. So if you say depends, then a general logical response would be both are sufficient and they serve purposes, right? So the characters serve purposes for both a sound and a context. In Japanese, I think it would tilt towards remembering words. Again, that what you said is fine. I wouldn't say usually. I would say possibly. Because I can't tell you how different a meaning can be if you know the sound of the word. Because in my opinion, I would say it's usually if someone only concentrates on reading. Knowing the sounds and the reads can help you write something down. So the concept encapsulates the sound. However, it is very true that there might be tilts. My personal preference and my very big ambivalence is how reductive categorization is. Basically, if you are telling me that a kanji and a hanzi is serving a primary focus, is that suggesting that you're telling me that I should be treating that thing as the primary focus? And anecdotally speaking, I don't. And I can't actually statistically discern how often I rely on a sound to write the character, for example, or write a character based on a meaning. A lot of times, right, when I think of a word, I think of the sound, and then the sound gives me the character. So you could say the character reminded you of a sound, but it was not associated with the character. So does not, that actually defaults to an upstream problem. So you could argue that you needed the word in order to get the sound to get the character. So where does that leave the character? However, you could say, okay, let's all start from reading, right? Let's all start from reading. What do you think about when you see a character you don't know, right? So say you don't know what this means, right? Are you capable of capturing the information of this character using the sound hi? I think I can, until I give it a meaning. So this character is Thai, right? And I don't know what it means. But I can certainly remember that this will elicit Thai as one of the reads. So, in my opinion, used to write Nobi Thai? What is no? I don't know what that is. No. Oh, Nobi Ta. Oh. Oh. Well, I'm not writing Japanese right now. This is Chinese. Yeah, this is Thai, the Japanese Thai. So here's exactly what I mean. So you thought that it's Nobita because you thought it was Japanese I'm talking about. And yet it didn't help because I said Thai and your first thought was that this character I'm writing is Japanese, or it's referring to a Japanese thing. What does that, I mean, that illustrates a bit of a conundrum here about the whole concept first and sound second, right? It's both. I honestly, like, it typically requires both. So when I say Thai, usually Thai is this. Thai means fat. Oh wait, does that actually mean fat? So so that's ta. This is definitely ta for sure. I agree. Like kenta, right? Like kenta. So now I'm using characters, right? I'm using nomaji. So kenta. So this kenta is this Thai. Something. Oh, butoi, fat or thick? Oh, interesting. Butoi, huh? Fat, huh? Butoi. Yeah, so it gets a little complicated. I'm okay with the idea of someone saying what's primary and stuff, but for myself, it's hard to pick where it goes, right? And for example, I got lots of examples. I use this example as my, this is sun in both, this is also sun. Because remember that we also have simplified characters. So this is the simplified. This is a simplified character. I have Tai Young here, right here, and simplified character. So does this capture the concept of sun when you were looking at this? Well, I recognize this character as Young. So when I heard Tai Young, I know it's sun. However, the character, the concept that I thought of was Tai Young in Japanese, which is that character that you have written, right? It has this character, this radical in addition. I think I might have, oh yeah. Right? So the concept could lead you astray, in my opinion. It's not the complete picture, right? And yeah, you can talk about chicken or the egg for sure. However, how do you get to the meaning? Both. It could be 1, then 2, then 2, then 1, and they are both upstream of the meaning. So which does it serve primarily? Well, my answer was both. Of course, with that said, I concede that there are some people who solely reliant on the first thing. Some things are doomed to be deliberated about till the end of time. I actually feel like there might be some scientific, empirical way of trying to get at the question, and I'm genuinely curious because I want to know what comes first in my brain, right? Like from an empirical standpoint, like is it reproducible that I think of a certain way, right? I have it's more like a sticking point for me. I have tried to do this deliberately between these two. Like what I mean is, it's good practice for me to tell myself, if I forget one thing, can I remember the other thing? So for example, if I forget what the read of this is, can the concept lead me to the read? And then if I forget the concept of this, can I get the read, go through the read and get the concept? In fact, this also goes even deeper. When you go to radicals, right? Can you take the radicals and create the character? Can you take the character and break it up into its radicals, right? And it's really relevant because I'm actually genuinely curious if someone has already tested this. The unfortunate part about our discussion is the two of us were not available. Like, the two of us, I don't think, at least I was not competent enough to know that I've read literature or something to know what it is. The other person suggests that it might be the case. And I'm like, okay. And, you know, give an opportunity for them to explain. So they gave me a bunch of hypotheticals. And one of the hypothetical question was immediately refuted, in my opinion. And what they showed me was, so what does a person think of when they're giving a picture of this shape, right? Well, you can think of a lot of words. You can think about a lot of sounds. You can think about alternative pictures. Like, what do you think this is a drawing of? Perhaps if I changed it to a color red, you might think of an apple. Right? Yeah. But this obviously what I'm drawing is a golden pear. I'm obviously drawing a golden pear. Don't you see the yellow? Does anyone know what a golden pear is? So it can elicit all those things. And I think my final message, like the wrap up is it very, very important, in my opinion, to know which comes first. Momotaro. I see. Is that a peach? Is that the peach thing? The boy and the peach thing, Momotaro. That actually came from Wagotabi. Pretty sure. Like the folklore, yeah, the peach boy. Yeah, I learned about the Momotaro from Wagotabi, playing Wagotabi. So here we are again. It's not a competition. All right. I wanted to clarify. It was a super interesting and challenging thought. And I don't think knowing that one is more primary than the other goes into the idea of how you remember, at least in my opinion, how I remember these characters, right? They are equally required, as in at some point the read, the sound, in my opinion, the sound and the concept has to line up with the characters and their context, like Chern said, and their context. So regardless of which one comes first, I like to think it's sufficient to get the entire picture. One is like it's necessary to do both at the same time. If you're always doing it in the same way, you could be more efficient that way. That's certainly true, right? When you build a house, you still need both the frames and the walls and the floor. Both are essential. Yeah, so I'm talking about sufficient, right? What is necessary? I guess I shouldn't use sufficient. I should use necessary. So to me, it was very difficult to know that is the person trying to suggest that kana is sufficient for phonetics. They use the kana as a juxtaposition. So the kana is like the alphabet, right? It represents sound. It has, it does not encapsulate the concept of meaning. And then it compared it with kanji. It's like, all right, well, that's fair. If you compare it that way, that's fair. Now the question is, when you assemble a kana, does it preserve a concept? Because I'm an English speaker, it does, right? Like, for example, if you write apple, this itself, everything in this box is itself one thing now. It is not 5 separate alphabet characters put together. It's apple, the one thing. So if you jumble all these up and ask someone to write apple, it, to me, elicits the same feeling as writing one of these characters. So in itself, apple encapsulates both the concept and the sound. So this is role reversing. The inclination is to differentiate between how English works and Japanese, for example. The average person probably sees the kanji and looks at the stuff around it to judge context. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I think that's where the thing is going about, right? The average person would do that. And how many Japanese people are there? Actually, I'm actually kind of curious. We should keep a track. How and when are there going to be less? Oh, just so you know, the discussion came from the idea that Chinese is a pictogrammic language before Japanese, since the person was insisting that the Japanese is a derivative of Chinese, which I don't have too much data, but yes, kind of, I suppose. If you're following like evolutionary thing, they want an evolutionary thing. But the Chinese one, if you're reading Chinese, right? I'm reading the character. So I'm not a Chinese person, but like a Chinese native, I would love to ask the person, right? Are you reading the Chinese characters of something you don't understand? Or are you conceptually picturing the thing and then knowing the sound, right? Because I'm doing both. And maybe one day I'll graduate to the idea that if I looked at Taiyang, right? Taiyang, I'm not looking at Tai and Yang. And I would speed up, right? I think that's what the person is going for. If I had to be really fair about it, where, yeah, I got it. It's cool. I'm because it fixed in our brain because we write the characters over and over again when we are small in school. Yeah. So I think the most rational, the most reasonable discussion about this is what Timmy is saying, where at some point when you see this, you no longer think about you don't think about the sound because the sound has become attached to the concept, right? And that's cool. I totally understand that. I would argue that's probably what happens at some point, where you skip having to hear the sound to read what this phrase means, right? Now, if I asked you to write utoi down, how would you go about doing that? You would probably go about saying, oh, I know the concept of futoi. So tell me how you would write it. And that to me illustrates a different discipline, in my opinion. I think it works really, really well when you're not having to think how it's written, how it's put together. There was a clip that when I first saw it, it amazed me, of a Japanese person struggling to understand kanji because it was isolated. Oh, sorry. Oh, no. That's perfectly right. That's perfectly all right. Yeah, I actually wouldn't mind watching that later. Sorry, I'm not gonna watch it on screen, but this is great. So to me, I absolutely agree. If writing is not a big deal, if sounding and writing and looking at kanji is not a big deal, right? Because you don't need to really look at the characters in a long run, I suppose. I will know in the future if this is true over time, right? Like, I actually think my opinion about this will change as I'm learning more and more Japanese and Chinese. I have a distinct feeling that I can appreciate at some point. There's a reason I categorize them as symbols. Yeah, so I am looking forward to seeing how my opinion changes over time, because I have to be really honest. Some people get frustrated when they try to use their parental language, right? Parental language to learn something else, because you may make the argument, well, those languages just aren't compatible. They're not compatible at all, right? Like trying to translate everything verbatim. I totally get that. And right now, I think I'm doing the same thing, only with writing and sounding. So if I can hear, like if someone say Tai Yang, right? If they say Tai Yang to me, I'm like, they don't even have to necessarily tell me what Tai Yang means. I can write Tai and Yang in Chinese. Like, I would use the character Tai and Yang, and I would mix around the characters Tai Yang to get a word that I might know. If they provide even more context, I can pick out those characters and assemble it. And it would represent the sounds I know, but it might not represent the characters that those words mean. And it's interesting to me that if you think about it and expand it for a really long time, I'm like, I don't think that's manageable. So at some point, I'm sure I'm going to get to a point where I'm only going to remember the concept and then dispense with being able to know the intricacies or writing of what the characters are. Because those characters are now a blob. They're like singular blobs. There are, to me, there's no resolution between them. So I have come to the realization that I can hear things and I can see things really well, but writing has a stopgap at the resolution of what it is. So if you're not processing that kyo in the beginning, like kyo is composed of two characters, ki and yo, right? Ki and yo. You might write kyo fine, I think. I haven't gotten to that level yet. I'm building up from these blocks. So soon, these characters are linked together. So like I'm building up the stuff, right? And these characters are not linked together. They can't be linked together. But like I don't know of an example. But these characters can, like 将来, right? 将来. However, I don't have to know that what the meaning of it is. This is 上 and 来. Me learning Japanese also struggle same thing, but when you hear multiple times, you kind of get it maybe, but some words I still don't know what they're saying. Yeah. Me too. That's what sort of happens when I read Japanese kanji. Yeah. So now it's getting to the point where when someone says, when I try to write something, right? Oh yeah, let me write this sentence down. And I'm thinking, well, if I see it, I would know for sure. And yeah, if I saw it and I understand or don't, yeah. Like I see it, that's fine. Can we work around this, right? And recently, Alexander, not Alexander, sorry, Valentine, there's this person I've been talking to. They like to practice their Japanese when they learn. So I'm usually approaching things by sounding the things out in my head. So like I don't know a lot of vocabulary. So when they type a bunch of kanji and then whatnot, I'm like, okay, so that could either be a ki or a yoru or a omo. Does that help me get closer to what the concept is? Because at some point, I don't remember what the concept is, and I use the word. However, I do agree with you. If you knew the concept, it would be faster. It would be way faster. Like, if you know the concept, you know the concept. And I don't think that's as seeing just the kanji isn't helpful. Yeah. So you would need the you would need to know like what it sounds like if you're lost, if you know what I mean. So like when you're learning stuff like this, like you would need some sort of read on it, right? So say, I don't know, you don't know what something is, and then you saw this character, and then maybe you have another context clue, like right, so then you're trying to read it, right? You're trying to read it and like, okay, all right, so is this omoshiroi versus oh, those are good ones. I don't actually even know the other two. Oh wait, I knew two of them. One is shiroi. So omoshiroi, shiroi, and shirogoma. What is the last one? Hyogoma? Hirogoma? Hirogoma? Maybe? Is there another read for this character? I'm asking the thing that I usually ask most of the time. Like, can you read this something way different? It's shirogoma. Is white sesame seeds. Ah. So yeah. So I'm gonna say shirogoma, right? So if I read this, I would say shirogoma. But I have no idea what the word means. So hear me out here. So when someone points at a picture and say, this is shirogoma, I'm like, oh, that shirogoma. So goma, and then the white, right? And then now it makes sense. This is white something. White something. And that's kind of how I've been working up my thing. So I think in the long run, as a language learning device, I most likely lean towards disagreeing on what a character's primary function is. However, here's the kicker. In another 2 or 3 years, another 2 or 3 years, I think I will tend to agree. I will likely tend to agree that you no longer need to remember what the sound of these things make, right? Sort of. In kanji, it is... Oh, I see. Wow, that's complicated. I don't know the other two characters yet. or any read of the other two characters. It looks like one has ski, one has age. So like fu, ski, and then there's kikis and Kojan. Interesting. Kojan. So Shiro Kojan. Huh. Well, there you have it. That was where I was gonna end today. It was a brilliant comment. You were reminded of So here's one last thing. Here's a funny little thing that I talked about. I'll leave it with this. There's a podcast. There's a vlogger that I like to watch, and he makes English content, but he splashes in Japanese because he's a Japanese author. He's a Japanese author, right? And he mentioned something about not having to worry about trying to remember all the kanji, right? That's kind of a very common thing, right? All the kanji, and then like all the, for example, all of the hanzi. Actually, it's probably even more resounding for hanzi because I'm already feeling it. The idea is there will be a time where when you look at a character, you kind of just feel the sound. And he cites because there is a time where you will see certain elements in the characters that'd be like, oh yeah, this is probably that, right? This is probably that. This is probably this. And then you have more context. It's like, oh yeah. So like Chern said, it's context dependent, right? However, sound is great. It's useful. So, how useful is it in the future? I will find out. For now, sound is very useful to me. I'm a primary listener, so I tend to listen and then write something. So, for example, I don't know what if I forget something like I don't know what this is, but like for example, this. What am I thinking of? Dang. I'm thinking of dang, but this is also hon, right? Hon do. Oh no, this is do. Sorry, do. Right, like hon do, right? Hon do. But this is also dang, which is like, what can you mix dang with? You can mix dang with rang, rang. Or you can mix do, honto. Oh no, it's to. Sorry, to. Honto with on. And the reason why I change D to T is because I know the sound of this character, and then I can provide additional context, construct it away from the thing. So, is that useful skill? I don't know. Skill. Oh yeah, and Totaru. Totaru. I don't know that word yet, but yeah, exactly. So it's useful for now, and maybe I will be. Oh, it's atoru to hit. Oh, this is atoru. So there's an ah. Yeah, I haven't gotten an example of an ah yet. You see what I mean? But you have to see what I mean by if you're learning something and you're focusing on concept, oh, it's ataru. Okay, that's fine. I can't read. It's very difficult to see the characters from my perspective, but yes. So, yes, I have no concept. So there's no concept of atoru. Regardless, if you say atoru, if you see atoru or hear atoru, can you write atoru? Maybe. And before you keep saying more words that I don't know, that illustrates my point. That conceptually, if you don't have concept, what? Ate ji? So you wrote or to. So if you wrote, yeah. So I know ji because I know this character as ji. I don't know anything that is ate ji. Right. So, when I read that, I read it as ate ji because I just learned that this can be a and this can be ji. Ate ji is kanji used for sound. Oh, I see. Well, maybe. This in Hanzi, it's very helpful because I know more concepts. I suppose, from sound than I do from writing. Right? 谢谢. What does 谢谢 look like? Oh, no worries, Chern. It's late now. I'm about to close up shop, but today was like, I'm really in the mood discussing Chinese and Japanese knowledge self-reinforcing. It does. It really is. So that's kind of what I'm doing here. It's kind of nice. Like, for example, what does re look like? Well, it looks like atsui, only it's modified. So, right? I think my top part is incorrect. Oops, that's one too many. So, you have re. Well, actually, re is simplified. So, re can be replaced by the etc. And you get this. Right? This is re in traditional. What does re mean? It can mean hot. And that's the order. Me regret not learning traditional Chinese. Yeah. So I didn't go and say I wanted to say hot and then say re. I decided to pick a random sound, re, and draw a character of re. I don't know if that's a useful skill. Maybe. The reason why I'm saying this is because the criticism that I would receive is probably what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to treat Hanzi like English. And if that's not, to some people that might not seem like it's helpful, right? I'm building words out of sound as opposed to learning the words before how they sound. So like you're reading these words. You're reading these. in your head, right? You know what they mean. Do you know how to say them? You probably do, because you're saying, oh, this is sun. How do I say sun? It's, you know, 太阳. I think of what the sun looks like on paper and say, oh, it's, for example, it's Tai and then Yang. Tai and then Yang. So if I think of the sun, I think of Tai plus Yang right now, which is like the alphabet. App. Right? Or like fish. I knew it was good. Like, how do I do this? Like, I don't have a good example. I don't have a good example. Like, I don't know. App. And, oh no, that doesn't help. That makes it worse. That would make you pronounce it. Oh, no. Apply, right? Like, apply, right? I can also mean very. Yes, it can also mean very in Chinese. And sakana. And here's the simplified. Here's one that's simplified. This is the simplified yu. Yeah, that's fish in traditional. I know, and it's also sakana in Japanese. I know that because I know the sound first. To BH, I like traditional because the 4 dots are like the tail. Well, the 4 dots are originally supposed to be fire. Or like it's supposed to deal with something with like putting something under fire. You prefer traditional to simplify thematically? Jury's out on for me. I like certain things. I like certain things. So I like the way this looks over this. I think this looks pretty interesting. What's another one? This one comes up more often. I kinda like this. More than this. But I actually think this is kind of interesting. And it makes the whole rest of the character more aesthetically pleasing. Because oftentimes this is very heavily weighted. So it will end up looking like this. Like super scrunched. And then something else. So if you know your radicals, I guess you can pair it up with something. Oh, without a doubt, this is awesome. Sorry, but not sorry. This no. I disagree. The way this feels when you write this is amazing. Interesting, when they simplified Japanese, they did it pretty conservatively. Yeah, the Japanese versions. Yeah. But I like the way this feels. This character is amazing. Ma. They heavily weighted things like aesthetic balance for Japanese or for Chinese. Because this is pretty nice. I really like this character. At first I didn't really like it. And then now I like it. I see. Yeah. I like how the stroke is. The strokes. And And Japanese, I understand about the Japanese stuff. Anyways, good talk, guys. It's really late. I like to Max. Well, I really appreciate you guys entertaining me. I think my opinions will change personally. Hey, gotta go. Yeah, it's 再见 马大年. Thanks for stopping by, guys. I really appreciate it. We need to talk about this in the future, like 2 or 3 years down the line. Like, I'm very interested to know how if sounding things out is ever important anymore. I actually find it very important for me now when I'm reading something or learning something. However, there is a chance that when I stop learning something, I won't need it anymore. Like I'm terrible at writing English, for example. Like whenever someone tells me a new word that I don't understand, I can't spell it. But most of the time I can't spell it correctly. Like I'd be very unsure. I'm like, there's a... Are there 2 S's or are there 2 L's? Alright. Thank you. You do typos sometimes? Yeah, I don't know. It's a shame the person didn't stick around, but it seems like the person is a very smart person and whatnot. I would love to talk more about it. Yeah, we'll reconvene or after maybe another 3 or 4 months. And I will, whenever we get a chance to talk again. All right, folks, that's a wrap for Chinese. I forgot a lot of things. What do we got? We forgot 11 elements, so we're gonna do better tomorrow, hopefully. And until next time, interesting conversations, right? Yeah, and feel free to join along, challenge me, offer me like a anecdote or some sort of expert advice. I don't know. I like hearing people's take on that's not to say I won't push back and whatnot. I will. That's generally how I learn well, by challenging concepts. Yeah, and more interesting conversations next time. We might want to keep it on the shorter side. Okay, 再见, right? 再见. 下次见. Until next time, stay safe, stay healthy, fun, thinking, being creative. Do the things you need to do and continue having fun, maximizing and sustaining the things you want to do. Catch you guys next time. Bye.